Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Today, we're doing yet another episode of whatever the hell this is. For any VOD watchers, I may or may not include timestamps in the description below, depending on whether or not we do any segments today. Usually, I'll try to reflect that in the title. I usually change the title after the fact, just to sort of reflect the content that we did for the day. With that being said, this is the Just Chatting segment. We might do some coverage of a video I found that was uploaded today called "We've Confused God's Design and the Aftermath is Devastating." Looks like some very interesting stuff, to say the very least. And then there's another video that I found called "Is It Okay for Christians to Swear? Did Jesus swear?" So, there's a lot of good stuff to go over. With that being said, this is the Just Chatting segment, and hello, Randy S., and congratulations on being the first person in chat. Hello, Dulce Garcia, Eye of History, Raylan, Abos, The Trough Live, Leafy Era, Flourishing Hyacinth. Hello, Femyoz, hello, Cheetah Man, hello, Dahlia, hello, Markish. I hope you're all doing well today, okay? How y'all doing? Chat, I have my hair like in a kind of a ponytail. I think I'm gonna let it down. I don't know. Femi, adopt me. I don't adopt people. I'm sorry. Hello, Daniel Barry. Hello, Manta. Good to see you again. It's good to see you all here. Chat, do I let my hair down or do I just keep it up? I feel like for this fit, it makes more sense to let it down. Please don't get surgery. Well, it's ultimately my face, and I don't want to have dysphoria anymore, okay? All right? Especially with my jaw. I feel like my jaw is way too wide, okay? Though I have been looking a little bit better lately, okay? And you're probably asking yourself, Femyoz, how is this the case? I basically just lost some weight. Obviously, I'm not gonna look significantly different, yesterday versus today. But I mean, if you look at me a month ago, I was like nearly 150 pounds. I'm 5'6", by the way. I'm 149 pounds. So I lost 10 pounds. I stood on the scale a little bit ago, actually, a little bit before starting stream, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm actually like below 140 again. So this weight cycling thing is working very well. I will say, dude, I put this top on, okay? This top feels so fucking loose now in comparison. Like it feels loose. Like it's like stretched out almost. Because I was wearing it when I was 10 pounds heavier. You wouldn't think that 10 pounds would make a huge difference, but it really does. It really makes, 10 pounds. I didn't think it was that much. But it's like, when you wear clothes, it's like, oh, that's the difference. What's your cup size? Probably A cup. The one downside of losing weight is, you also end up with smaller tits. And, I don't have that much titty to spare in the first place. I'm going to let my hair down. As great as it looks. Okay, we're gonna... Dude, I've seen someone, screenshot what I look like right after I let my hair down in streams like this. They're like, dude, why is Femyoz's hair so bad? It's like, well, because I hadn't fucking brushed it by then. I had it in a ponytail. You could have waited like a minute to fucking, I don't know. Ow. And it wasn't like in like my server. It was like some fucking random ass server. It was some random ass server that had nothing to do with me. And I'm like, what? Jesus. People love talking about me. People love the gossip. People love the drama. Bro is cute AF, no homo. Why, thank you. Look, if you're a guy and you're into women, that's actually not gay. And even if it was, does it even matter? Does it even matter if it's gay? Like, let's say hypothetically it's gay. Okay, then what? Oh no, now you're bisexual with a preference towards femininity. Oh god, the horror. Now you're like me. I guess. Because that's literally me. It's now people call it Reddit bisexuality, but I find that very disrespectful, okay? I would never be a Redditor. I am a based Fortrainer, okay? I love TTTT slop, okay? Alright, I would never stoop so low as to be an r/MTF user, okay? I would never stoop so low. Though in all fairness, I kind of did start out on Reddit. Not as like a trans person, but like when in my femboy era. I was like a Reddit femboy. Right? Because I found out about femboys through Reddit. And then I was like, I want to do that, because I was like, in denial about my gender. But I was like, well, maybe this would be like an excuse, like a more socially acceptable excuse for me to, you know, dress a certain way that I want to. And, and it was. Finally, Nux is down, a firm yes. Wait, Nux Taku, the lolicon guy? If he's down, thank goodness. Because that guy is a fucking freak. Okay, I hate those people. They'll be like, why do you give a shit? It's just a drawing. It's like, yeah, it's like a drawing that sexualizes a child. Like, in what world are we gonna, pretend like that's like totally cool and awesome and based? Like, like if nothing else, like, I'm not saying you have to like, take like a super hardline stance against it, but like you should at least be questioning it. You should have nothing else be questioning it. Like you should be asking questions. Like, okay, well, why does this person have like a predisposition towards that style of content? Why out of all the things that they could goon to, okay, they could goon to anything, okay, and they choose that. Why is that? What other, what sort of predispositions would lead to that? And the argument that I often make is, if somebody watches hentai of feet, it's safe to assume that they have a foot fetish. If they watch hentai where the characters all have giant, massive honga-longa bazongas, it's safe to assume that they're into, big titties. If they watch gay hentai, it's safe to assume that they're into men, right? Those are safe assumptions to make. But as soon as they watch it where it depicts children, now suddenly you'll get these, angry Twitter keyboard warriors who will be like, no, she's actually a 3,000-year-old vampire. Or it's actually hebibibabiliphilia, or whatever the fuck the term is. And it's like, no, you're attracted to kids. Like, I'm sorry. If you're into that, you're probably just, fucking weird. Look, I think the fact of the matter is, people like Nux Taku, do not deserve any amount of success, okay? Yeah, not only is he, into that, which, I mean, that's already, pretty yikes, if I must say so myself. But it's like, he makes content that appeals to children, right? Like, children watches content. And look, I'm not one to be like, oh, think of the kids. But when you're literally gooning to them, then like, it's like, yeah, I don't have a choice but to make the think of the kids argument. I don't, like, what else am I supposed to say? Like, yeah, in this case, yeah, that is a valid concern, For real, thank you for articulating this argument so well. Yeah, and like, these people will spend hours debating this. So if you're like a normal person that doesn't, think about the ethics of pedophilia 24/7, because, you just sort of, take for granted that, like, yeah, obviously it's wrong, as you should. You might get caught up in like an argument with these people, and you might not know what to say. So a lot of the things that I listed are definitely, worth going over, towards somebody like that, or somebody that tries to defend that. Additionally, if you engage in any form of paraphilia, and I'm not saying that all paraphilias are bad or whatever, right? But if you engage in any form of paraphilia, it is statistically proven that you are strengthening that. You are worsening it. So, if you're watching, sexualized content depicting minors, like you are worsening that paraphilia, right? So, that's not something that should be encouraged, right? But anyways, I think that goes without saying. Look, I don't want to harp on it for too long, but somebody brought up Nux Taku. I had to go over that series of arguments, if that's like a, relevant discussion right now. What is paraphilia? I think it's just like any form of like unusual attraction that has philia at the end of it. Like I don't know, like necrophilia, for instance. That's also a bad one, because like, well, it's bad to engage in. I don't think it's look. Here's my stance on necrophilia. Okay, if people want to like imagine it or like draw it. I'm gonna say like, okay, like I don't think that being into something, like that sexually necessarily means you're gonna go out and like murder someone and fuck their dead body, right? I feel like that's like a little bit different. I'm not saying it's good or whatever, but like I would say something like that isn't going to be, necessarily as bad. Um and there's autogynephilia, which is, sexual attraction to yourself as a woman. People have accused me of being that, which I think is fucking hilarious. I call myself AGP as like a meme, right? But that'd be an example of one that's like not harmful at all, right? So there's ones where it's like unambiguously bad, like pedophilia, right? Unambiguously bad. There's gonna be ones that are like kind of, morally gray, depending on how you go about it, like necrophilia, where it's like, yeah, I mean, don't actually engage in this in real life, but like, if you have like some weird fantasies about that, like I guess I don't really care that much. And then there's gonna be ones like, autogynephilia or autoandrophilia that are like neutral, AGP is a Fortran shitpost term. Yeah, I mean, all it really refers to is a form of autosexuality, right? I think that Blanchard, specifically is a pseudoscientist. I think a lot of the stuff that he says is bullshit. The notion that it's a dichotomy is fucking stupid. You're not either HSTS or AGP. That's not how that works. A lot of trans people don't fit into either category, right? Being attracted to women as a trans woman doesn't automatically mean you're sexually attracted to yourself as a woman, right? That's not how that works, right? That doesn't mean you fetishize wearing women's clothing. That's just not what that's just not how that works, right? Blanchard would argue the contrary, but Blanchard is retarded. So, yeah. But there are some, trans people that are like genuinely, autogynephilic, that call themselves autogynephilic unironically, not just as a shitpost the way that I do. And to each their own. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. What they're really getting at is they're autosexual. And there are cisgender people that are also autosexual. It just doesn't get talked about as much because it's not a culture war issue, right? People only talk about it with trans people because, if it's a trans person, then it's suddenly and magically somehow more important, I guess. Would you model? If I was more attractive, yeah. If I had the looks for it, I would. I do not have the looks for it. I'm not a model, to say the very least. And that's not just me being humble. That's just me being realistic here, right? I think it's fair to say I'm not a model. I think we can all agree with that. You could if you wanted, for real. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's not nice to lie to people, okay? I would not, there's no way that I would ever be able to do that, okay? I don't have the looks for it, right? There are specific things, specific facial features and proportions that they would be looking for, okay? So, actually, one of the things that they look for that would benefit most trans women and doesn't benefit me is height in terms of modeling. Because I'm 5'6", which is still taller than the average woman. But they usually look for women that are like, at least, 5'7", 5'8". 5'7" would be like the absolute minimum, I believe. At least in most cases. I'm sure that they make some exceptions, but it definitely wouldn't be me if they were going to make an exception there. I wouldn't have clocked you personally. Type shit. Would you sit on my face while I sing Eminem's Rap God? For the, purely for the entertainment factor, yes. Yes, I would. Just because it sounds fucking hilarious. Yo, I'd date you and treat you nice. Hell yeah. Hi, Femyoz, I want to fuck the shit out of you. Also, I'm a twink I'm friends with. Also a twink I'm friends with offered to dig me out for Valentine's. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, that sounds pretty fun. Thoughts on brat fetishes? I mean, that's like, is being brat even like, yeah, technically that's like a, part of BDSM, but like, I feel like that's, I would call that like a form of kink. I don't know. I feel like fetish is like a more extreme version of a kink. Like it's like something where it's like, it's like more central to your sexuality. So it's like, if like, for instance, if you can only get off to like, I don't know, let's say, because I know there's some people that have like a balloon fetish or whatever. I don't know the actual like specific terminology for it, but I know that there's like some people that have balloon fetishes. Right? And like there are some people where it's like, that's what they need to get off. They can't get off without it, right? That would be an example of like a fetish, right? Or like if somebody needs feet to get off. Though then again, nobody really calls it a foot kink. But even when people don't need it to get off. So yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on how it's viewed societally. It's kind of arbitrary at the end of the day. Yeah, pyrocynical. Yeah. Pyrocynical has a lot of crazy fetishes. Yeah, inflation. Yeah, inflation would be an example. Yeah. I would softly kiss bro's cheek. No weird shit, though. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, it's not gay if it's with the homies and the socks are on, okay? We all know this to be true, okay? That's just the truth nuke y'all ain't ready for. I don't know what to do with my hair today. Do I do it like this? Where it's like more like close to the middle in terms of where it's parted? No, I feel like I look like an egg. I look egg-shaped. Never mind, I'm not doing that. Fuck that. I'm not doing all that. Let's see. Maybe I could do like the forehead covery technique. We could do that. We could do some gay shit like that. No, it's too long now. I need to get it cut. I need bangs. I need you know what? Maybe this time I'll go all out. Actually, no. After I get FFS, I'm gonna go all out and get tranny bangs. The only reason I won't, commit to the bit and get tranny bangs, right now is just due to the fact that I have a very wide jaw. So let's take a look at my face, okay? If we cover the entire forehead, just evenly, straight across, right? This puts more emphasis on how square my face is due to my lower third. It emphasizes my lower third in a way that's not ideal, right? And I don't want that. I don't want it to emphasize how bad my lower third is, okay? So, that's why I haven't committed to the bit. I love crooked teeth. You must love British people very, very much. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just have my hair all the way to the side. No, this looks like shit. You know what? No. Bad hair day. I should have just left it in the ponytail, honestly. Okay. I should have left it in the show off the Garthan forehead. My forehead's a bit big though. I feel like it's too large. It's oversized. No, it's not like I'm balding or whatever, but it is a big forehead. Yo, thank you, Jeff Gordon, for the 5, saying, my oldest 24 is trans, just dropping my support. Have a great day. Hey, thank you so much, Jeff Gordon. I very much appreciate that. And you too. You better have a nice day. I mean, you better. Like, you are obligated to have a nice day now. You look like a liberal. I am a leftist. I am very insulted, okay? I'm insulted that you would dare accuse me of being a fucking weak, limp-wristed, limp-dick liberal, okay? I would never. Your forehead isn't big. No, it's a bit big. It's not, like, gigantic. I'm probably gonna get, like, slight hairline advancement when I get facial feminization surgery. We'll see, because I also don't want my face to be disproportionate by any means. Love your hair. Well, thank you. They're turning the frogs gay. This is true. You're still pretty. Well, thank you. I'm going to be a whole lot prettier next year. Limp dick is accurate though. Okay. Yeah. But okay. When I say limp dick, limp wristed liberal, what I mean is a mentality. Okay. I'm saying that they spiritually have erectile dysfunction. Whether or not they actually have erectile dysfunction is not, relevant to the discussion. They could have like the biggest, juiciest dick ever in real life. But, spiritually, if they're just like a liberal and not a leftist, that is pretty weak and limp-dicked. Are you angry? Fuming, actually. Why are you a leftist? Because I hate the billionaires and big corporations that control society, obviously. Okay, maybe it's not obvious. Maybe you wouldn't be able to just tell based on watching me for 5 seconds, I guess. Liberal versus leftist, what does that mean? Yeah, so the main distinction is that a liberal is going to support, things like capitalism. A leftist isn't. A leftist is going to be somebody that's anti-capitalist, which I am. Just like the main and like only reason I'm a leftist, really. I mean, obviously, I'm also very progressive, but yo, thank you, Duped account for the 2. Say, what the fuck did I just join? The greatest live show of all time. That's right. Anyways, I would take it all down my throat and your balls in my mouth, so deep I could also tongue your vanilla starfish at the same time, while humming the 1940s German national anthem. Thank you for sharing. Really good chat message. Can we get more awesome chat messages like that? Cute. I'm not trying to be cute. Yo, thank you, Duped account, for the additional 2, saying, wait, it's the lesbian, I remember you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. Explain left versus right. Yeah, so right-wingers are generally going to be more conservative. They're gonna have like a pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, no matter what your material conditions are. Actually, ignore your material conditions. Billionaires are based, and they actually deserve everything they have. And it's actually the workers that are exploiting Jeff Bezos for their labor. That's right-wing ideology at its core, right? But that's not very palatable. So it gets disguised in a bunch of culture war bullshit, right? So it gets morphed with shitty conservative ideology, right? It's like it comes in a package, if you will, where it's like, okay, so not only are they in favor of all of these like extremely horrendous, unpalatable positions, but they're in favor of positions that you would think are unpalatable, but for whatever reason, people are stupid enough to believe them, like anti-trans, pro-forced birth, etc. Yeah, I think you get the point. Did you see that the left is turning all the boys into needy bimbo twinks? Yeah, true. Yo, thank you, Duped Account, for the 2, saying, I don't care for either. Imagine voting. Imagine thinking that not voting beats the system. You do realize you're still participating in the system, right? Like, you're going to want to vote for the less bad option. That doesn't mean that you support the person you're voting for. It just means that you're trying to produce the least bad outcome possible, right? Like, unless you're like a retard accelerationist like Asmongold, your mentality should be something along the lines of, what I just described. Yo, thank you, Duped Account, for the 2, saying, nuh-uh, yeah-huh, yeah fucking huh, bitch. Look, fact of the matter is, you're not weakening the system by not voting. The system accounts for you. It continues. It's either going to be the case that the person that is running from the Democratic Party side wins, or the person from the Republican Party wins, right? Like, it's going to be one of 2 outcomes, right? By not voting, you're not preventing that. You're not changing the system at all. You're just being lazy and viewing it in this like weird pseudo-intellectual way where it's like, oh, well, I'm actually above the concept of voting. I've outsmarted the system. No, the system is outsmarted you if you think you're doing anything there. Your voice had me thinking of the first time I used Siri to read me Star Wars erotica. That is weirdly specific. Yeah, by not voting, you're still going to suffer the chaos, right? You still suffer the consequences of the outcomes of the election, regardless of whether or not you vote. I vote Femi for president, as you should, because I just feel all politicians lie and manipulate. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're all equally bad. Some manipulators and liars are worse than others. Yo, thank you, Duped Account, for the 2, saying, so should I vote for the pred or an actual sped? Probably an actual sped. I mean, it depends, just try to base it on policy positions and whatnot. It's like, okay, like, do we vote for, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, known pedophile rapist Trump, or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris is the less bad option. J.D. Vance versus Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom's the less bad option. Vote for the last bad option every single time. You should always vote for whoever is less bad. What if both parties are evil? You vote for the one that's less bad, right? But look, advocating for change doesn't start and end at voting, okay? And that's going to be a position you're going to hear recurringly on this channel, okay? Voting is not going to be enough, but it is something you should do, okay? You're not, beating the system if you choose not to vote. They're not going to be like, oh, less people voted, we're going to change the system now. They're going to be like, oh, people are complacent now. That means that we can get away with more shit. Yo, thank you, Duped Account, for the additional 2, saying, getting off lunch break. Goodbye, lesbian. Goodbye, Duped Account. I hope you've enjoyed your stay. Do you think McDonald's uses real meat now? No, I don't think it ever used real meat. Clearly you're an idiot trying to sound intelligent. I'm not trying to sound intelligent. I'm just sharing my opinions. I don't think that sharing my opinions is the same thing as trying to sound intelligent. Right? Now, just because you think that I sound intelligent for whatever reason when I share my opinions doesn't mean that that's my goal. It's not necessarily the goal. It might be like an inadvertent outcome for you if you're the one pointing it out. Also, I just noticed something. We're currently streaming in front of 120 of our closest friends and family, but we only have 30 likes. Chat, can we fix that? double tap the smash like. Can we get 50 likes? Can we get 100 likes? I feel like we should at least get 50 likes, if not 100. I mean, double tapping is free. It's easy. There's no logical reason not to do it. It supports a small creator like me. Okay, why wouldn't you want to support small creators? I'm just saying. And if you want to support me even more than that, and you have a little bit of extra money, no obligation, no pressure, none of that. Though I would love to do this as a career one day. I don't do this, for money, but I do have to pay the bills. So, it's like I would like to make a living wage. I make less than a minimum wage doing this, and I want to be full time because I love it regardless. So if you want to support me financially, you could either send a super chat, buy a membership, get access to exclusive content. You could gift memberships so that other people get access to exclusive content and a green name in chat that stands out a bit more. Alternatively, you could, now I want to preface that by saying, YouTube does take 30% of everything I just described. So 70% of that money goes to me. Okay. Just so you're aware, a lot of people don't know that. So I always got to put that out there. If you want all the money to go to me, if that's something you care about, which for some of you, it may be, if it's fine if you don't care, right? A lot of people aren't going to care. They're just going to want their message to get read. That's totally acceptable. That's totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. The Streamlabs link is in the pinned message, okay? If you want all the money to go to me, the best way to support me is through the Streamlabs link, streamlabs.com/Femyoz. If you're on mobile and can't click the link for whatever wacky reason, you could either A, type it manually, it's fairly easy to remember, streamlabs.com/Femyoz, or alternatively, you could click on my channel. The first link in the About section is my Streamlabs link, streamlabs.com/Femyoz. Now then, with that being said, thank you for 50 likes. Let's get to 100. And let's continue chatting. That's not 30%? What do you mean? No, YouTube does take 30%. You can Google this. Like, this is publicly available and known information. Well, it's not, I guess it's not well known. It's not well known. But if somebody donates me $10, I get 7 and YouTube gets 3. Yeah. Yeah, people are shocked when they hear this. Working everyday jobs sucks. Yeah, exactly. Right? I'd love to do this as a full-time career. I don't want to work a real job. Okay? I don't want to have to, slave away at a 9 to 5 that I hate for the rest of my life until the day that I die. Okay? I don't want to be a miserable, I don't want to be miserable, okay? I want to be an entertainer because at the end of the day, I do not belong in an office, okay? I belong in front of a camera entertaining people, okay? That's what I actually have a passion for. It's what I'm good at. It's what I love to do. It's like the only thing I'm good at, really, Let's see. As long as sharing opinions includes hearing out and accepting others' opinions, I'm all for that. That's how the best of both opinions come out on top. Not necessarily. Like, some people's opinions are just wrong, right? If somebody believes that the Holocaust didn't happen, they're just going to be wrong, right? It's not like, these are equally valid opinions in the free marketplace of ideas. It's that some things are correct and some things are incorrect. And if someone says something, fucking retarded and doesn't have a logical justification for it or evidence to back it up, then why would you just take it at face value and be like, yes, this is just as valid as everything else? You belong in McDonald's. I don't think anyone belongs in McDonald's. I think that McDonald's workers deserve better. Okay. I think that everyone that's working class deserves better. Even if you're one of the weird transphobes, I don't think that even if you're weird and transphobic and right wing, I don't think you deserve those types of, conditions because obviously, they're going to make you miserable. Great point. Can I see your tits? Glad to see we've got some great engagement in chat. Anyways, trans unalived some people in Canada. Yeah, except you guys never talk about, when cis people do it, which I mean, fine, but don't make it a huge issue when trans people do. Oh, now suddenly it's a big deal now that it's there's a trans person that did a shooting. And nobody cares if it's a cis person. The school shooting that happened on the day that Charlie Kirk died. Oh no, one person, Charlie Kirk, retarded conservative commentator dying. Oh, super important. We better talk about that for months on end. Don't mention the school shooting that happened on the same day though. Don't mention that. Don't mention any of the, the right-wing school shooters, which, is disproportionately the case in terms of what you see. Don't mention any of that. Only mention Like the one singular instance of a trans person. There's been a decade of cis male, mostly white shooters. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, if most of them are cis men, you know, it's like if you're gonna blame anybody, you know, wouldn't you blame cis men? No, I'm not saying that would be logical. Also, thank you, the Trough, for the one saying Sneed. Yeah, I am a Sneed, Han. How did you know? What right-wing shooters? The vast majority of them. Hell, even, you know, the last time, you know, there was like a big story about how there was like a transgender shooter or whatever. I don't even know if that person was trans. But like they were right-wing, they were pro-Russia, right? But nobody was covering that aspect of it. It's like they were far right. They were like an actual Nazi. You know? They were like a deranged Nazi. I thought I heard they detransitioned. Yeah, I don't remember what the case is, so I don't even know if they were actually trans. Yeah, like, I don't know, maybe the most famous ones in history, like or like the Columbine shooters, you know, like the ones that were explicitly right-wing, that wrote explicitly right-wing things in their manifestos, you know, those ones. Or, you know, Elliot Rodger, you know, the guy that was explicitly a right-wing incel, that was extremely racist. Oh yeah, dude, yeah, what fucking right-wing shooters? What are we talking about? You know, they're all left-wing transgenders. It is so delusional. Now, again, it would be completely illogical to say that because the majority, you know, because a disproportionate amount of shooters are like white men or whatever, that, you know, it's white men's fault for school shootings. If you're a white man, you are to blame for this because you are personally responsible for the actions of all other white men, right? That'd be a really stupid argument. Right? And you would agree that would be a stupid argument. So why do you make it in the other direction? Why do you make it towards trans people? Oh, you as a trans person, you're personally responsible for what some like deranged psycho did. Why? Why am I responsible for that? That doesn't make any sense. Overwhelming trans shooters. Yeah, what percentage of shooters are trans? Enlighten me. Anyways. School shootings are mostly black urban most school shooters are white. Yeah, Sam Hyde, true. Yeah, they always look like Sam Hyde for some reason. They always look like Sam Hyde, you know? You always see Sam Hyde. You know, Sam Hyde's the real culprit. Anyways. How is it valid to ignore data and blame immigrants / trans people? I don't know. I guess these people are just extremely low IQ. Have you streamed any more about Olive Oil Run? She's quite a scam artist. I covered her a couple times. She like tried doing like a whole debate arc, I think. Or maybe she's still doing that, where she does like these call-in debates, but you know, they're fucking horrendous. I don't understand, you know, what the point is when you're bad at debate though. Like she's horrifically bad at debating. Like there's no point. I don't know if she was trying to copy my format from when I was dabbling in that, and you know, those streams were doing really well. And you know, if I was, you know, if I had the mind of a businesswoman, you know, I would be, you know, capitalizing and, you know, doing debate streams every day. The issue is that it gets repetitive. But yeah, I guess maybe I need to do them once a week. Maybe I need to do them once a week. You like D in your ass? Really good question. Anyways, you are the most beautiful woman I've seen all week. Why, thank you. 7 out of the last 13 active shooters with transgender. I mean, I assume you mean to say were. Okay, why don't you name them? Why don't you list them off? Why don't you list them? Name all of the transgender shooters, all 7 of them. Please, I'd like to know. I don't even know. I don't even think there's been 7, you know, transgender shooters total. Don't even care, but I'd goon to this woman. Fair enough. I'll debate you right now. I mean, this isn't meant to be a call-in stream. Most convincing trans dude pretending to be female I have seen. Okay. Anyways. You're misinformed. I'm not misinformed. I'm just objectively correct. Probably 2 to 3 I can even think of, 2 of which weren't on hormones, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's like, look, I'm sorry, but if they're not even on hormones, and like, you know, they're far right and crazy, and like a detransitioner, then it's like, you know, like, does that even count? I don't think that counts. I don't think that counts. Do trans facials count as shots? That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm no gynecologist, but I'll take a look. I see. I've tried trolling the New Hampshire UFO hunter, but he just mumbles and says, fuck you, he's no fun. Yeah, I got bored of him. I moved on from him. He's no Trumpster Bob, okay? He's not like Trumpster Bob where you can just like, troll him indefinitely or whatever. He's more of like a, every once in a while, like once in a blue moon type. It's like maybe he might just be like a one-time deal, Anyways, what's the Euler Gang? The Euler Gang is the group of people that have the highest tier of membership because they want to give me money. I don't think there's anyone that's a part of Euler Gang if I'm not I don't think so. I should check. I actually have no idea. So does necklace mean trans at this point? No, just because someone wears a necklace doesn't automatically mean they're trans. Now, disproportionately, we do wear chokers, disproportionately. But there are a lot of cis women that wear this choker in particular. This is kind of like normie coded. Now, the heart choker, someone's wearing that, much higher chance that they're trans, right? If they're wearing like the little heart choker, some people call it a collar. It's not a collar, it's a choker. Like the one where it's like a heart. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that person is probably trans. Cis woman isn't woman. Yeah, cis woman would be like a form of woman. It's a collar. Nuh-uh. You're the problem. Don't you get it? Wait, how am I the problem? The problem in what regard? What problems have I caused? I'm confused. Yeah, Euler Gang. Bring your own baby oil. True. Truth nuke. I'd wear your panties and heels. Really good comment. People being homophobic is so funny to me because they are so stupid and weird. Good point. I agree. Why most of school shooters are trans or date trans people. I mean, that's just like factually incorrect. Where are you getting this from? What's your source on that? Sounds like you made some shit up. Anyways, that choker worn when I was in middle school and I'm 40. Yeah, exactly. Even this person in their 40. I mean, apparently this kind of choker's been around for a while from what I understand. I mean, it is like a subset of, I mean, it's an aspect of alternative fashion, really. I mean, that's where it stems from. Now, granted, trans people are more likely to have, like, alternative fashion senses. It's like, we're already defying norms, right? Generally, societal expectations are going to be, cis heteronormative. So, kind of like the opposite of me. So it's like, obviously, you may as well be alt as well, right? Why not? Crunchy hair and sardine coochie. That's a crazy sentence. Is that a wig? It is not a wig. Anyways, were you hiding the meat? What do you mean, am I hiding the meat? Anyways, I just sent like the 7 names from 5 years ago, pretending to not see. Look, I'm getting a lot of chat messages right now. Here, let me try to find where the fuck. Hold on, give me a sec. Oh God. Chat's moving fast. Let me, where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? Okay, wait, where the fuck? Okay, wait, let me, go to channel activity. This is the only thing I see. Chat messages in the last year. You're still gonna have to get your prostate checked. It's your only other message. What are we talking about? What? I'm not seeing it. Or wait, no, did I click on the wrong person? Wait. Where the fuck? Okay, I don't know where they... Dude, can you like copy and paste it? Can you copy and paste it? So I can actually see it. Yes, only 73 likes, chat. We gotta fix that. Double tap right now. Very important. Okay, we're streaming in front of 205. Jesus Christ. 205 of our closest friends and family. Double tap the smash like, everyone. Very important that you do so. Double tap right now. It's free. It's easy. There's no logical reason not to do it. Donate to support me if you have the money. Whether that be through super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, or because YouTube does take 30% of all the things I just listed, through Streamlabs. Streamlabs link in the pinned message. Any all donations are very much appreciated. Okay? All right, because I'm gonna get facial feminization surgery. Okay? Meaning that I'm gonna look like me but prettier. Okay? I'm gonna look like me but prettier. Smashed you off screen. However, you're not obligated to donate. I understand, if you can't donate, you don't have the money for that. Totally get it. But what you should be doing is double tapping to smash like, okay? Double tap. All right, we're 12 likes away from 100. Double tap right now. Okay, can we get 100 likes within the next 30 seconds? Can we do it within the next 30 seconds? Just 11 of you. Just 11. Meaning you, yes, you. Need to double tap to smash like. Ooh, it's going up. It's going up. Anyways. Sorry. I need to 7 trans people over 5 years. Oh, over 5 years? That's it? Damn. Also, thank you for 100 likes, everyone. We did it within 30 seconds. Thank you. Thank you. How do you get prettier? Well, this time it was by losing weight, actually. Surprisingly. Yeah, I managed to do that. Fuck it, I hit like. Hell yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. Huh, what do you mean? You look feminine? How do these streams work? I've seen them more recently, lol. How does the revenue come in? I've seen revenue. Yeah, so basically people donate and that's all the money that I get. I basically make fuck all in ad revenue. YouTube pays barely anything when it comes to actual AdSense, right? You have to be famous for AdSense to mean anything. How much weight did you lose? 10 pounds. I lost 10 pounds. I was at 150. I'm at 139 now. Okay. I was literally 150 pounds a month ago. Okay. So, yeah, so I'm looking a little bit better. I'm looking a little bit better. Okay. Yeah. I was kind of weight cycling, but then I was just I'm too lazy to lose the weight. And now I've just gotten on Adderall again. Because I was also off my meds. That's also one of the reasons I had gained weight. So, God, that hair is incredible. Thank you. Thank you. Building faith through reading the Bible is strengthening your faith muscle. Yeah, that's so true. Dude, I'm going to strengthen my faith muscles. Dude, why does anybody believe in that shit? Okay, you do realize that religion is just a psyop in order to control the masses, okay? All right, Benjamin Netanyahu wants you to believe. Okay, Benjamin Netanyahu wants you to believe that Jesus rose from the dead and died for our sins, okay? All right, that's what he wants us to believe. All right, but I've escaped the matrix, okay? All right? All right, I don't believe that shit. Jesus loves you. Dude, Jesus got brutally mocked by Pontius Pilate, okay? Jesus got mocked by Pontius Pilate so brutally. All right? All right, he died permanently. He died and stayed dead. Rip Bozo. Rip Bozo. R.I.P. Bozo. Dude, and he had a foot fetish. Jesus had a foot fetish. He's alive? Wait, so you're saying that Jesus faked his death? Does that mean he's in Cuba with Jeffrey Epstein right now? Holy shit, Jesus faked his death. He's in Cuba with Jeffrey Epstein. No way. Yo, holy shit. Yo, that's crazy. Dude, I had no idea. Dude, he's in Cuba with Jeffrey Epstein, Michael Jackson, and Adolf Hitler. Yo, that's crazy. I didn't know that. Jesus is on the file 666 times. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Anyways. You will burn in hell for eternity, and hell's not hot. It's a frozen cold place. I didn't know that the lake of fire was cold. Okay. Anyways.
Where were we? I forgot.
Let's see. Jeffrey is Jewish. Yeah, and you can be a bad person and Jewish. Those things aren't related. You're such an edgelord gang. Yeah. Well, Jesus was also Jewish, if you think about it. Now the thing about Jesus is, he got mocked so brutally, right? And he kind of just died on the cross for nothing. He was he was on the cross, spiking his cortisol levels, and there's nothing good that can come from that. You got to keep in mind, it's just there's no benefit. Jesus wasted his time. Jesus was jester gooning and spiking his cortisol levels over foids on the cross for no reason and then died permanently. Okay? That's what happened. All right? It's because he got brutally mocked by Pontius Pilate, right? Now, if we actually take a look at what Jesus looks like, okay? All right, let's do a facial analysis here. All right? So you can see the first thing that stands out about Jesus is he has an extremely recessed maxilla, right? Very, very downgrown. He also has unequal facial thirds. He has these hideous bug eyes. There's way too much upper eyelid exposure. And the fact of the matter is, he was brutally mogged by this guy. Pontius Pilate was like a certified mogger, right? Like he was like, Chad, at least Chad light, right? Jesus could never be that, right? His eyes are too close set. His mouth is downturned. His mid-face ratio is poor, right? Unequal facial thirds. Too much, under eye bag exposure. There's like a lot asymmetrical eyebrows. There's like a lot of facial flaws here that need to be fixed. Jesus would really benefit from double jaw surgery, right? The thing about Jesus is, if he had just, started looks maxing instead of spiking his cortisol levels over the shit that doesn't matter, he could have ascended to Chad Light. If he had gotten a double jaw surgery, I don't think they would have killed him, right? Because, pretty privilege would have allowed him, to mog everyone. And, no one would have dared challenge him, right? And, I think it just goes to show, the kind of society that we live in, where looks are everything. He got crucified for being sub 5, okay? The real reason that Jesus got crucified is because he's sub 5, all right? If he wasn't a sub 5 male, he wouldn't have been crucified. Anyways, guys, Jesus doom scrolled in the desert for 40 days. But yeah, no, he was just like jester gooning and spiking his cortisol levels on the cross. I don't really understand what the point of that was. Out of all the things that you could, spend your time doing, it's like, why are you doing that instead of looks maxing? Why, imagine spending all that time spiking your cortisol levels, turning water into wine, doing a bunch of shit that doesn't matter, when you could be bone smashing instead, Tell me about the Ensign Bus Purr. Tell me about the Ensign Bus Purr. Please teach me. So Ensign Bus is the greatest Minecraft PvPer of all time. The greatest. In the history of the Minecraft Bedrock no debuff community. Okay? And the Ensign Bus Purr, it's inescapable. Okay? If he hits you with the Ensign Bus Purr, it's over. You better get used to hot environments. Nah, I don't think I'm ever gonna move to like, some shithole like Florida. No thanks. I'm good. I'm good. Anyways, Jesus shows signs of autism. Yeah, I mean he does. Like he doesn't really conform to like social norms in the same way that neurotypical people do. So he was also very autistic. So he definitely had the a mind that would have been capable of looks maxing, right? Because it's one of the most autistic things you can do is looks max. Hello there, hope you're doing well. Hello, bearded Viking. I hope you're also doing well. Hope you're also doing well. Anyways, you look like the type of person that really wants to be a Minecraft YouTuber and brags about it for some reason. Okay, that's fucking brutal. Okay. That is evil. How could you say this? Okay, I'm not a fucking Minecraft YouTuber. I'm not a fucking Minecraft YouTuber. I guess I have like a channel, like a side channel where I like every once in a while upload something Minecraft related. That's just because I was in the Minecraft PvP community. Femyoz Minecraft Let's Play. I actually did have like a mini Let's Play series like 3 years ago. Anyways, you definitely have self-esteem issues. They spill off your screen. Maybe. Minecraft is kind of tough. I agree. Minecraft is great. Minecraft is great. I'd watch the fuck out of that, not gonna lie. Yeah. Pretty much. So I was right. And now she's bragging about it. What am I bragging about? I'm confused. Anyways. Hold on, is this AI? Yeah, dude, I'm AI. How did you know? You're so pretty. Why, thank you. Why, thank you. What is looks Mac? Great question. Hello, Mango Thigh. Good to see you again. Good to see you again. You've been fighting that weirdo with the glasses. Who? Michael Nelson? Dude, I forgot about him. Dude, we could do some Michael Nelson tent. There's other stuff that I want to do, though, okay? There's other stuff I want to do for the day, okay? I'm going to drink some water, and then we're going to get into it, all right? Sorry, I just needed some water. Just needed some water, okay? Do you date big black men? Oh, dear. What kind of question is that? You are ignoring me. Start responding to my chats. I'm sorry. I can't respond to every single chat message, okay? Smash the like button. As you should, as you should. Gulping it down like a good girl. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. The water suckling made my day. As it should. As it should. Anyways, chat. Chat, do you wanna know about how we've confused God's design, how devastating the aftermath is? We could do that. We could do that. I kinda wanna cover that on this stream, okay? Femyoz is a hashtag blacked chud. Don't let her lie. Trook. I just joined. This is so wild already. We do a lot of wild stuff around here, okay? That's like the fun. A true trans girl never drinks water. Where is your pink monster? You got a good point. You got a really good point. My dog is panting hard, but I've already offered him water, and we are a fan of hearing him. And we are having a fan on him. Any recommendations to help him? I don't know, dude. If this is like an unusual issue and you think that there's like something legitimately wrong, then maybe take him to the vet. I don't know. I don't own a dog, so I've never had to deal with that. I have a cat. Her name is Reese. She's very cute. Femi, I'm probably gonna have to miss a stream or two. I'm gonna be in the hospital. Yeah, no worries. No worries. There's nothing wrong with missing a couple streams. You know, watch because it's fun, not out of obligation. Watch because you want to, because you enjoy seeing my personality shine through your screen. That was really fucking gay. Why did I say that? Jesus Christ. Anyways, do you like ding-dongs? Yeah, we got some really intellectual conversations happening in the Femyoz live chat today. Did you wash your pussy today?
No, I did not. I don't have a pussy, dude. I don't, like, I literally couldn't if I wanted to. Like, how can I wash something that doesn't exist? You know, I don't understand. You know, like, that, you know, can somebody fill me in?
Anyways, are you a man or a woman?
I don't know, what am I?
You tell me. Can I be your boyfriend? Probably not. That thing's puss stinks.
Dude, I literally don't have a pussy. I literally don't have a pussy. So, like, how can I have a smelly pussy if I don't have one? Like, what, is this some, like, metaphysical pussy that metaphysically smells bad? I'm so confused. Like, this doesn't make any logical sense.
You remind me of my unresolved mother issues. Can you tell me that I deserve another chicken nugget? Yes, yes, you deserve all the chicken nuggies in the world. You deserve all the dino nuggies. Okay? Do you clean your foreskin?
I don't have foreskin, dude. I was circumcised.
I'd still fuck you like a bitch.
Oh, hell yeah.
You're metaphysically retarded? I don't think, yeah, maybe. You sound retarded. Apparently my guy voice sounds like Ben Shapiro.
Wet ass P word. I am going to shove a dildo up my wet ass P word.
You know, I don't know. That's my best Ben Shapiro impression, which is just my guy voice. Anyways. Circumcised, you're one of the good ones. Yes, indeed. It's like, do you wash your foreskin? I don't have foreskin either. It's like, dude. Like, these questions don't work. Don't use the R slur, WTF. Well, first of all, I'm literally retarded, okay? Second of all, I have autism. It's my word to use. I can use it however I want. Third of all, you know, me using it frequently, you know, diminishes the meaning. So, you know, if you're worried about it being, you know, used derogatorily, it's like, well, I'd rather the word just not mean anything. You know, if it just becomes a stronger version of idiot, then it's like, it's not really offensive, is it? Circumcision is not good. What do you mean? Yeah, no, I would say that circumcision, you know, considering the fact that, you know, infants literally cannot consent, you know, I would argue that's like a bad thing. Especially considering the fact that, you know, that like that's something that can get botched, right? Yeah, that shit gets botched. You know, I was almost botched. I'm also autistic. No, you fucking don't. Yeah, well, I'm the superior autist, okay? I have the better type of autism than you, okay?
You have the shitty type of autism.
Okay? My autism is better than your autism, okay? Look, fact of the matter is, first of all, I can say whatever the fuck I want, okay? Cry about it. Second of all, okay? I quite literally am the demographic of person that the word would be used against, okay? If you think that I haven't, you know, experienced ableism throughout my childhood, you are sadly mistaken, okay? Just because I'm articulate now, just because I, you know, go out of my way to be as entertaining as possible doesn't automatically mean that I've never experienced ableism in my life. Okay, my childhood was fucking hell. Okay, and it wasn't just because of gender dysphoria. I mean, that definitely was a big proponent of it. But it was the fact that I was treated like I wasn't even human. You know, it was like I wasn't even sentient to these people. You know, they would talk down to me in the worst way possible, right? You know, it's like, no, I like, because I was genuinely special needs, but it didn't mean I was like, you know, like that I needed to be like treated like I wasn't human. Also, thank you, Lord Fish did nothing wrong for the 5, saying, I have the tism with the rhythm. Thank you very much. I agree, and me too. You're deaf 100% woman, no penis. I agree with the first part. The first part is true. Asperger's? Maybe. I don't know, because I was very quiet, you know, early on. You know, when I was like 5, because keep in mind, I'm very talkative now. I didn't used to be that way. I learned how to verbalize all of the things that I'm thinking as like a mechanism through which I can basically assert intellectual dominance and superiority over the people that were talking down to me at the time. You know, you have to keep in mind that, you know, I didn't start out particularly articulate, particularly good at sharing my thoughts or feelings or anything like that, right? So I basically learned, you know, some basic shit on how to mask. I learned some very basic stuff on how to communicate with neurotypical people, and then I used it against the people that taught me. I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna like use it for like, you know, the opposite of what you want me to use it for. So yeah, and now part of it is because I'm contrarian. Big part of it is just because, like, you know, fuck these people. They treated me like I wasn't fucking human. Genuinely evil. Genuinely fucking evil. Yo, thank you so much, Eskimo Quinn, for the $20, you beautiful fucking bastard. Holy shit. Saying thoughts on an apodravia? I don't know what that is, so I don't have any thoughts, but thank you. I'm LGBTQ, how about you? Yeah, I am too, Why does she yap so much? Well, because I had to learn how to articulate my thoughts, right? I think this is one of the reasons why a lot of autistic people are brutally honest, right? It's not just, you know, the reason a lot of us are brutally honest, edgy, and straight to the point is because we've had people talk down to us, treat us like shit, act like we don't know anything, basically just, you know, act like, oh yeah, dude, this person needs to be, you know, they either need to be coddled or talked down to in some way. Okay, they're not a sentient life form that has thoughts and opinions of their own. And it's like, you know, I think it's a way of going against that in a lot of cases, right? I think a lot of it stems from that. At least in my experience, it does stem from that. Ain't nothing but a retard. Hell yeah, dude. I'm a retard and I'm proud. You actually look good. I'm pretty sure girls find you attractive. Gay women, sometimes, yeah. Yeah, sometimes gay and bisexual women will compliment me and say that they find me attractive. No, it depends on whether or not I'm their type, of course. You know, I'm not going to be everybody's type. And, you know, not everyone is going to be attracted to trans people. That's fine. Trans rights are human rights. Truth nuke. Truth nuke. Femyoz, I'm John Dragon Ball. Thank you for sharing it, John Dragon Ball. Gay women, lesbian. Hell yeah, lesbians are based. Lesbians are very based.
I don't even know how you could disagree with that, though.
Anyways, you're hot as fuck.
Why, thank you. I appreciate that.
Wait, you're trans?
You better believe I am.
Femyoz is my favorite type. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. You know, that's one of those things where it's like, you know, I don't know. You keep my tism out yo effing mouth. Yeah, but like I'm genuinely severely autistic. You have cute and squishy cheeks. Why, thank you. Like, y'all do realize that, like, you know, you're okay. There are things that I do. There are dispositions I have that are extremely fucking autistic. Okay, as a kid, especially, I had the worst sensory issues. Hell, if I'm at like I'm the kind of person where, you know, if I'm going to go out to a restaurant with somebody, I do not want to go there when it's crowded. Okay, if it's extremely crowded, I do not like that. That bothers me a lot. Okay, I can deal with it. I've learned to tolerate it, right? I've learned to tolerate it because I'm like, okay, I have to get used to this. But, you know, it's like I can only tolerate it for so long before I, you know, inevitably get overwhelmed and shut down. You know, and it's like, it's difficult for me to not have that. You know what I mean? Lesbians are goated and so are trans people. Truth nuke. I'm a Mr. Frog supporter, as you should be. Yeah, Charlie Kirk got blown the fuck out. True. We get it, bro. You invented autism or something? True. I invented autism. This is real. No, but it was way worse when I was a kid. I had some of the worst sensory issues. Bro, I used to bite my wrists constantly. I also used to like bite my hand very hard. I would like hold the bite for like 2 minutes because it would like create like a little design. It would create like a little teeth design on my hand. You know, obviously you know, they were like, you have a fucking Chewy toy. And I'm like, no, you don't get it. You don't understand why I do this. It's not the biting itself. It's the release. You know, like it's like, no. You misunderstand fundamentally the reason why I'm biting my hands in the first place. Okay. Your wrists though. Yeah, I did that too. Yeah, I mean, if you looked at any shirt that I had, any long sleeve shirt from when I was like, 3 to 5 years old or whatever, you know, the bottom part of the sleeves would be completely fucking torn up by my teeth. Okay. But yeah, no, are you cannibalistic? Why are you biting your hand? I wasn't trying to eat my hands. Biting and eating aren't the same thing. Thank you very much. I've never had any desire to eat people. You're not trans, you look too good.
No, I am trans. That's why I did voice training. That's why I can sound like this.
You're really pretty. You remind me of someone. Hell yeah, and thank you. I'm glad that I remind you of whatever really cool person it is that I remind you of. Don't disrespect Charlie Kirk, you bitch. Yeah, well, he like disrespected trans people, so why wouldn't trans people disrespect him back? It doesn't make any sense. Do you take HRT? You better believe I do, okay? I've been taking HRT for over 2.5 years now. Quite a while, I must say. You remind them of Oliver London. Okay, I'm nothing like Ollie London. That guy's like a grifter. And he's chopped. I mean, I guess I'm chopped too. Oh wow, you got me good. But he's like a different type of chopped. He's like botched. Because he tried to get he got surgery to try to look more Korean as like a white British dude. It's like, you know, surgery can definitely benefit people's appearance, but you know, it has limits. You know, there are limits to what surgery can actually do for somebody's face. You know, doesn't that help your voice sound more feminine, or is that estrogen? No, estrogen doesn't make your voice higher. No, it's purely voice training. You might look the part, but you're pretty masculine. Yeah, I mean, look, fact of the matter is, you know, at heart, I'm a lesbian. So yeah, of course I'm gonna, not that being lesbian means you act masculine. You know, there are plenty of lesbians that act, you know, super feminine or whatever, right? But, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm a masculine woman, right? Like, in terms of my personality, yeah, I'm more on the masculine side. That doesn't mean that I'm not a woman though, right? For the same reason that like a tomboy isn't necessarily a man, right? It's not necessarily a trans man. Yeah, Lowkirk genuinely. Why is there blue around your eyes? You must be colorblind. You are colorblind, my friend. Girly boys and T-girls have my heart. Hell yeah. Your voice training is really good. How long have you been voice training? I guess, you know, it was only active voice training for like a few months where I was like hyper fixated on it. You know, I basically started out by watching trans voice lessons, practicing in my car. And then I, you know, joined a bunch of tranny Discord voice training servers. And then I voice trained for hours every night for a few months. And then on YouTube, what I started doing, because I was still streaming at the time, right? I was streaming at the time back then as well, is I would do one thing once a week consistently to make my voice slightly more feminine, right? So it was more sustainable. And then I just kept doing that. And then eventually this just became my voice. So yeah. Anyways, your feminine voice sounds really good. Why, thank you. I appreciate that.
Anyways, guys, yeah, like it's actually more effort for me to sound like this now
than for me to sound like this. Because like, this is something I'm used to. I'm used to sounding like this and talking like this,
right? I am not used to talking like this. I don't talk like this anymore. Do a Valley Girl accent. Oh my god, yes, Soleil Queen. Oh my god, she is such a Virgo. I swear to God. Like, girl, bye. You, like, God, Courtney is such a slut. Like, oh my god. Yeah, dude, I feel like that. Oh my god, and like, dude, in like the latest episode of the Kardashians, like, you can see, like, oh my god. I swear, and look, normally I live, okay? I live for Kylie, but like, dude, she was being such a stuck up bitch, I swear. There's my Valley Girl accent. Was that satisfactory? That's what, for anyone that has a Valley Girl accent, that's what you all sound like to me, okay? That's, you know, I don't know how accurate it is. Anyways, that was so tough. Hell yeah, bro. Mean Girl Femyoz, yeah. Yeah, it's the release. Brap. Jesus Christ. Are you trans? You better believe I am. That was on point. Okay, good. I'm glad it was accurate. The human experience / condition / self-awareness isn't fun all the time and it might be a curse. Yeah, I've thought about that. Life sure is a wild, it is wild, an unpredictable ride / journey. I hope you're feeling better. Hell yeah. What have you done with your life? Absolutely fuck all. I'll have you find. Bro can't scratch his balls. I can and I will. I will scratch my balls when they itch. Thank you very much. That was accurate as fuck, to be honest. Hell yeah. Does it strain your voice to make it higher, or have you gotten used to it? No, it does not strain my voice. I have gotten used to it. It actually strains my voice to do this. This is like straining to my voice. This requires effort, and the reason is because I don't use these muscles anymore, right? I don't use the muscles that are required for me to sound like this. I use the muscles that are required for me to sound like this, right? Very accurate. The Jewish have truly want. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Dude, everyone is like super like anti-Semitic now. Not everyone, but like, dude, I don't know. Why is it, dude, it's like suddenly like super like socially acceptable to be anti-Semitic. Like, can we just be like anti-billionaire? Or like anti-big corporation, you know, something that's like, you know, actually logical. You know, it's like, I feel like a lot of people are just like, the Jews are bad. Why? Because like, that's what people are saying on Twitter right now. It's like, okay, dude. Because of Palestine. That's Israel, not Judea. Like, that's not being Jewish. That's not even the religion of Judaism, right? That's Zionism. Zionism and Jewishness are not one and the same, right? If you think that those are the same thing, you are part of the problem. The Zionists that say that it's anti-Semitic to call out Zionism are they are more anti-Semitic than the people calling them out would supposedly be. Right? The people calling them out are not anti-Semitic. They are anti-Semitic because they equate Jewishness with Zionism. Right? They're saying that being Jewish necessarily indicates that you are in favor of a hyper-nationalistic, authoritarian ethno-state project. Okay? And, you know, to say that that's like an intrinsic property of being Jewish, yeah, that's pretty fucking stupid. You know, that's pretty dumb. Not everyone can dissociate Israel from Jewish people at large. Yeah, which I think is fucking stupid. I think that if we had more logical thinkers, you know, people like me, of course, you know I'm truly the greatest. All jokes aside, I think that if people thought more logically, this wouldn't be an issue. It's just that people are irrational and they see like, oh, they're Jewish and therefore that, you know, that must be the reason they're bad. It's literally just like a correlation causation fallacy. It's like the entire worldview is grounded in a logical fallacy. You know, it doesn't make any sense. It's like whether or not a billionaire is wearing a tiny hat has no bearing on whether or not they're evil. Okay, they're evil because they're a greedy billionaire that hoards their wealth and exploits us for our labor. Okay, they're not evil for you know, if they're Jewish or whatever, for being Jewish. Right? It doesn't make any logical sense. Do you like Bernie Sanders and Jess Ventura? I don't know who Jess is, but Bernie Sanders, yeah, he's pretty cool. He's pretty cool, I guess. I don't believe you're trans. Show us proof. I already did with the voice. So, like, yeah. You're not gonna fool me, bucko.
Anyways, yeah. What bathroom do you use? Just curious. Yeah, so whenever I'm streaming and I go to the bathroom, I actually use the upstairs bathroom, right? Because I'm upstairs right now, right? So this is my room. I'm upstairs. And there's like an upstairs bathroom like in the hallway. So whenever I use the bathroom, I use the upstairs one. But sometimes if somebody is in the upstairs bathroom, then I go downstairs and use the downstairs bathroom. So it kind of depends, but usually the upstairs. Anyways, you should clip this, lol. Yeah, I need to start clip farming. Because, like, honestly, I feel like my channel would do a bit better if I uploaded more YouTube shorts. You know? We should react to transphobia. You've got a point. We should do that. We really should do that. Sit down or stand up? Yeah, that's a crazy question. That's wild. Do you still have your penis? Yeah, these are awesome questions. Really good stuff happening. These comments make me sick. Yeah, I mean, they are strange indeed. Yeah, they are very, very strange, interesting comments. This is an odd job. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, being a streamer is very odd to say the very least, you know, but I love it. It's what I love doing. Hey, thank you, Patel Crafter, for the $10, you beautiful fucking bastard. Saying, looking adorable, Femi, why, thank you. Thank you very much. But yeah, I also, dude, I look better than I did like a month ago, or even just like a couple weeks ago. Okay, I've lost like 10 pounds, okay? Which I think is awesome, okay? You know, it's part of the weight cycle. It's part of the journey, okay? I'm probably gonna lose another 10 pounds and then gain a bunch of it back. You know, I'm still a brick. I'm still a rectangle. So, you know, I do need more, you know, fat redistribution, of course. You know, don't get me wrong. This is my fit today, of course. You know, it's like my stomach isn't as bad. You know, it's still bricky, but whatever. You know, it's like less bad. It's at least, you know, better than it was. But yeah, eventually the goal would be to get body contouring. Because, you know, I don't think that, you know, I don't think that, like, anything else is going to be enough. I also should work out. I should work out first. See, like, what's the most I can do through just, like, working out alone. If I didn't know otherwise... Wait, what? How do they remove T when transitioning? So basically, two things. One, anti-androgens. So I take an anti-androgen called spironolactone. And what that does is it suppresses my testosterone production. Additionally, estrogen in of itself, to an extent, suppresses testosterone. So the combination of anti-androgens plus estrogen basically, you know, completely, like almost completely suppresses testosterone. So my testosterone levels are actually notably below that of the average cis woman. I have barely any testosterone. L Spyro? Dude, why? Okay, I know that people hate on Spyro because, like, I guess it makes you pee a bunch, but, like, aside from making you pee a bunch, also, yeah, don't spam. You're, like, a regular, so I'm gonna change your timeout to 10 seconds, okay? I'm gonna change it to 10 seconds, regardless of whatever it was. Diaper pisser because of Spyro. Dude, what is with you guys in diapers? Jesus Christ. Okay, aside from making you have to piss constantly, like, why does everyone hate Spyro so much? Anyways. Add fucking fuck you. Be whatever you want. Your body is amazing, princess. Fuck you, hot. Thank you. I wish I had estrogen. Yeah. HRTcafe.net. Anyways, you didn't hear that from me. Anyways. You are still a biological man. Well, man isn't a biological term. But yeah, I've never claimed to be biologically female, if that's what you're trying to get at. You definitely look good. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Your hair is genuinely so pretty. I wish I had hair like that. Thank you. Spyro was so OP. They, them energy. I had like a little non-binary phase before I realized, no, I'm just like trans all the way. And that's just because I'm like, you know, in terms of like my personality, it's like, it's kind of androgynous. But it's like, I feel like I'm more of a masculine woman, right? I'm more of a masculine woman because I was like, well, I'm too masculine to be a woman or whatever. And, you know, that's probably some form of internalized transphobia. Yo, thank you, Shinto Priestess, for the $2, you beautiful fucking bastard, saying transition is crazy for 2 years. I hit 4 years today. Yo, congratulations on your fourth year of being on HRT. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. I'm Demi, I think so, I'm cis. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I don't know. How long did it take for your hair to grow? Many years, many years. This is over the course of probably like 3 years with like one haircut. Over the course of those 3 years, that haircut would have been like probably 6 months ago. I'm overdue for another haircut. I need to get another one. Cause my hair has grown out. It's time for another haircut. Okay, I need to get bangs. I need to get some side swept bangs. The nice thing about side swept bangs is like they grow back nicely. There's not like a phase that I see people often complain about with regular bangs where it's like, oh, and then it gets in my eyes or whatever, and you know, there's like the awkward phase of growing it out or whatever. It's like if you get side swept bangs, you just like push it to the side or like back, and it's like fine. There's no such thing as internalized phobia, period. Well, that's just like a false statement. You're just like wrong about that. Damn, you look so pretty. Yo, thank you, Bunk. Yo, it's good to see you again. It's good to see you again. You're a little gorgeous girl who I will respect you for your own life, but OMG, you are amazing. Are you single? No, I'm actually creating a polycule. I'm actually creating a polycule though. Yes, I am that type of tranny, okay? I am that type of tranny, okay? And you know what? There's nothing to be ashamed of. Look, sometimes people enjoy being sexual degenerates, and if it's all consensual, you know, I don't see what the issue is. How does one join? Being within my proximity, me thinking you're hot, yeah, basically that. You know? Oh god, it's creating a polycule. Yeah, problem? 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 Do you want hormones for children without proper psychiatric evaluation? Okay, that's fair. Yeah, obviously proper psychiatric evaluation is going to be necessary, but I think you might be mistaken about how the system actually works in reality. Because nobody is just going to the minors aren't going to the estrogen store or the testosterone store and getting fucking hormones over the counter, right? This isn't happening, right? In terms of the actual process, it actually has the opposite issue, right? So if you even want to just get puberty blockers, right? This requires showing persistent gender dysphoria as well as a whole myriad of other symptoms for 6 months straight, right? Getting diagnosed with gender dysphoria, of course, and then not only does the kid have to want it, but the doctor has to approve, and the parents also have to consent. And if and only if all of those conditions are met, are they able to even get puberty blockers, let alone hormone replacement therapy. And while taking puberty blockers at any point, if they change their mind, they could just go off of them and go through regular ass natal puberty or whatever, right? They can just go through their natal puberty and just like, you just start puberty slightly later, which is fine. There's just nothing wrong with that. So yeah. Drop the website name again, please. hrtcafe.net. You didn't hear it from me. It's not an endorsement or anything. That is just the name of a website that just happens to exist in the world, okay? You know, it's a website. It exists. You can do with that information what you will. I would never endorse something like that though, because that would be bad. I would never endorse that. Yeah, and obviously all the sister sites are goated too. Anyways, look, I would never promote anything. I would never promote anything like that. Okay, I only promote things that are from doctors and prescribed. I would never do the contrary. Dude, I don't know. What am I even saying? Anyways. Oh god, she serves. There are a lot of sick groomer doctors out there. Look, there are sick people all over the place. They're in the churches. They're fucking everywhere, okay? Fucking everywhere. Okay? It's not exclusive to that. Yeah, they're gonna be sick, twisted individuals all over the place. It's not doctor specific. Now, it might be a little bit Catholic priest specific, but you know. Chat, I want to watch a video together, okay? All right? Don't leave, okay? This is going to be worth your time, okay? It's called We've Confused God's Design, and the aftermath is devastating. Oh no, the aftermath is devastating. What shall we do? The horror. So we're going to be finding out why this is the case, okay? Because I just searched transgenderism, sorted by, videos posted today, because they removed the sort by upload date feature, which I think is horrendous. Why would they do that? Why would they remove that? It's so dumb. It was my favorite feature for finding content, just completely removed. So I have no choice but to just like make it, well, okay, if it's uploaded today, it's probably also gonna be glup shittos. So it's the next best. It's the next best. Let me fix my hair. It looks terrible under the headphones. Unless I like change it slightly. Yeah, I'm overdue for a haircut. Anyways. Well, let's see what this is all about.
Can we actually change who God created us to be?
Well, God didn't create anybody because he isn't real. But go on.
From the very being of who we are.
What does that mean? Change as a person. Change fundamentally who you are. I would argue to some capacity you can change certain aspects, some of the more superficial aspects of yourself. Absolutely. But who you are as a core, not necessarily, right? And that's why I have no choice but to be transgender, right? Because at my core, I'm just not a guy. Hate to say it, but it's just true.
From the time we were born until right now, can we change it? Or are the effects devastating to society?
Wait, what's devastating? Who is changing who they are fundamentally? It seems to be the case that the opposite is true in the case of trans people being more open about their identities, where they're being themselves and they're not being pressured to change who they are. But let's see why this person, argues the opposite, I presume.
See, that's something I want to talk about in this video. And this is a video I really didn't want to make, but something...
He didn't want to make it, so he's going to spend 26 minutes talking about it.
Something tragic just happened this week in my home country of Canada.
Oh, it's the shooting, of course. But you're not going to make a video for any of the other, shootings that have happened. Ignore all of those. But now that it's a trans person, now suddenly it's super important. We should all talk about it, okay? You are obligated to talk about it.
Christ follower myself, I ask myself these questions a lot, and I kind of...
I don't know if you ask yourself very many questions. As a Christ cuck, are you sure you ask questions? I don't think you ask enough questions. I think that's the real issue.
Wrestle with the idea of where should the church step in? As a Christian myself, where should I step in?
The church step in for what? What are is the church gonna protect the schools from the school shootings now? Or are they just gonna be more anti-trans? Because it sounds like it's gonna be the latter.
And where should I interject? Where should I just step away and let things just, let the chips fall where they lie? And
well, how would you intend on intervening here?
Be okay with the results? This is a line, I think, that has been crossed that the church really needs to step up on. And there's...
Step up how? What do you want them to do?
Really good reasons for it, which I'm going to get into in this video.
Reasons for what? What are they going to do to step in?
Now, if you guys don't know me, my name is Matt LaFay. I'm a Christian music artist from Canada. And
wow, I'm sure you make, incredible Christian music. I'm sure it's not fucking horrendous.
And actually, this is my new channel that I've created just for Christian commentary and stuff like that.
Oh, that's awesome. I better subscribe.
And just to separate it from the music stuff. My music channel's a lot bigger than this one, but I am growing this one. But I want to be able to have real, candid conversations.
Oh, boy, I'm so excited.
And not confuse the algorithm. And this is one of these conversations that...
I love confusing the algorithm. It's my favorite. That's what this channel is all about. That's why my channel is dead.
Has been on my heart, and usually my videos are a lot more quick-paced and stuff like this. I just want this one to be from my heart. It's not going to have a lot of edits in it.
It's from his heart.
Shoot from the hip, okay? So bear with me. If you're new here, thank you for clicking on the video and for watching.
That's me.
But this has been on my heart. And I think we just, as a...
If you really think you're right about this, bring me in to debate you on live. Oh yeah, dude, I really care what some fucking glup shitto has to say on the matter. Maybe I'll do call-in debates again at some point. We'll see.
Body of Christ worldwide, not just in Canada or the US. These two countries are tightly knit, but as a body of Christ...
Look, if Jesus didn't die and he faked his death, he's probably hiding in Cuba right now with Jeffrey Epstein.
Christ, as a whole, we needed to be combating this whole narrative that's been pushed.
What's the narrative that's being pushed, and how do you intend on combating it?
So let's jump into that right now. And first off, the question is it the job of the church to step into politics, right? If so, and if it is, how can we do it?
Oh yeah, dude, I really want to hear what the church's stance is on politics.
So if you guys don't know, there was a horrific shooting this week, in my country. I live in Canada.
Yeah, you've already said that, dipshit. Get to the point.
And it was just horrendous, okay? Like, it was a school that was targeted.
Guys, school shootings are bad.
I think it was like I believe it was 9 people that died completely, but most of them were 12 and 13-year-olds. And it was targeted.
Guys, did you know it's bad to murder innocent children? Holy shit, such a brave, controversial stance.
By a transgender shooter, okay? Now, we don't know the whole story, the background of this person, but I have some details that I will share that might open up your eyes a little bit of maybe what's happening behind the scenes in this, okay? So as we're wrestling with these questions, you're going to see in the media, especially the liberal media, you're going to see them be like pushing for more gun control. Now, here's the problem.
No, just remove the trans people. Yeah, surely that'll stop the school shootings, of course.
Canada has really strict gun laws, okay? You have to go through a lot.
Yeah, and that's why there's less school shootings there. You fucking moron.
A lot of processes just to get the license and to renew the license and make sure you're fit. And then you can't conceal, like you can't carry at all, pretty much. So,
yeah, and you might notice that, like, you know, the school shootings are things that usually happen in America and not Canada. And that when it does happen in Canada, it's the exception and not the rule.
You need to have them locked away in a case. Like the laws are crazy strict when it comes to gun laws in Canada.
Okay, so what's your solution?
And which I only bring that up because you're seeing the U.S. fighting for stricter gun laws. And anytime you see a school shooting in the U.S.
Why would you compare the U.S. to Canada? Canada has less school shootings by a lot. There's way more school shootings per capita in the U.S. than in Canada. Why would you be making this comparison if you're trying to argue that it has nothing to do with gun laws? While comparing the two countries with different gun laws, with different amounts of school shootings. Like, what are we saying?
And they're all horrific. It's awful. It's awful.
Guys, school shootings are bad.
Fighting for stricter gun.
Yes, politics is based on lobbying. That is what it is based around. Everyone knows this.
About the issues, and sometimes they do. Politicians are going to politic. But what happened here in my home country of Canada is case in point that stricter laws aren't going to stop bad people from doing bad things.
Okay, then why is it the case that per capita, what you see in Canada is less school shootings? Why is that the case?
We know that, and it goes.
But we actually don't know that. You've given an example that would You've given us you've given us an example that serves the literal opposite of what you're trying to make in terms of an argument. Okay, you've given us an example that demonstrates the opposite of your argument. What are you doing?
Back to original sin, okay? Like, we're created in sin. We need Jesus Christ to redeem us, believing in...
Redeem us from what?
And abiding by his grace and knowing that we are saved through faith in Jesus, not because of who we are or what we do, but because of what he's already done.
Dog, Jesus died like thousands of years ago. Why are you so obsessed with this guy, okay? You know, Jesus died and stayed dead, okay? Rip bozo, okay? All right, look, I think it's worth noting that, Jesus, Jesus Christ was a guy who was, he just kind of died for no reason. He died like a chump. He has a very recessed maxilla. He got brutally mocked by Pontius Pilate. Okay, he was jester gooning and cortisol maxing on the cross. All right, he was spiking his cortisol levels and then died for no reason permanently. All right, I think it's worth just putting it out there.
But there's a breakaway from that. We believe in original sin as Christians. Now, here's the problem. Police had been called to this suspect's house. I'm not even going to say his name, okay? On multiple occasions over the last several years related to mental health problems. They actually took the...
Yes, I think that mental health issues should be related. I think that mental health issues should also be taken care... Oh my God, I can't even speak. Yes, obviously I think that mental health should be taken more seriously. Right, that's also another issue. These aren't mutually exclusive solutions, though. You can do both.
This person's guns a couple years ago. They gave them back eventually. But this kind of just shows that the gun law is saying, like, yes, I believe you need to have a certain level of gun laws. I'm not crazy extreme on both sides. But I think...
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Look, I don't have the strongest position when it comes to gun laws. But the arguments that this guy has presented are evidence in favor of stricter gun laws. Like, I don't know why he would make the comparison between the US and Canada if he's not in favor of stronger gun laws in the US. Like, it doesn't make any sense. You can't both sides that and then come up with an example that demonstrates the literal opposite of what you're trying to
I
argue.
think we need to establish from the get-go, stricter gun laws would not have stopped this tragedy at all. Okay, so moving on. There was 9 killed. I'm looking at my paper now. 9 killed, mostly 12 and 13-year-olds. When the news has been releasing information, they're calling this shooter a female. And the problem is that
Why is that the part you're focused on? Why do you give a fuck?
this female was and is actually a male who
Yeah, who cares? Who cares? Literally, who gives a shit?
transitioned to try to be a female, which as Christians, we believe that's not possible. All right?
Yeah, as a delusional fucking retard that believes in a magic man who walked on water and a talking snake. You don't believe that it's possible, even though the scientific consensus is the literal opposite of what you're saying.
Case closed. Here's the problem, okay? This person was 18 years old this week when they committed this crime.
Yeah?
They have been transitioning for the past 6 years,
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything?
making them 12 years old when they started transitioning to change genders.
Yeah, and?
Just let that hit you. That's hard.
Let that hit you? Like, I'm supposed to care about this? Like, this is supposed to be irrelevant. Like a bunch of people died at school today, and you're worried about their gender identity. This is what you care about.
Heartbreaking. I have kids. I have
It's heartbreaking that they had access to necessary medical care. Like, what are we talking about? You know, I wish I had that when I was 12.
a 13-year-old daughter. I have a 16-year-old son. I couldn't
Yeah, I feel bad for them. They're not going to talk to you when they're adults and financially independent. I'm just saying.
imagine, as a parent, even if they were confused about things and being pushed around by society and the narrative
No, trans people aren't confused. You are sadly mistaken. We're quite literally the opposite of confused. We know exactly what we want.
that politicians are really just trying to get votes for. And it's all about money too. That's a different subject. I couldn't imagine putting my kid through hell like that. Now here's the thing.
No, by forcing a trans kid to be cis and go through the wrong puberty, that is how you put them through hell. Forcing anybody to be something they're not in either direction is immoral. So if you force a cis kid to transition, you are doing a moral wrong. If you force a trans kid to go through their natal puberty, you are also doing a moral wrong. These are morally equivalent.
This young man, I'm going to call him a young man because that's what he is,
No, she was a woman, a very evil one at that.
was 12 when he started this process, meaning the confusion started at 12.
Like, are you actually going to try to demonstrate some sort of causal link between being transgender or transitioning early and being a school shooter? Like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Or are we just going to ignore the fact that, you know, literally every other trans person is not a mass shooter? Or the fact that, you know, if we actually take a look at, you know, how many trans people are there in society proportionally versus how many trans people are shooters proportionally, trans people aren't overrepresented in that category of shooters. If anything, they're underrepresented. So this doesn't make any fucking sense.
This young man, it seems, targeted 12 to 13-year-olds. I don't know if that's, you know, just something we should look into, or if there's something behind that.
Yeah, maybe it's the fact that they, I don't know, got bullied by people that age when they were that age, early in their transition, you know, because we get treated like shit early in our transitions. Very, like, I'm just gonna put it out there. You know, I'm just speculating. I'm not saying that that's, you know, directly what caused it. But if anything would have caused it, it would be that. You know, being treated like shit by people that age. And then getting angry over it.
Problem is, though, like, this person's childhood and life basically stopped when he was 12. And
That's not how that works. What are we talking about? For me, it's the opposite. My life began when I was 19 and I started hormone replacement therapy. Yeah. It's kind of the opposite of what you're saying.
I think we're seeing some parallels there. That's all I'm going to say about that. But it does seem that we're seeing a lot more violence from this community.
He's just connecting dots where they don't connect. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Okay. And it hasn't been proven. If you type into ChatGPT or Google, which I have, is there more violence within that certain community? And I don't even want to say too much of it because I'll get...
Well, yeah, because if you Google it, it'll prove you wrong. It'll prove that the literal opposite is true. So of course you're not going to Google it or use ChatGPT or whatever.
Flagged on YouTube. They're going to say, no, it's not. But
yeah, but ignore all the evidence, okay? Don't believe your lying eyes, okay? The evidence is all wrong. Because what about my anecdote?
you go into the statistics, which I want to jump into in a minute. And you can see things are shifting. Okay, it's not looking good at all. And you
what things are shifting specifically?
even seen it come to a head last year with the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
What does this have to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk? What are we saying?
Over this same issue. Okay? You need to understand that that's paramount that you understand that. And the media has pushed this agenda with the sob stories of people just wanting to be themselves.
Yeah, that is exactly what we want. We do want to be ourselves. We actually don't want to be forced to conform to a box that makes us miserable and suicidal. Thank you very much.
Okay? And it's starting to really go wrong.
How so?
You see, the laws that have been created surrounding this aren't for the people. They're
You mean the anti-trans laws? You're right. You're right. They're not for the people. They benefit nobody.
for the popular vote. That's what they're for. They're for the vote. So over the past years, you've seen
But no, it's not the case that it's for the popular vote. What are we talking about? If anything, a lot of the policy positions that these people have are on the basis of what the lobbying money entails, right? That's why they're all pro-Israel. Also, thank you, Vessel, for the one saying, put a baby octopus on your nose and then try to eat it without your hands. I think I'm good, but thank you very much, I guess.
an influx of money being poured into
I would not want to eat it. I'd feel bad, because octopuses are extremely intelligent.
the transgender, gay, LGBTQ whole village of people, okay? And the support with gender-affirming care. Everything's covered by healthcare in Canada here. Like, we have universal health
Yeah, as it should be.
care. A bunch of socialists. And the lifestyle
No, socialism is not one healthcare. Okay, socialism entails some form of collective ownership of the means of production. You obviously have no idea what you're talking about.
being adopted into mainstream life in Hollywood. So you're seeing, like, the last 10 years, it's never been like it is now. 10 years ago, these people were trying to get noticed, to be seen.
Yeah, why is that? Why is that the case? It's almost like we're transgender independent of what society says is the case. It's almost like we transition in spite of what society says is acceptable, not because of it.
Honestly, they just probably wanted to be fixed and healed. But instead, we affirmed them. We didn't heal them.
No, it is the literal opposite. You are dumb. The issue is gender dysphoria. The only treatment for gender dysphoria is transitioning. That is a fact. Now, if you could find some magical treatment that cures gender dysphoria that's scientifically proven, show it to me, please. I would love to see it. I would love to have that treatment. But until then, you're saying a whole lot of shit.
And we're seeing the ramifications of that now. It seems like you can't watch a movie on Netflix.
Nope, this is it's not even a causation correlation fallacy, because there's not even a correlation to point to. You're just like pointing to one anecdote and you're saying, see guys, it's because of the transgenders. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Or Amazon or anything anymore without there being an LGBTQ affirming scene in it, just to make sure that community feels seen and loved.
Yeah, why is that bad?
And is that right? I think it's wrong. I completely think it's wrong. And I
Can you establish the objective and measurable harm?
want to get into why I think that's wrong right now. There's a stat from the University of Ottawa, and I wanted to keep it in Canada, so University of Ottawa, okay? Capital of Canada. Here we go. I'm going to read this. Pay attention. This is the headline. New research from the University of Ottawa finds the prevalence of serious mental disorders and suicide is higher among people who identify as transgender.
And what are the causal links there? Is it because they're transgender and transitioning makes them more mentally ill? Well, no, because there are longitudinal studies that demonstrate that transitioning and being accepted in their gender identities actually makes them less mentally ill. So again, another causation correlation fallacy right on display here.
Or gender diverse compared to cisgender.
Yeah, why? Why though? Why is that the case?
People who identify within this category are facing higher rates of suicide and mental illness.
Yeah, but going back in the closet doesn't magically fix their mental health issues, you fucking moron. It makes it worse. Okay? Being forced to live as the gender that they were assigned at birth doesn't make anything better. That doesn't decrease the suicide rate. It drastically increases it.
Let's keep going. Transgender and gender diverse people were up to 3 times more likely to meet the criteria for depression, generalized anxiety disorder, bipolar disorder, and social phobia.
And what's the causal link there? What is causing it?
social phobia over a 1-year period compared to a cisgender person. More than half of transgender or gender diverse people in the study had met the criteria for major depression. Guys, half. 50%.
Yeah, maybe because we get treated like shit in society and people don't accept us. Yeah, you think that might have something to do with it? Or the fact that we're oftentimes denied access to necessary medical care, and then we go through, the wrong puberty, and then we're extremely dysphoric over our, extremely masculinized or feminized secondary sex characteristics, depending on, what you are and what you went through.
That's a lot. That's a lot, okay? When we're talking about stats and studies, that's a lot. Usually like 3% is a lot. So more than half of transgender or gender
Are you going to establish what the causal link is? Because if not, this is meaningless.
diverse people in the study had met their criteria for major depression, generalized anxiety, or social phobia in their lives.
That's awesome. Can you establish the causal link?
Transgender and gender diverse people were 3 times more likely to report thoughts of check this out.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know this, but maybe instead of being a retard, you could establish what the causal link is.
And 6 times more likely to have attempted during their lifetime. This research is important because it highlights that we need better supports. Remember, this is coming from the University of Ottawa for transgender and gender diverse people. I agree.
That means more access to gender-affirming care, being supported by, family and society at large is obviously going to benefit them mentally, right? Getting access to care earlier is also going to have mental benefits, etc.
They need some help. It's not what they're saying, though. Who experience high rates of prejudice and discrimination, says lead.
Well, there you go. There you go. There is a potential causal link that you just listed.
Author Hiiiiii. Sure. A PhD student in the school.
Yeah, so the study you're reading is saying the opposite of what you're trying to say. It's basically saying that people like you are why trans people are miserable and depressed and are more likely to commit suicide. That's what the study is saying. Why would you share this?
Of Epidemiology and Public Health, who collaborated with researchers from 8 other universities. Research like this should inform policy decisions regarding providing gender-affirming care and support, as senior author and full professor, Dr.
I actually think it should, in the sense that we know it's the case that providing it actually benefits trans people, so we should provide it more, right? We should make it easier to access, right?
Ian Coleman, whose previous research has investigated and self-harm. These people know what they're talking about when they're making this research, okay? And they're kind of turning a blind eye to it, aren't they? They're saying we need to affirm them more. We need to give them more.
Wait, hold on. Where's the research contradicting that? The research didn't contradict that at any point. If anything, it coincides with it. You are dumb. You obviously don't know how to read a study properly.
Need to give them more cuddles and, all the feels. The researchers will be looking to continue investigating factors to support mental health and build resiliency in transgender and gender diverse youth, including...
Yeah, none of this contradicts the gender-affirming care model. Why are you reading this?
At the clinical level. What does that mean? That would be, cutting some stuff off. We'll just put it that way. Given these mental health disparities, there is a need for increased mental health services and access for transgender and gender diverse individuals, says...
Yeah, exactly. So this is the opposite of what you're saying. Again, why are you citing this?
Nicole Racine.
Yeah, the source that you're citing disagrees with you. What are you doing?
Assistant professor of psychology and fellow author on the research. Feeling accepted,
Is he reading this for the first time in the video? Like, he just was like, oh, I'll just read whatever the first result is. And then he reads it and it says the literal opposite of his position. He's like, well, it is true that, it says the literal opposite of what I'm saying. If I just pretend like it says what I'm saying, then surely people won't notice.
Good and socially supported.
Does he think that the people that watch his videos are this stupid? I mean, maybe they are. I don't know. I feel insulted as an audience member. He really thinks that I'm stupid enough to not notice that the study that he's reading is saying the opposite of his position.
Are critical ingredients for this care. That's the end of the article. This is the way I want to point this. Okay, I'm a follower of Jesus, and this is why this matters to me and why I care about it so freaking much. And it drives me...
He really cares about trans people.
Nuts. Reading this article, knowing that they know what's going on here, and all they're going to offer is, yeah, we're going to mutilate your body and we'll give you more drugs.
It's not mutilation. It's actually a very delicate surgery. You say drugs like it's a bad thing. It's medication. It's medication that is necessary for saving lives, right? I would have killed myself. And I mean this. I was genuinely about to kill myself before I got on HRT. HRT genuinely saved my life. So I don't know why the fuck he's yapping about this, like as if it doesn't solve the issue. It does. It does solve the issue. He's just factually wrong about this.
Okay. That's nuts. So what's actually happening here? Okay, all the Bible nerds are going to be like, oh, Matt, we already know this, okay? For those of you who aren't Bible nerds, I will
Yeah, that would be me. I think that the Bible is a bunch of retarded horse shit.
get into some details here, okay?
All right. Awesome.
There's a thing called the Imago Dei. Yeah, I hear a generalized groan across pastors and churches that are watching this right now because we know. So, the Imago Dei. Let's read Genesis 1:26 and 27.
Dude, why do I give a fuck what a book written thousands of years ago has to say on the matter? It's barbaric and retarded and it endorses things like slavery. The Bible literally said that if a girl gets raped by a man and she is single and a virgin, essentially, if she is single and a virgin and or was previously a virgin, okay, and then she gets raped, she is, as a quote-unquote punishment to the rapist, she is now forced to marry the rapist and be with her rapist and abuse her for the rest of her life. It's in Deuteronomy 22, 28, 29. Look it up. That's a real thing in the Bible. Why are we citing something that endorses forcing rape victims to marry their rapists? Like, why would you ever cite something like that? Or, you know, the same fucking scripture that literally endorses slavery and genocide on multiple occasions.
Then God said, let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea.
Okay, well, if God didn't want me to transition, then why did he give me gender dysphoria? It doesn't make any sense.
And the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them.
Yeah, why did God create pedophiles? Why did God... Because if everyone's made in his image, why did he give some people the desire to fuck kids? You know, he could have just, like, not made them like that. It would be a negation of their free will. They'd still have free will. You know, you and I, chat, don't have that desire. And, you know, we would have free will. I'm actually more of a determinist. I actually don't necessarily fully subscribe to the idea of free will in the first place. All right, but if you subscribe to the idea of free will, you and I, chat, would have free will, and we don't have that desire. So why would it be the case that these other people would, you know, need this desire in order to have free will? That doesn't make any fucking sense. He could just make them different. He could just make it so that they don't want to fuck kids. You know, that's like an option.
Specified in scripture right there. He specified male and female. He created them. So Imago Dei, what's that mean?
I guess he didn't create intersex people. I guess. Sure.
The Latin theological shorthand for the image of God. We're image bearers. We're made in the image of God. So you can see this confirmed throughout scripture. We are made in the image of God. Okay? We're born with innate value, value given because we are image bearers. Psalm 139. For you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because I am fearfully in.
Just so, like, why would he create like an incongruence between the brain and the body? Or why would he do that? If he doesn't want people to transition, then he shouldn't give people dysphoria. It's very simple. Why would he make my brain in such a way that gives me dysphoria? He doesn't have to do that. Doesn't make any sense. If he doesn't want me to transition, then he could have made me differently.
Wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that full well.
Yeah. Except they're not. They're really not.
Focus on the family.
A lot of humans suck.
I love Focus on the Family. They made a great...
Whoa, did you solve that bad things exist so there's no God? No, what I'm addressing here is the problem of evil. You're fucking dumb. It's the case that there cannot be a God that is all powerful, all knowing, and all good. Literally not possible.
Great article on gender itself, okay, and why being made in the image of God, and it correlates with
Yeah, prove that God is real.
gender. Like it's actually married.
Well, not just that God is real, but that your God specifically is real. That not only is there a God, but it's a God that's been accurately depicted by humans at some point. And not only has it been accurately depicted by humans, but your religion out of the thousands of mutually exclusive different religions just so happens to be the correct one? Bull fucking shit.
Together. It's not just because it's in scripture right there, but there's some deeper facts to it. So let's jump into that. And shout out to Focus on the Family for this article. Great job, by the way.
Satan exists too? Yeah, he could just like remove Satan's ability to give people gender dysphoria if you believe that it's something satanic. You know, that's like an option. Like I don't see why he wouldn't do that if he doesn't want people to be trans. If he doesn't want me to be trans, then he shouldn't have me have gender dysphoria. It's very simple.
Although God is neither
Prove God isn't real. I will once you prove that there's no purple elephant in my backyard, okay?
male nor female in the biological sense. He exists as a trinity, one God in three persons, Father.
Free will? Yeah, but free will exists independent of your desires, according to you, does it not? So why would the desires need to exist in the first place? Not having the desires doesn't negate free will. So what purpose do they serve? Nothing. They don't benefit anybody. Nobody benefits from it. If the desires are bad, why do they exist in the first place?
Son, and Holy Spirit. Okay? We can agree on this? Perfect. Each equally God while fulfilling complementary roles within the Godhead. So they're all equal, they're all one. We believe in one God, not three, but they're three distinct persons. Okay? Likewise,
Yeah, how do you know this?
he has created humanity in two discrete complementary genders, both equally bearing the image of God. Consequently, and contrary to a secular opinion, genuine biblical
Yeah, contrary to like a factually based opinion, that the Bible says like a bunch of retarded horse shit.
Christianity affords women a higher degree of dignity and respect than any other
No, it actually doesn't. It's the literal opposite. Women actually have less rights under Christianity.
worldview, past or present. I thought that was interesting because a lot of these agendas are pushed by, left-wing policy.
You have people that actually base their worldviews off of facts, logic, and reasoning instead of retards like you.
And things like that. And the whole gender thing, honestly, without going down the rabbit trail of it, started with the feminist movement and it just progressed. And now you're actually
Yeah, why is feminism bad?
men taking over women's sports and all of these things.
The whole trans sports things is like an entirely separate discussion. I don't even know how that's relevant to this.
Which is pushing the women out, and the women are actually all for it because they're on... Anyway, you guys know what I'm saying here.
Well, the debate would be on the basis of whether or not it's believed that trans women after 2 years of HRT have an unfair advantage that is to such a great extent that it fundamentally impedes on the integrity of the sport itself. There doesn't seem to be much evidence of that. Okay? That's the argument.
I just thought that was
2 words, New Testament. Yeah, but part of the New Testament isn't there like a line in the New Testament that says, yeah, all the shit in the Old Testament is still applicable? Doesn't it literally say that? Like, it doesn't negate any of the arguments that I made prior, where it's like, yeah, that like in the Old Testament, which is still applicable according to the New Testament, it endorses slavery, genocide, and forcing rape victims to marry their rapists. That is in the Bible. All of that is in the Bible.
interesting. He created us in complementary roles, male and female. He created us. This is why the trans movement is falling apart. They're directly
But it's not falling apart. What are you talking about?
messing
Trans people have always existed and always will exist.
with the ingredients that God placed to create male and female to work together in unity. They're trying to split off and make this third thing.
Okay, what about intersex people? Do they not exist? They're like, how do people that are intersex that have functional penises and vaginas simultaneously? Because those are people that exist. It's more rare, but there are people that have both sets of genitalia where both are functioning. This is a thing that's real, that exists. So in that case, how do you categorize them?
And call it the same thing as one or the other, okay? You can't turn a female
In what sense?
into a male. You can't turn a male into a female.
Do you mean biologically? Nobody is claiming to be the opposite biological sex. You've made this up.
So when you break off from both these genders, what you're doing is you're creating a third role. And you're
Yeah, a role? Mm-hmm. Yeah, why should somebody be forced to be a part of a role that makes them suicidal? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
trying to marry it to one or the other. It's just not going to work. God made two. God made two genders.
Again, what's your evidence of this? Oh, well, it's in the Bible. Okay, well, what's your evidence that the Bible is a reliable source of information? The Bible says a lot of dumb shit.
And here's the big lie. The lie is that the trans community will die without affirmation and treatment.
Yeah, that's true. That's just like factually correct. That's why all of the scientific evidence supports my side of the argument and not yours. And that's why you have to appeal to, but my religion. What about my religion?
See, the devil has
It's a demonic agenda. Demons aren't real, my friend.
tried this trick from the beginning. We see this in Genesis 3. The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden." But God did say, "You must not eat from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must..."
Why did he put the tree there? He could have just done
not
that.
touch it or you will die. Here's the serpent. There's some parallels there. You will not certainly die, the serpent said to the woman, for God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and evil.
You know, God could have just like not put the tree there. Like, what purpose does the tree serve? Oh, well, it's so that, you know, it's so that they have the option to know what evil is. Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense, because you can know what evil is and choose not to do it. All right, that's not a negation of free will. So that doesn't make any sense. God could bestow them with that knowledge without giving them an innate desire to act on said evil. Okay? And if you claim that, oh well, if it's impossible to have free will, if it's impossible, hold on. There was a way that I worded this. It was addressing a specific argument in terms of the problem of evil. I have it worded a lot better than this somewhere. If it was the case that, what's the best way of putting it? Actually, fuck, now I'm spacing. Fuck. Okay, wait, what was I gonna say? I actually forgot. Oh, right, problem of evil, more specifically. Oh, right. Yeah, God could not have free will under this view. It's either the case that God doesn't have free will, or he doesn't, meaning that he's not all powerful, or he's not all knowing, right? If it's the case that you cannot know about evil without having the desire to do evil, then God does not know about evil. Or he does and he's not capable of engaging in evil, in which case there are barriers that prevent him from having and exercising free will. So either way, it doesn't make any sense. That's what I was trying to come up with. It's really difficult to word in a way that's intuitive. Or he chooses not to. But does God have the desire to do evil? That's the real question. Does God have the desire to do evil? Or is he pure? Because if he's pure, and he doesn't have the desire to do evil, and he does know evil, would that negate his free will? And if it doesn't negate his free will, if God has free will despite these circumstances, then why would it be a negation of free will to create those same circumstances for humanity? It doesn't make sense.
See, they're trying to flip the script and play the part of the opposite of the serpent, actually. They're trying to say that if they're not helped, they're going to die. And do you know what? They're right. It's actually a thing called gender dysphoria.
And the only way to treat it is through transitioning. Conversion therapy doesn't work. Becoming religious doesn't magically make dysphoria go away. A lot of people have tried it. It doesn't work. It doesn't benefit us.
It's a medical term. It's a medical disease that can be treated. Are these
Yes, through gender-affirming care.
healthcare professionals and politicians, are they actually trying to kill people? I don't know. Like, I don't want to be
No. The studies demonstrate the literal opposite.
a conspiracy theorist or go down the
Now, maybe right-wing politicians are in favor of that. I wouldn't disagree with that.
whole Candace Owens path. But like, what's going on here? From the article I read earlier, they know there's something wrong. They see the stats that suicide rates, depression and everything is 3 to 6 times higher. Yet they're choosing to put a Band-Aid over the whole thing.
No, they're doing the thing that makes the depression lower. They're doing the thing that actually treats the cause of the depression in that case. If your depression is caused specifically by gender dysphoria, then the only way to make the depression go away is to treat the gender dysphoria. How do you treat the dysphoria, which is caused fundamentally by an incongruence between your brain and your body? Well, you transition. And that diminishes the extent to which there is an incongruence. And what does that do? That decreases dysphoria and therefore decreases depression. It's very simple.
To do with the operation. Maybe that's not the right term. They do want to do the operation. Anyway, moving on. The lie from Satan in the garden actually didn't work. It didn't come to pass because he said, you will certainly not die. As soon as Eve disobeyed God, what happened? Her mortality kicked in. She did eventually die. This is important to grasp, okay?
You know, a thing that God could have also done is not allow Satan into the into the garden or whatever. You know, that was like also an option. You know, he could have done that. He chose not to. Just saying.
We cannot, say it with me, we cannot make God in our image.
Well, but you already have. That you've literally done that. That's what religion is.
Can't change the creator who made us. We're a reflection of his love.
No, but you made him. He's a made-up concept.
And goodness. And image bearers of who he is.
But you do realize that humanity's conception of God and different deities has drastically changed over time and over various different cultures. It's almost like it's subject to whatever society believes in that shit.
It's okay? Like I read earlier, he's neither male nor female. It's not about the gender.
So they're non-binary then.
It's about bearing the image that God created you specifically to be. So why is this, when it's so clearly black and white and it's wrong, that they're actually...
But how is it wrong? You haven't established this. You just like cited the Bible, and then I'm like, oh yeah, the Bible says like a lot of retarded shit, but you wouldn't agree with that. You wouldn't agree with that part of the Bible. At least I would hope. I would hope that you're not in favor of forcing rape victims to marry their rapists, or that I would hope you're not in favor of slavery or mass genocide or any of that shit. I would really, really hope. Yeah. So why would I care about other things that the Bible says? Like you're just picking and choosing. You're picking and choosing based on your political ideology.
Actually causing this violence to stir up, and they're trying to cover it up. It's for political gain. Like, it really is. Why allow this to fester? Because once this issue blows up in their face, they'll deny it and move on. We've seen this movie before. Okay, they're going to leave a trail of...
Yeah, but trans people have existed for a long-ass time. We're not going away. You can try to suppress us all we want. Sorry, you can try and suppress us all you want. Right? It's not going to do anything. Trans people will still inevitably exist. Right?
Honestly, people that aren't alive anymore, I'm going to be careful with YouTube, they're going to leave a trail of broken hearts, and then they're going to... You guys need to read the book 1984. It's seriously...
You actually don't need to do that.
It's like they read this and it's their playbook. But what do we...
Look, reading is beneficial, but like out of all the books, I mean, yeah, you could read that, but it's not some grand masterpiece. Like, I don't know. I might read it at some point, but it's not some fucking revolutionary piece of literature that, you know, fundamentally changes everything to such a degree that, you know, it's the number one thing you gotta read. It's like, you know, for the same reasons I'm like, you know, for the same reasons I'm not like, you guys should all read Karl Marx. It's like, well, there's going to be multiple books that touch on similar issues, that say similar things. Or maybe they say, you know, slightly different things. But either way, it's like, yeah, there are a lot of good books to read. You know? There are a lot of good things to read. It doesn't have to be that specific.
Need to do about it. What can we do? Like, it's heartbreaking to see tragedies like this past week.
But I'm not saying that 1984 is a bad book, for the record.
Happen, knowing that there's...
Look, I'm just basing it off of like I'm basing it off of a synopsis of what I know about it. It could be very well written, and I would have no idea. 12
and 13-year-olds that they're dead, and their parents are grieving. And there's a girl I've been following the...
Yet you realize that they're dead because they didn't have access to gender-affirming care, because they weren't accepted in their identities, right? That's what causes us to commit suicide.
The story online, like, she's in the hospital, she was shot in the head, and they're praying for recovery. I'm praying for recovery for them as well. 12 and 13-year-olds that suffered and died this week because of this. But this transgender shooter was 12, 13 years old when he started this really hateful suffering process too. And I'm not trying to, you know...
Why was he suffering? Why was he suffering? Or she, or whatever? So, are you talking about a trans woman here? Yeah, why was she suffering? Well, what would be the root cause of that? Right? You're not really addressing that. Saying, oh, you just need to find Jesus. That's just like not true. Right? There are plenty of people who found Jesus that are fucking miserable. So that's not the solution. We already know that finding Jesus doesn't magically cure you of gender dysphoria. So that can't be the case. Right? So what would be the underlying issue? It's not that they were allowed to transition or whatever. I don't think it's that they regret transitioning. I could be wrong. I haven't looked too much into it.
Condone anything he did. Like, that's just, it's awful. It's horrendous. there's a special place in hell for people like that. But I mean, that's not biblical, but anyway, I'm saying. But honestly, why continue to torture these people? Because they're image bearers. They're image bearers of Almighty
You're the one that's in favor of torturing
God.
us.
And you see, and I hate to say it, the left-wing progressive church not standing up for this stuff and preaching from their
Yeah, good.
pulpits. Just abhorrent thing.
Good. If you're going to pick and choose, you should pick and choose things that are morally good, that actually benefit society.
It's like in the New Testament, was the church of Sardis, was it? That God said, "You're neither hot nor cold. I will spit you out of my mouth." I can't remember. Sorry, Sardis, if it was you. That's dumb. Anyway, but seriously, like, we need to wake up. We got to wake up, church.
Yeah, we got to wake up and fight the transgenders, the most harmless group of people ever.
We do, as a church. I know I've rambled on a lot. Thank you for watching this so far. If you like what you're seeing, and this is
I do not like what I'm seeing.
more off the cuff, there is going to be more professionally produced videos on this channel.
Wow.
I just wanted to sit down and just speak from the heart on this. It's been bothering me all week since this happened.
I don't know if you have a heart. I feel like you've just made that up.
My wife and I have had some deep
Oh, poor wife. I feel so bad for the wife and kids.
conversations on this as well, and I just wanted to get
So imagine being married to this fucking retard.
in behind the camera and see what you guys
Dude, I would kill myself if I had to spend the rest of my life with this guy.
think about it, and see if we can come up with some solutions for the church.
Right. Yo, thank you, Get a Grip, for the 10 saying, hello, my friend. The stuff you are referring to that you largely disagree with is out of context, is not picking and choosing. Many of those things are from Leviticus, which is fulfilled by Jesus. Yeah, why do those things exist in the first place? If morality is universal, right? If morality is something that is objective and universal by God, then it would not be subject to the times, right? So that's just like a contradiction. Like if it's the case that it is morally imperative for a rape victim to marry their rapist back then, under an objective moral framework, it would be a moral imperative for them to do the same now, right? So you're telling me it's either the case that God is in favor of forcing rape victims to marry their rapists, or God's morality is relative. Neither of these are a very good case in favor of Christianity. They both point at fundamental flaws here. Okay? These are fundamental flaws of the scripture. That's one thing. It could literally be the only flaw of the Bible for all I care, and it would still be enough for me to say, yeah, this is a load of shit. Right? This is supposed to be what? Some fucking scripture from God? It's actually more than one line, for the record, that I referenced, right? It endorses slavery. So, yeah, it endorses genocide, endorses a lot of horrific shit. And it also says that the God of the Old Testament is the same God that's of the New Testament, and that God is never changing. So the God that was pro-genocide, wrathful, and downright fucking evil of the Old Testament would therefore be the same God of the New Testament. Right? So you are picking and choosing. Now, I'm not against picking and choosing if you do it in a way that's, good and, based on what's actually morally good and benefits society. I'm not against that. But to claim that you have some sort of moral authority over society because you're a Christian, that's fucking stupid. That doesn't make any sense. You cannot point to the Bible as your source of morality because it says contradictory bullshit all the fucking time. And true things don't have contradictions.
Because we can't just keep letting this happen like this. Something needs to change. And nothing violent. It can't be violent. It can't be hate. It needs.
You are pro picking and choosing. Don't lie to yourself. Well, I think that anyone that's religious is lying to themselves to some extent. I'm not religious. I don't believe any of that shit. My position is if you believe that shit, you want to pick and choose or whatever, you pick and choose the things that are actually good that make sense. Also, thank you, Vessel Bubs Official for the 5 saying, spaghetti yummy. True. Spaghetti is very yummy. I agree.
Be done in love. It really does. But not the world's version of love. Not
right. Yeah, there's no such thing as Christian love, though. I'm gonna be real, okay? The Christian love is a form of hate, really. It's just like disguised. It's just like a condescending, I'm gonna make you better in a way that makes your life objectively worse, that actually benefits no one kind of way. That's what it boils down to. There's no hate quite like Christian love. There's a reason there's a phrase for that, okay? That exists for a reason. Because these people are some of the most hateful motherfuckers, but they disguise it with flowery language because they think, oh, they won't notice if we just disguise it with flowery language. Oh, what's that? You don't understand, you dumb piece of shit. I'm trying to worsen your life to help you. I was just offering a helping hand, you dumb, stupid piece of shit. I'm here to help you. What do you mean it makes you literally fucking suicidal and that you'd rather die than live like this? Well, I'm just helping you.
Affirming love. That's not love. That's a lie.
It's not a lie.
Okay, so what can we do? We need to speak up. We can't confirm. We can't affirm. We can't conform. Okay? We can't not do this. But by staying silent in your safe little niche conversations, that's what you're doing. You're conforming and you're abiding by their rules. We can't do that.
So why should I be forced as a trans person to abide by anti-trans societal rules? That doesn't make any sense. That seems completely illogical. If anyone's the nonconformist, it's me. You're the one with the regressive ideology here. You want people to conform to your bullshit Christian worldview.
If we don't speak up, if you see an injustice happening, okay? If you see an old lady getting robbed on the street and you...
That this is not comparable to transitioning. What are we talking about?
Walk by and just ignore it, shame on you. That's evil.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. Because in one case, you're describing something that causes tangible harm, right? The old lady getting robbed. You know, the old lady is going to be very sad after she gets robbed. That negatively affects the old lady and is a net negative to society. Somebody transitioning and their life being better as a result of it, objectively, and their mental health improving and all of their mental health indicators being significantly better after the fact, that's actually a net positive. That's the difference, right? It's actually crazy. I know it's a crazy controversial take in the Big 26, but it actually has to do with the fact that good things that produce outcomes that are good are actually good. And things that are bad that produce bad outcomes are actually bad. I know that might seem crazy, but it's true.
Same thing applies here. Isaiah 5:20.
No, it's not the same thing. You're in favor of causing harm. That's what you are in favor of.
It says, woe to those who call evil good and good evil.
It must be saying woe to you then.
Who put darkness for light and light
that sounds like you.
For darkness. Who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. You know, switching the narratives, switching definitions. Woe to you.
Well, switching definitions. You do realize that the definitions of words change all the time. That's how language works. Well, language is descriptive about the way that we use words, not the other way around. We don't determine how we use words based on a dictionary definition. Now, sometimes we might, if we're learning the word for the first time, like we see it and we're like, oh, okay, I don't know what this word is. And you look it up and it's like, oh, okay, I sort of get the gist. But context clues will inform you more about the word when you see it in the future, while you sort of just got like a general vibe for like, okay, this is generally how it's used, right? So even then, it's not, entirely concrete.
You. So what do? We need to love on them. If you know a transgender person, you need to love on them, okay? We need to be kind to them. I know some transgender people.
But you're not in favor of being kind. You're in favor of making our lives tangibly worse, which is scientifically proven to be the case. The study that you cited is on my side of the argument. So I don't even know why you cite it. I don't know why you would cite that earlier in the video. It doesn't make any sense.
Kind to them. You're just buying into the lie that they've told that you hate them.
No, it is that you do genuinely fucking hate our existence, right? You might not think that you do, but you do. You do. You don't want us to be allowed to exist. You fundamentally hate who we are as people. You think it's something that's to be fixed. That is fundamentally hateful. You cannot stand the idea that maybe we're just like this, and by transitioning, we are being ourselves, because that's what it is.
If you're not loving to them. Love, like I just said, is not affirming. That's a lie. Love is telling the truth.
Well, it depends on the context. If you're affirming things that are good and not affirming things that are bad, then yeah, that is a form of love. But there's nothing wrong with being trans. You haven't established this, right? Treating gender dysphoria by transitioning, you haven't established why that would cause harm, right? It seems to be the case that it's an overwhelming net positive to trans people, myself included.
Truth, but walking through it with them. Protect them. Seriously, protect them. Be honest with them. Because no one else is actually protecting them right now.
Yeah, and then you're going to be confused as to why they all cut you off and stop talking to you. And why once your kids are 25 years old, they never message you back. I wonder why.
No one else is being honest with them right now. Can you imagine being confused? And once you
I'm not confused. I am very confident in what I believe.
start messing with the image-bearing side of who you are, which is your entire soul and being, once you start messing with the frame of a vehicle, okay, like let's talk to the mechanics for a second.
This is unironically the type of person that believes that if there was like a magical button you could push to turn yourself into a girl or whatever, that it would be immoral or against God to push it. He literally doesn't even care. Like, it's just like not a rational argument. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's anti-freedom. It's antithetical to allowing people to be themselves, right? He's just in favor of oppressing people and forcing people into boxes in which they don't fit. Also, thank you, Vessel Bulbs Official, for the 5, saying, do you ever play games on stream? Also, this plus my 5 earlier equals 10. So I do believe you owe the chat a purr. Fair point. I will do that. And no, I don't usually play games. When have you ever been oppressed? I'm saying, I didn't even say that. The sentence I said is, people like this are in favor of oppressing people like me, which is true. He doesn't want people like me to have access to necessary medical care. He's against that. He's made it very clear in his video that he's in favor of forcing people like me to detransition. Because he's a bad person. Cute perm. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. If you start cutting into the frame of a vehicle and you're trying to turn a Jeep into a sedan.
Yeah, like what's wrong with modifying a vehicle? Why don't you turn a Jeep into its own thing? Why can't you do that?
On their own, they have their own purpose and they're strong and capable. But when you try to transition one to the other, you get into the...
Yeah, the difference is that cars aren't sentient. They're not sentient creatures. This analogy doesn't make any fucking sense. It's not going to negatively or positively affect, the fucking, the Jeep or the Honda Civic or whatever car you're transitioning if you do or don't. So that doesn't make any sense. There's nothing to do with that.
Integrity of what's...
Right? You have to keep in mind that who people fundamentally are as people is going to be in here, not out here, okay? And fundamentally, as people, trans people are who they say they are. That's a fact. Why should I be forced to conform to some arbitrarily defined box in society simply because, what about my biology? It's like, what about it? Why should that be forced upon me? Why should I be forced to endure the most severe dysphoria imaginable to the benefit of nobody? It makes no logical sense. It's completely illogical.
Holding it together and it becomes compromised. Okay? Same thing applies here. Remember this, Jesus said, the truth will set you free. So, here's my call. If you're watching this and you're a transgender,
yeah, that's me.
You need to know that God loves you.
No, he doesn't, because he's not real.
He really, really loves you.
Yeah, well, if he doesn't want me to transition, then he shouldn't have given me dysphoria. Not really my fault. He gave me a female brain, okay? The regions of my brain that denote gender are female. So, yeah. He could have just not made me like that. Seems like it's a mistake on his end, not mine.
Your life isn't an accident. We, as the church, love you. We do.
No, you don't. You are in favor of forcing people like me to detransition and be miserable like you. Thank you, Vessel Bulbs Official, for the additional one, saying that was a little, shall we say, homosexual. Indeed.
We love you. We want to see you.
No, you don't. Thank you, Get a Grip, for the additional $10. Thank you very much, saying I highly recommend to look at these scriptures that offend you. It's not that I'm offended, it's that they're wrong. It's just like things that are factually incorrect or stupid or illogical or contradictory. And research their context. That there's no context that will magically justify the endorsement of slavery or of forcing rape victims to marry their rapists or genocide. There's no context to justify that. There's no context that magically makes that moral. Things can be true all the time, but still require context. That'd be like saying, oh, what's that? There's a pedophile that raped somebody, that raped a kid. Well, dude, what about the context? You know, there could have been context that justifies it. No, there isn't. There is zero context that justifies that. It is wrong no matter what. Also, I agree this guy all has terrible points. That's why I'm showcasing him. Though to be fair, I hadn't watched the video, you know, before stream. So he could have made great points, and that would have been even better. Because then I would have had to use my brain a little bit more.
You come to
That's the Old Testament blame Jews. You do realize the Old Testament is part of the New Testament, right? Or sorry, that is part of the Bible. That the New Testament also says explicitly that the Old Testament is still just as valid or whatever.
full healing under the power of the Holy Spirit. You were made
Healing from what? God's poor design decisions when creating humanity? Like what exactly would I be healing from? Like, I'm confused.
made with eternal purpose. And you're made in the image of the Creator. The
Highly doubt it. Yeah, Hitler was made in the image of the Creator. That's so true.
Creator God who made
That's why he made him a deranged psychopath that ended up killing millions of people. Really good image.
you. You're made in His image. Okay? He gave up His own Son. He gave up His own life that you could live forever.
Yeah, but like he didn't have to do that. You know, if he's all powerful, like that wasn't necessary. You know, people didn't ask for him to do that. Like he could have just like produced the same outcome without doing all that. You know, that was like an option.
With Him. That's real love. Laying down one's life for the other. Guys, let me know what you think in the comments below.
I feel like my comment would get flagged if I, straight up called him retarded.
If you're new here, this is, like I said, this is my new chats channel. It's Matt.
Mind you, this is the same person that made a video called "Is it okay for Christians to swear?" Did Jesus swear? We're gonna watch that tomorrow, okay? We're gonna watch that video tomorrow. Don't you worry. It's gonna be a banger. All right. I agree, Christians who live by the Old Testament are backwards, but to be fair, I think the Old Testament was compiled along the New to introduce cultural context about first century Judea. Well, it's almost like the Bible is entirely relativistic. It's almost like it's contingent upon what the society it's made for believes at the time. That there's actually no objective morality surrounding it, and that the people that claim otherwise are just retarded. Now, I'm not saying this from the standpoint of a moral relativist by any means. I actually do believe that morality is universal. I'm of the belief that slavery always has been and always will be wrong, regardless of what societies have thought in the past. Right? It's always been wrong to rape children, right? Regardless of what society thought at the time. Okay, those things have always been immoral because they caused way more harm than any potential good. Right? I think that goes without saying. I believe you have a male brain and a male body. Well, I wouldn't say that I have a male brain. If anything, my brain is probably more androgynous, but it's more on the femme side. Anyways, religion is for the weak. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Vessel Bulbs, for the additional ones, saying the things that happen in the Bible aren't morally justified, but there is context in the sense that the things people believed and the customs at the time were essentially the exact opposite of what we believe to be morally correct in today's standards. Yeah, but that's my point. That's my point, is that all of this is relativistic, and that these people don't actually believe anything that's grounded in any form of objectivity. It's all just culturally relative. Right? That's what this boils down to. But they're never going to justify forcing, or most of the time, right? You won't see these people, justifying forcing rape victims to marry their rapists, because there isn't an in-group for them to be a part of. There's no in-group there, right? So because there's no in-group of people that believe that they can be a part of, they don't believe that. Because it's not actually about what the Bible says. It's about being a part of some sort of niche in-group. And that's what this is. And that's why these people have these positions. Anyways. I think that goes without saying, though. I think that's fairly obvious and straightforward. I also want to watch another video, okay? We're gonna watch Vosh and probably disagree. We're gonna watch Vosh and disagree with him, okay? So I found this video, okay, in my recommended, okay. He's right. Hassan won't vote for Newsom. So apparently this is a good thing, okay. Now, mind you, Vosh is somebody that was, you know, very staunchly vote blue no matter who during the 2024 election. So I don't see why this would be fundamentally different in this case. Not voting for Newsom won't magically negate the system. It doesn't circumvent the system. It doesn't make you immune to it. You're not beating the system. You are participating in the system just as much as all the people that vote. Because either way, there's going to be one of two outcomes, independent of whether or not you vote. They're not going to see, oh, well, you know, these people didn't vote, so I guess we're just going to have to call off the election and find a new candidate. They're never going to do that. So you may as well vote for the less bad option and do advocacy in other ways. Not voting doesn't help anyone. Nobody benefits from that.
For him, disappointed in
Who do you
Gavin
vote
Newsom.
for, J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Why are we presupposing Newsom to be the nominee? Because he's a mogger, dude. He mogs Vance. Okay, Vance is subhuman.
So,
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
me
of
too.
course, 100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw my vote away. I'm gonna vote for a party that's never going to win and not increase the statistical likelihood of the less bad option getting into office. Like, okay. We'll hear him out though. Maybe he makes an extremely compelling argument. Also, thank you, Vessel Bulbs official, for the additional one saying, that brings us to the Christian argument of that's why it's called believing. Yeah, well, believing in things with no evidence is stupid.
at that point, it doesn't even matter.
He's been watching my streams. He's cribbing off my my talking points.
I highly doubt it. Well, maybe he does. I don't know.
This is the cowardice of the third party voter unveiled. You know what you need to.
Wait, I thought that Vosh was gonna agree with Hassan. Why did it say he's right in the thumbnail? If you're disagreeing, okay, we'll hear this debate
do
out.
is stand on principle. You have to vote for the candidate of lesser harm. You have to vote for JD Vance. You know
What?
you can't. That's the difference. You can't. You're mealy mouthing it like, oh, I don't want to engage. No. We have to be consistent. We have to be consistent.
Okay, what's his actual position here? Does he actually? I assume he's shit posting here, but like, does he actually hold the stance, or does he agree with what the thumbnail says? Thumbnail saying Hassan is right. Dude, I've been fucking duped
On this one.
Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that was just as fucking stupid. Look what that got us. Oh, yeah, 4 more years of Trump. How's that going? How's that going? Who is that benefiting? Kamala lost. Great. Good job, Hassan. Now Trump's in office. What was the point of all this? Kamala would have been less bad.
The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable.
Weren't you last stream dogging on people who vote third party? Not really dogging on them. Voting third party.
No, he does. He has done that. So he's changed his position, and now he's trying to rewrite history.
Party does nothing. You might as well not vote. It's a protest
Oh, okay.
vote, but protest votes just aren't worth anything in this system. It's basically like not voting.
Okay, so he is correct. So where's the part where he agrees with Hassan?
If you want to not vote, then like, okay, I guess it's not like the Democratic Party is giving you a robust, set of reasons to vote for them. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the fault of the DNC, right?
And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. And I'm like, I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing. Not
I don't really think that answer is very good. I mean, it's not about whether or not you make or break an election. It's just about like what argument you're making, Isn't it more harmful to add votes to JD Vance's quote unquote mandate? Maybe. I don't know. It seems.
Wait, is he unironically taking the position to vote for JD Vance? Is he like an accelerationist now? Is he actually this retarded? Is he having Asmongold level takes now? Or is he just shitposting? I actually can't tell.
Kind of marginal, I guess. My position, which can change, I guess, moving forward, but my position is that, like, the real thing destroying the country isn't actually MAGA. MAGA is rapidly hastening the process. The real thing destroying the country are a set of underlying economic, social, and political forces that both parties contribute to, though, again, much more.
Well, yeah, and that also sort of have a heavy influence on the parties themselves, right? So yeah, lobbying is going to be something that happens to both parties, right? That's why they're all pro-Israel.
Or so from the MAGA
Vosh is being hyperbolic, I think. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I haven't watched him in a while.
movement. But if the primary outcome of Gavin Newsom becoming president in 2028, if he did, right, would be disillusionment of the people to the point that I think most people would welcome the collapse of our democracy. Like, he is the most...
So vote for the candidate that's less democratic, that's going to promote anti-democratic policies? What? Okay.
believes in nothing, ruthless, like, piece of shit, like, American psycho. I have no principles. I'll do whatever I can to advance my own agenda. And I think that voting in a Democrat like that would basically tell people, so we can't do anything. Like, it's just, it'll never get better again. And I feel like it would do a lot of long-term damage, destroying people's hope that something might come about that could be better in the future. Whereas if JD Vance won in 2028, he would get in there with like 29% approval.
So he's actually like a full-on accelerationist now. So this is like an unironic position. Like, he actually believes this.
And he would stay there. His own party wouldn't work with him as much as they did with Trump. Democrats would oppose him on everything. It feels like he would be a lame duck from day one. He wouldn't be able to do anything. And maybe, the fact that Gavin Newsom lost to that could be kind of an indictment against the Democratic Party in a way that would encourage...
Yeah, the Democratic Party is not going to change, though. They lost in 2024. Did they change? No, nothing has changed. We already know that this doesn't work. Because look, here's the thing. Both parties are bought out. We know this to be the case. There's a reason that Bernie lost the primaries. It wasn't because he was less popular or less likable than Hillary. Okay? That wasn't the reason.
Them to vote for somebody who isn't Gavin Newsom in 2032, but I don't really know. I don't know. I guess my thinking is that if Gavin Newsom wins, it's over anyway. And what would come about in 2032 would be downright apocalyptic. It's kind of like how now, in retrospect, I really wish that Trump had won in 2020, because Biden didn't do anything with his victory, didn't prosecute Trump.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be any different if somebody won in 2024. Like, okay, let's say Kamala runs in 2024, or whoever the fuck that the candidate would be. Let's say it's Kamala Harris, right? It'd probably be somebody like Kamala Harris or somebody on par with her. Okay, somebody that's got those types of positions. Okay. The same principle would apply. Nothing would get done. Nothing would change. The Democratic Party wouldn't magically change if Trump was in office from 2020 to 2024 instead of 2024 to 2020. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like, what are we saying? Or sorry, 2025 to 2029. You get the point, right? If he had won the 2020 election instead of the 2024 election, nothing would meaningfully change. He would still do a shit ton of harm. It's probably the same amount of harm. Okay? That the Democrats would do nothing when they're in power. And then the cycle repeats. That's what happens.
For some reason, with Merrick Garland, didn't do anything to address the underlying, did nothing about the Republican Party at all, just went after small fries, the randos.
Yeah, has that changed now that Trump's in office? Is that changing at all? Is the Democratic Party changing? No? Oh. Okay, so clearly this isn't the solution. So your whole accelerationist worldview here fucking falls apart instantly.
Who stormed the Capitol, like, those were the problem. Just the random chuds who took a shit in Pelosi's office or whatever, did nothing with it, and it gave Trump 4 years to build back up momentum. Whereas we all know if Trump had won in 2020, he would have gone in with incredibly low popularity and he would have gotten nothing done, and all the people around him would have been the same, like, rhinos.
But he's incredibly unpopular right now. So you're just wrong about that. You're just factually incorrect. He's more unpopular now than ever.
The same neocons who would have wrangled him in, and it would have been this embarrassing mess for the Republican Party. They wouldn't have had a perceived mandate. They would have just, like, coasted along, getting nothing done. certainly not as much damage as Trump ended up being able to do after winning again in 2024. So yeah, I don't know. That right now, it seems to me like the Biden presidency accomplished nothing other than giving Trump time to really fuck us in the ass. So
Has Trump fucking us in the ass improved the DNC at all? Have we noticed any shifts, any changes, even changes in their rhetoric? Because if not, clearly this isn't the solution. Making things worse doesn't magically make them better in the future. It's not how that works. All right, this is an Asmongold level delusion. It's one of the worst takes I've ever heard.
my thinking is maybe that's all Gavin Newsom would do as well.
I thought he was joking at first too, but like this is his actual take. He's unironically trying to justify
Maybe
it.
Gavin Newsom would succeed only in giving the Republican Party the ability to like charge up their mega strike and really like truly obliterate this country's like actually end it for 100 years, end it in 2032. Whereas if JD Vance wins in 20,
He's right about 2020 Trump versus 2024 Trump. I guess. Maybe, but like, yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm gonna be real. Being an accelerationist about this, and then expecting that it'll magically, cause the Democratic Party to magically improve. I mean, that's fucking asinine. We don't see that happening. If he wants the DNC to improve or change, this isn't the way of going about it. Right? This isn't going to do anything. This benefits no one. And it's like, yeah, it's easy to say, like, in retrospect, yeah, like, I mean, sure, he probably would have gotten less done if he was elected in 2020. But part of that's also because of COVID. Part of that is also because there was, like, the whole fucking world was shut down. So yeah, it'd be, like, a lot harder to get shit done, for the first, couple of years. And his approval would be extremely low. So maybe in that case, sure. But that this idea that the DNC is going to somehow step up their game. It's like, why don't we see that already happening? It's like our country is being ruined. We're at the point where the pro-accelerationist take is happening. Our country is fucking falling apart. And we don't see the DNC stepping up or improving, right? They haven't shifted their rhetoric for the better. If anything, they become more moderate, right? But nothing has improved at all. They're just as pro-corporate as they've ever been. So what's changed meaningfully? Genuinely, what's changed?
28, I don't know. But again, this is just my ballpark thinking now, and I don't think Gavin Newsom's going to be the guy anyway. Though it's worth saying, I do feel similarly about Kamala Harris to Gavin Newsom.
Really? You would vote for JD Vance for Kamala Harris?
So I think that Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom are pretty similarly, would have acted pretty similarly, like in the same dynamic. Kamala Harris's, I don't know, nihilistic, I'm not here for you after I lose. I pop in 6 months later with a witty little consultant-led catchphrase. Oh, look
What do you think that JD Vance would be any different?
at me, I'm quirky. That bullshit, I don't know, man. Like, at least Gavin Newsom's been doing something with the California redistricting. Sorry, long ramble. What about Pete Buttigieg? I think that Pete Buttigieg is...
It's like, why is he holding the Democrats to like a higher standard? Like, these are things that the Republicans do, but worse, usually, right? The only thing that the Republicans are good at is riling up their voter base over shit that doesn't matter.
marginally better than Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris, but like only marginally. Only marginally.
Not to listen to my demands, but everybody knows that that's not real, right?
But you were in favor of voting for Kamala Harris in 2024. So I don't understand why your position has changed and why you're acting like you're not rewriting history.
Right? If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to
Like you were heavily endorsing Kamala Harris. You were like, yes, vote for her. She is the lesser of two evils. That was your position.
me every day.
And guess what? If she had won, if we had mobilized and all went out there and voted for her, our country would not be as bad as it is now. The same principle applies for the next 4 years.
Being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course. And
I don't get this argument. Whether or not you're the kingmaker doesn't change like the arguments you're making.
they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds, win the population over, and combat against the couch. Not necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch, people who just don't go out and vote. And for me, the way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton,
Yep.
just as they did with Kamala Harris.
Yeah, sure. Surely they'll change. Surely they'll change if they keep losing. Except they haven't changed. They haven't adapted their strategies. It doesn't fucking matter what we do.
And in some ways, just as they did with Joe Biden as well, which led to Trump too, then they just don't care. And there's not much I can do.
Let me
beyond
tell you,
that.
That's clearly true, right? That's inarguably true. He is right. The fight is with the cow.
Yeah, they might not care, but that's not going to change. But they're still less bad than the Republican Party, who actively makes things worse. So, yeah, again, unless you're like an Asmongold level accelerationist, then, you know,
You are mostly fighting against.
look, the fact of the matter is you can vote democracy out, but you can't vote it back in, right? The people on the right that are running for office are fundamentally and diametrically opposed to democratic ideals. So once those get stripped away, there's no going back. There's no better DNC in the future that steps up to the plate. There is no DNC at that point. That's gone. That's gone for good. Okay? All that's happened is everyone's life is worse as a result. So this isn't some like genius strategy. It's just fucking stupid and irresponsible.
Indifference, not fighting to win over Republican voters, which is why like what Chuck Schumer said was so stupid. The idea that for every, you know, if you maybe you lose these people, but you pick up moderates in the suburbs of Philadelphia or whatever the he said.
Yeah, obviously that's stupid.
You're mostly
and not borne out in the data.
fighting apathy, and the Democrats are contributing so much to apathy. And you're going to see it, man, because right now the way we're headed is massive Democratic turnout in the midterms as a backlash to Trump. But in 2028, when the real Democratic ticket is on the line, they give people very few arguments for going out there, and people are disillusioned, and they see very low turnout relative to what you'd expect based on their midterm performance.
something. I agree with everything
Yeah, obviously.
you say, but as a person who lived in a red state for 50 years, I would crawl through 10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous, a hypocrite, a thirst trap, hungry
Yep, I agree with
for
that.
power, all of the things that you
Yeah, she's just like factually correct.
say, and harms the Democratic Party and sets the psychological soil to be more prey to fascism. All of that I agree with. But there are so many.
Yeah, like voting for fascism isn't the solution to beating fascism. Like this is just like completely contradictory. Oh, I know what'll stop the fascism. If we just vote for the fascists, then everyone will see how bad fascism is and they'll change their minds. Really? And how are they doing in Russia, where a fascist is in power and has been in power for a very long time? Oh, yeah. It's not. There's no opposing party that's fighting back against that. It's just like one far right freak that's in office indefinitely that has way too much power. That's the logical conclusion to the far right MAGA agenda. Okay? That's the conclusion. There's a reason these people support Russia. Okay, that's what they want. They want our country to be more like Russia. Now, why would you ever vote for that? Right? It's going to make it more difficult in the future to produce good outcomes because they will find ways of preventing that through legislation.
Young, queer, black, brown, marginalized people in red states. And even though this corporate Democrat is, you see it in a long-term game. In the short-term game, a President Newsom of our...
Well, the long-term game matters. Okay, wait. Okay.
But your long-term game is fucking stupid. It doesn't actually resolve the issue. You're not fixing the DNC by making the country worse. That's not how that works. You're just shifting the Overton window to the right. The Overton window doesn't shift leftward.
This is what I'd be interested in hearing her answer, or she can't hear me, but like, again, in retrospect, wouldn't it have been better if Trump had won in 2020? He comes in with very low approval.
Yes, in retrospect, yeah. Yeah, in retrospect. There's no way you would have been able to predict that going into it. Right? This principle doesn't apply broadly. I mean, this is like a very specific example. Right? Like, I don't see what your point is. Like, yeah, let's vote for JD Vance in 2028 so our country can get destroyed even more. So that we have 8 years of destruction instead of 4. Really good. Yeah, let's vote for the fascist. That'll solve America.
He's surrounded by people who hate him. He gets nothing done. And then in 2024, the Democrats have like an unambiguous hyper mandate. They could have won with anyone. They could have won with literally anyone. You know, Trump would not have had the ability to do what he's doing right now. The harm that Trump has done just in the first year of his second term is greater than everything he did in his first term, easily, like by an order of magnitude or more. So
Yeah, and yet the DNC still hasn't changed. Like the same underlying issue exists. You're not, like, this isn't a good long-term strategy. Because you're not even addressing the underlying issue with the DNC in the first place. Right? You're not fixing that. You're just setting us backward. And it's like, okay, that the DNC will have like another 4 years to, you know, find a good candidate, but they're not going to. They're going to find someone like Gavin Newsom, no matter what. Right? It's going to be somebody like him, if not him. Regardless of whether or not it's 2028 or 2032, it doesn't matter. Right? And it's going to suck no matter what. It's going to be less bad than the Republicans, but nothing changes fundamentally. Nothing is different. Nothing changes in a material sense. Like I don't think he gets that.
So in a way, in retrospect, yeah, like it would have been better if he had won then. Even if obviously Joe Biden's presidency was not as bad as Trump's presidency would have been during that time. You do have to look in the long term to an extent.
Yeah, but again, there's no way that you would have been able to predict that. Right? If it was the case that Kamala Harris won in 2024, you would not be saying this. You would have the opposite position. So, like, again, this is just like, just like a fallacious argument saying, well, this happened. And it's like, yeah, but it could have panned out in the whole myriad of ways. So, like, again, you can't predict this.
If you run with a candidate so bad that it actually hurts you in the broader arc, you have to think about this is the job of the party, right?
Yeah, but again, they're going to continue to do that. That's not changing. You're not changing that. The perception of the DNC isn't going to magically improve. If it being compared to Trump's second term doesn't improve the DNC's perception, nothing will. Okay, because Vance's term, if Vance were to run in 2028 and win, right, his term's not going to be as bad as Trump. He's not going to do as much bad as Trump. Okay, he's still going to be bad. He's still going to do some bad. It's not going to be as bad as Trump. With that being said, there's no reason that would magically make people more likely to vote for the Democrats in the future if the Democrats don't change, which they're not. Nor are they ever going to in the near future. Like, this is nonsense.
Right? Like the Democratic Party, an institution with billions and billions of dollars at their disposal, they should have to think about this stuff. And the fact that they don't make strategically good decisions, and they don't, means that unfortunately, like, we have to think long term, like we have to consider this. The Democrats clearly have no plan. They're really, really bad at doing what they're supposed to do. Is this Hassan's like podcast studio? What is this? What is this? It's a studio they rented out in NYC.
But again, if Trump's second term isn't enough for them to have a wake-up call to make a better plan, then nothing is.
See? Okay. It's her studio. Okay. Go on.
I don't think you realize that, these people are bought out by lobbyists. Right? They're just following the money at the end of the day. Republicans and Democrats alike, for the most part. That's how this works. So the incentive structure isn't fundamentally changing. Nothing about the actual structure itself changes. So you're going to notice a pattern of outcomes. That's why the DNC can't improve. Because the conditions of capitalism don't allow for it. Right? Well, it's not necessarily that they don't allow for it, but they heavily de-incentivize it. It's very rare that you see somebody genuine like Mamdani that's actually willing to, fight against, the wealthy people that are in power. It's very, very rare. This doesn't usually happen. There's a reason for that. It's not because people don't want to, just by default. It's because they're not incentivized to. It's because they're incentivized to protect the people that are in positions of power. Right? Because that's the only way for them to get power and wealth.
On about, right? The Democratic Party is going hard left progressive. I wish. Remember how much turnover there was in his cabinet by the end? He'd have trouble even getting a cabinet.
Look, the Democratic Party at this rate is never going to become progressive. It's not going to happen. It's never going to become super progressive. It's never going to become fucking socialist. It's not happening at any point in the near future. right? We have to work with what we have now. We don't have that much now. So to claim you're looking at the bigger picture when you're not realizing that this doesn't fundamentally change the incentive structures that cause the DNC to be this way. Because it's not just stupidity. It's not just stupidity. People don't do things for no reason. I mean, some people might seemingly do things for no reason, or they might do things that are irrational, but there's usually some sort of underlying reason, even if the person doing the thing doesn't understand what that is. Okay? But the DNC isn't incompetent for no reason. It's not producing these outcomes just all willy-nilly because, I guess we're doing it for fun, or because we feel like it, or because we think it's the best strategy. They're doing it because that's what they're being paid to do. Because that's where the incentive structure is. Because that's what the lobbyists want. It's what big corporate donors and billionaire pedophiles like Epstein want, right? So yeah, of course it's going to be the case that they're complacent. Because at the end of the day, whether or not, Trump is in office or whoever the fuck, Kamala Harris or Vance or Newsom, whoever is in office, that's not going to materially affect any of these people that are in positions of power. It doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter to the wealthy people. That's why they donate to both sides. That's why Epstein was donating to Democrats and Republicans, because he wanted to have influence and sway over both of them. So that no matter who wins, he has a say. Right? But Jeffrey Epstein isn't the only one. He's not an exception to the rule. And there are plenty of other Jeffrey Epsteins out there that we don't know about that are doing all the same shit that he did. Okay? Using their money in the same ways that he did. And this is the result of that. It doesn't matter that it's making the country worse or that it doesn't represent the constituency, because ultimately, that's not what this game is. They're playing an entirely separate game. You have to be aware of that.
Yeah, if Trump had won back in 2020, I feel like it would have taken him like 8 months after getting elected just to get his cabinet together, because Trump would have tried desperately replacing people. Keep in mind, he just over his VP, so he'd have to that for one, he would need that whole situation addressed.
Yeah, but there's not a situation like that this time. Now, if there ends up being one, then yeah, sure, but it doesn't seem like there's an extremely unstable situation. That's not the situation here. I mean, you're talking about a very unusual set of circumstances. So, yeah, this doesn't really add up. You can't compare, an election in 2028 to a 2020 election where the circumstances are entirely different.
Essentially, they didn't like each other. Even in a timeline where Trump won legitimately and Jan 6 did.
I should probably go. I got a busy day tomorrow. God bless y'all. Hope the Lord puts you into my feet again. To see you in the future. See you later. Goodbye. Get a grip. And I'm glad you enjoyed. Have some good sleep. But don't rely on the Lord to show you my content. Seek it out for yourself. Sometimes YouTube doesn't recommend my shit. I for real can't even comprehend this. I don't know what I can say to make it more intuitive. I'm sorry.
Happen. He and Pence still didn't get along. All this stuff, I feel like Trump just wouldn't have gotten anything done this second term. He just would have been an embarrassment. But now the whole Republican Party is aligned 100% behind him. Now, Vosh, I mostly agree, but we have one.
Yeah, but that wouldn't. We already have the accelerationist, the pro-accelerationist take happening, Vosh. That's what you don't understand. Nothing good is coming of this. This is the pro-accelerationist take happening in real time. That's exactly what this is. Arguing in favor of more of this is not good.
One factor that supersedes everything: COVID. Biden handled COVID much better than Trump could have, and I do think that's a meaningful difference. Though, if you want to get into the alt timeline stuff, maybe in a timeline where Trump was needed to manage COVID after the vaccine was out, they wouldn't have had a chance to become anti-vax. Why would they become anti-vax?
Yeah, but them being anti-vax would seemingly be a detriment to their movement, would it not? So they sound fucking crazy, because they are. Right?
When the whole reason they became anti-vax was as a way of foisting culture war warriors on the Biden administration. The anti-vax...
Yeah, but where do these talking points come from? They don't appear out of thin air. They're explicitly designed to elicit something. Right? They're used as a tool. People don't just like start believing this out of nowhere. Right? It obviously comes from something.
Movement only came about because Biden was like the antagonist to their movement. If Trump was the guy administrating vaccine protocols, he probably would have been disinclined to encourage that, you know?
You know, I'm sure that the billionaires and corporate lobbyists would have been, you know, truly devastated by this, and that their plans would all fall apart and we'd live happily ever after in a socialist utopia. Right. Okay. What are we talking about?
They were already anti-vax. They booed Trump when he told them to take the vaccine. That ramped up significantly after the fact. The main thrust of I think that they...
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because they don't actually believe anything consistent. It's like, okay, let's say the right wing is pro-vax. What changes? Nothing changes. Nothing about the system itself changes. Nothing materially changes. It doesn't matter.
Would have gotten much more, or much less disagreeable on that if Trump had been the guy actually administering it, like policy-wise. Yeah, he would have been bragging about Project Lightspeed and stuff. This point where...
For all we know, that the strategy that the Democrats could use is, well, you know, I think that this should be optional. For all we know, the Democrats could have been anti-vax in this case. We have no idea. Am I saying that's likely? No. But it could have panned out that way. It's not implausible. Right? It could have been that was created as a way to counter whatever, right? It doesn't matter.
Well, with the benefit of hindsight, but without it, isn't it always better to choose the lesser evil? But you don't just need, it's not just hindsight. You can also
It is literally hindsight.
have future sight. Like you have to make reasonable predictions, I guess.
But these are not reasonable predictions. Like, what?
I hoped when Biden won in 2020 that he would do the obvious thing and arrest Trump.
So let's look at the big picture here, okay? So we have two scenarios. Either A, so let's say Gavin Newsom runs for president in 2028. Okay, we have two scenarios. Gavin Newsom wins, okay? Causes way less harm than JD Vance possibly could or would, okay? May or may not have two terms, depending on what people feel. And then there's the usual, you know, back and forth of a Democrat or a Republican being in office. Okay? Whether that's, you know, every 4 or 8 years. Yeah, that's going to depend. Yeah, I mean, that's one scenario. The other scenario is JD Vance wins, makes the country even worse. Right? A Democrat wins. In 2032, I don't think that JD Vance being in office for 4 years would make Democrats more likely to win in the future, though. We have no reason to believe this. Right? It's like, okay, so then in 2032, there's a 4 or 8 year presidency. And then the same cycle occurs. I don't think that that's going to have much of an influence. If anything, if the whole Trump second term is more recent, wouldn't a Democrat be more likely to have an 8-year term? Because of like a recency bias? Because obviously JD Vance would be bad. But Trump is a whole lot worse, right? And if people are associating the Republican Party with Trump, rightfully so, wouldn't they be more likely? Because even after 4 years of Newsom, it's like, well, this is better than under Trump. You know, making that direct comparison. So I don't see why this would be the strategy that you would want to take. It doesn't. Yeah, it just doesn't add up. I'm sorry. I don't see what the benefit would be. It's not going to magically make the Democrats win more in the future when nothing about the Democratic Party is going to change at all. If JD Vance wins, like, that's just not how that works. That's probably why he wants a better selection of candidates. Yeah, but he just assumes that there'd be a better selection of candidates in the future. But you can't make that assumption because you'd be wrong. Where have these good candidates fucking been? In 2016, it was Hillary Clinton. In 2020, it was Joe Biden. In 2024, it was Kamala Harris. In 2028, it's probably going to be somebody like Gavin Newsom. Why would there suddenly be good candidates in 2032? Nothing has changed. Oh, but if Vance, you know, has like a mediocre term for 4 years, then surely the Democrats will be motivated to change suddenly. But not, you know, from like the 4-year horrendous second Trump term. That's, you know, way worse than what we would predict to be the case from a JD Vance term. But it doesn't add up at all. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something, but yeah, I don't know. It just seems like an unreasonable take from Vosh.
I thought Merrick Garland. Yeah, Forsyth, thank you. I thought Merrick Garland would do the seemingly the obvious thing and preside over the federal prosecution of Trump for the crimes he committed, but they didn't, you know?
Yeah, because rich people are the ones that are in power. You know that, right? Rich people can get away with whatever they want because they have the money to back it up. And they can just say, fuck you, I have money. And they're like, oh, money. Well, I like money. I have an incentive structure to let you off scot-free, you know, so long as it fills my bank account. That's how the process works. That's capitalism. But you wouldn't know that, Vosh, because you're not a leftist anymore. You're not even a liberal. You're like a weird center-left accelerationist now. I don't know how this has happened. Weren't you originally in favor of socialism? You're not even going to assess that element of it. Oh, maybe the people that are, you know, lobbying for certain candidates and not others are the reason that the Democratic Party is the way that it is. No, I'm sure it has nothing to do with it. The people that are in positions of power that, you know, have interests that are diametrically opposed to socialism. Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with that. Just ignore that fact.
And, you know, Biden is a better man than Gavin Newsom is. Just saying. Masaiga, we're not settling
That doesn't mean he's a better candidate.
for Newsom. We're just saying, like, the hypothetical here is with Newsom. Are we arguing with people? Okay, so this proves Hassan doesn't care about any of the marginalized group he pretends to support. All he cares about is taking money from them so he can buy more outfits for stream.
Yeah, that's probably true.
This reads like someone criticizing me. This is a low IQ.
I mean, yeah. I don't see why not. It's probably a correct statement about you. Right? You're like an Asmongold type. Like this is an Asmongold level take. You're just presenting it in a way that sounds, you know, a bit more articulate. We don't actually have a rational justification other than, but like, what about the 2020 election? You know, if Trump won in 2020 instead of 2024, when there was like a very unique set of circumstances, then, you know, his 2020 presidency would be less bad than his current one, because he would have gotten less stuff done. It's like, yeah. That's not the situation right now. There's no reason to believe that like this wouldn't apply. Like, okay, let's say JD Vance doesn't get anything done, and then there's like a Democrat in office for 48 years. Then what? Oh, then there's going to be a Republican candidate. And then a Democratic one. And then the cycle repeats. Nothing changes. Right?
Criticism, of course. Or at the very least, it's...
You're just an angry Democrat? No, I am not. I'm neither Republican nor Democrat. I only am in favor of voting for Democrats pragmatically, because they are the lesser of two evils. No, I'm something else entirely.
not evidenced by the video posted.
Now, when I call myself a leftist, for the record, I'm an independent form of leftist, right? Right, I'm anti-capitalist, obviously. Right, that's gonna be the main reason. How does Vosh still have a career after the Lolly stuff? I don't know, out of sight, out of mind with these people. I guess people just don't care. Or they don't know about it, or they watched Vosh's response video and they were like, well, that seems correct. And they moved on. They didn't analyze it critically. Because Vosh's goal here isn't to engage in any form of critical analysis. That's not what he does anymore. Which is unfortunate, because if he wants to be, he can be really good at it. I mean, that's sort of what inspired me to do the more political side of what I do, right? And seeing some of his content, you know, it's kind of embarrassing to admit, but yeah, one of the reasons I'm a leftist is because I started out by watching Vosh, and then I looked at all the different arguments, and I'm like, yeah, okay. And I did some research, and I'm like, okay, yeah, it seems like I was wrong about, you know, opposing socialism, right? A lot of my criticisms of it were null and void. It didn't add up. So I did the intellectually honest thing and changed my position. Now, Vosh doesn't really inspire anything like that anymore. He doesn't do that. He doesn't change anybody's positions. He doesn't change people's minds. He used to do that. He used to be really good at it. Far better than me. I'm kind of retarded, okay? I'm not, I'm not going to be the best at it, but, at least I try to do it. At least I fucking try. I don't know. At least I talk about these things. At least I try to engage in a more complex form of analysis. I don't know. Yeah, we don't have a leftist party in the US. That's true.
Issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans.
Oh, this is like a super old clip. Okay, this is just like beefing stuff. This is irrelevant to me, meaningless. This is the person who's mad at Hassan. After all this, Republicans can never complain about anything a Democrat does ever again. Future MAGA prison camp guard. Okay, you.
I mean, yeah, that's also. Well, okay, Republicans specifically. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't disagree with that. Yes, if you're a Republican specifically, then yeah, you wouldn't be able to complain about that and be reasonable. If you're anybody else, though, then yeah, it is reasonable to complain about the things that the Democrats do, because they're just like a less bad version of the Republicans.
They're the chef. But do you actually believe that? Will you fight for a Democratic candidate willing to do what needs to be done? Because liberals love to aura farm. Ooh, look at us. Biden's going to send MAGA to the re-education camps. Did he? No, he didn't, did he? He let everything get worse, and then he left. Vosh,
That's because liberals are complacent.
Do you feel like you briefly became a liberal during the Biden era and never fully returned to your anarcho-syndicalist roots? Well, okay, but if...
Yeah, no. He's actually, less left-wing now than he was in that era. So, I mean, this chatter is kind of onto something. Yeah, he was quite libbed out by that point. But, this is something else entirely. This is him saying, let's vote for the worst candidate on purpose. And that'll show the Dems. So yeah, that'll stick to the Dems, and then they'll learn. And it's well, yeah, Newsom would have a presidency where he wouldn't be able to get as much done, sure. And then what? What happens then? What's the future from there? Okay, you have a Democrat in office, 48 years. Then what? Well, the Republicans would have already have come up with strategy by then. So it doesn't matter.
You
didn't fix anything. The Democratic Party didn't improve either.
Anarcho-syndicalist roots in this case are what exactly? What would I be talking about? What would I be engaging with differently?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that the Democrats aren't going to change magically. Surely, well, it is true that we have the worst fucking timeline imaginable, and the Democrats still haven't changed their strategy at all. Surely if, a thing that's bad but less bad happens, surely then they'll suddenly change their strategy magically for no reason, even though their material conditions promote the literal opposite. Since they're not incentivized to win, they're incentivized to cooperate and adhere to whatever lobbyists are in favor of. You see, you have to keep in mind, corporate lobbyists don't, donate to these candidates out of principled positions in favor of liberalism. They do it so that they have control, and that's why they donate to both Republicans and Democrats. Okay? You'll often see they don't just donate to one or the other. Because at that point, to them, it doesn't matter who wins. It matters, all that matters to them is that whoever wins is somebody that will benefit them. That's the only thing that matters. The goal, I must reiterate, the goal of lobbyists, in many cases, is not to cause any particular candidate to win. It's to make it so that if they do win, they are under the control or heavily influenced by the lobbyists. That is very intentional. That is where the incentive structure lies. But Vosh doesn't talk about this because he doesn't care. He's not anti-capitalist anymore. Why? Because he sits. I'm not going to say he sits, at the top completely, but he is well off. He's well off. He is one of the few people that's actually a beneficiary of capitalism. So why would he bother critiquing it now that he's made it? Good job, buddy, you made it. Now what? Oh, you've just become complacent. You don't oppose the system at all. You use leftism as an aesthetic shield of some sort, as an aesthetic to be utilized for your online persona and career, because it's a part of your brand. It's actually very gross what he does. It's actually quite disgusting.
You know, we're talking about an ideology that is so far from real implementation that it's like, I mean, what I could only really engage with the systems in front of me, unless.
Yeah, but you can talk about them and how they're operating and how all these politicians are bought out and very heavily influenced by people that actually have money, because wealth equals power in this country. You could have talked about that, but you don't. You don't.
You want me to do this like, well, we're removing ourselves from society entirely. Let's just like fantasize about the position.
No. We're not removing ourselves from society. We're observing society in its current form and drawing conclusions from that. That's what I just did, for the record. Right? Like you could easily have talked. You could easily talk about how there are certain factors that are beyond just that the candidates are bad. It's like, have you ever wondered why they keep putting out bad candidates? Why is that? Why is it? Oh, it's a coincidence that they all align with corporate interests. Why would they change that? The money doesn't incentivize change in that regard. The money doesn't incentivize being anti-corporate, because it's the people that are pro-corporate that are favored by big corporations and billionaires. So what other incentive structure is there? JD Vance wins in 2028? That's going to magically shift all of the material conditions surrounding how the DNC operates? It's going to get rid of the lobbyists that are also in control? None of this makes sense. This is such a surface level analysis from Vosh. It's very disappointing. He did make a good point about, yeah, I mean, sure, if Trump won in 2020, it'd be less bad than his second term in reality. I don't disagree with that. But you're not thinking long term. You're thinking one instance, one example, one very unique set of circumstances.
We would have in a system that worked better for us. I don't know. I want to talk about the stuff in front of me. You still call yourself a libertarian socialist? Sure, yeah. I mean, I like...
Yes, it's like an aesthetic for him to skinwalk.
This comes out from time to time. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but basically every stream at some point or another has been a tirade against bourgeois democracy. Over the past 5 years...
Right. So that's why you didn't critique how capitalism and money plays into this at all. So it doesn't matter to you.
My position has shifted to what is now essentially I probably something I would have argued against in the beginning. My current position is that democracy literally cannot survive the existence of capital inequality and maximal actions no man who saves democracy can be a criminal, you know? Like it's like
So how does the capital inequality play a role in this case? Okay, you're getting there. Would you like to be more specific than that? Actually explain that, or is this just like an aesthetic position? Yeah, guys, of course I'm anti-capitalist. No elaboration provided. Great, that's wonderful. It's going to convince a lot of newcomers to become socialists. It's like a part of a cool kids club, and not like a real position that people hold. Really awesome stuff. You're doing a great job. Great advocacy. Yeah, I want the label that describes my style of thinking to be watered down like this. It's really, really good for our movement. Really good stuff.
Fully far like radical I mean, in essence, it's pro-liberal, because these are positions, I mean, ostensibly liberal positions for, the preservation of democracy.
It's crazy how you always advocate for your liberal positions, but not your socialist ones. It's really, really interesting how that works.
But it's not bourgeois democracy. That shit is tumbling like very quickly,
No. You're wrong about that. Do you think that the bourgeoisie is harmed by this? Do you think they're the ones that are being negatively affected? They're benefiting from this. You know that, right? I don't understand how he doesn't. It's like he was never even a leftist to begin with. It's like he's new to this.
Yeah. I talked about decommodifying housing and I scared the hose. You people are like, oh, you're just a liberal now. Well, I did a 2-hour rant on how the government should own every building in the country and you should always have to lease it from them. And everyone got mad at me. What do you want?
When was this? Where is this? I haven't
From me.
I haven't seen this. Though to be fair, I haven't watched Fosh in a while. Maybe he did that. If so, that's cool, I guess.
Was the entire stream, not just 2 hours? Yeah, no, it was a long stream. The deserter would still call you.
But again, like you don't address how the underlying conditions would change in your ideal scenario where Vance wins and then a Democrat. You don't explain. Okay, how does the Democratic Party change? Nothing changes about them.
A lib, sorry. But yeah, well, the deserter has lots of wacky opinions and is probably racist. No spoilers. Definitely racist. I feel like you kind of became a tanky after Trump 2.0. Well, the problem is that
no, it's the opposite problem. He's not a tanky.
Like historically, a lot of the shit that tankies have been defending has been stupid. My current position is this, and I think it's a very defensible one. It is that right now, based on what we are seeing today, our democracy and our way of life literally will not survive without severe, substantial, and widespread efforts taken to preserve democracy.
Which looks like what? Voting for the more anti-democratic candidate who will do more to take away our democracy? This doesn't make any sense. We don't have time for this shit.
Like, not just, ooh, the next Dems are going to have such a fun time with the DOJ, you know, no. Widespread, like fundamental. This isn't about law. It's not about culture. It's just, like, factually, democracy right now does not work in these conditions. So you have to decide between...
So let's make the conditions worse.
Between the conditions, oligarchy, income inequality, being ruled over by Zionist pedophiles, or the democracy. And
wait, okay, so he does point these things out finally.
Between democracy and Zionist pedophiles, I choose democracy. That's...
But you're not choosing that. Nothing about what you've stated here has been a decision towards that. You do realize that our democracy is entirely subject, the entire framework itself is subject to the billionaire Zionist pedophiles. Like, this is a fundamental error in your understanding here. It's not democracy or Zionist billionaire pedophiles. It's that Zionist billionaire pedophiles are the ones that have the most influence over our democracy. That, like, you're not understanding this. These go hand in hand. These are intertwined with each other. That these things in a capitalist society don't exist independent of one another. That's what you're failing to understand here. That the system is working exactly as intended by the people at the top. Okay?
That currently is my position, okay? Do you still support commodity production and the commodity form? Go watch my early... How long have you been in chat? What? I've put a million videos out on my opinions on the social... You joined this month? Okay, I shouldn't be mean to you. I shouldn't be mean to new viewers. I think that the abolition of the commodity form is a wonderful thing that we should pursue, but there are certain, like, ground level systems we have to establish first. Like, global capital and the financialization of the international economy basically made it impossible to do these things. You couldn't do it even with all the power in the world in a single country, because the global supply chain is tied up in systems that are antithetical to like supply side decommodification. Step one for me, I guess, is you have to set the bedrock, right? You have to start building up systems.
Right. This is why I'm in favor of market socialism, for the record. Right? Market socialism would fix a lot of this. Just want to put it out there. Also, lobbying should be illegal. I think that goes without saying.
That are robust and can exist alongside it independently of, those like financial markets. And then you...
Look, all I'm going to say is if I became the president, which material conditions would never allow for, because, what I'd be in favor of is diametrically opposed to, the people that are already in positions of power. I would work my damnedest to, at the very least mitigate the amount of power that lobbyists have. But again, I don't think it would be viable for me to win like that in the first place. You know, it's like that would be the most crazy fucking campaign that I would need to even have a small chance at winning something like that. Right? And it's not like I'm, granted, you don't have to be the smartest person in the world to be the president, obviously. You know, Trump is one of the stupidest people. But the difference between, you know, him and any other idiot is he has capital to back him up. Okay? He has status. He has financial power. And that's how he was able to get as far as he did in the first place. Okay, I don't have that. I never will have that. But while I am smarter than Trump, I think that goes without saying, most people are, I'm not that smart, all things considered. I'm kind of an idiot, okay? I'm kind of just like a regular person. I have regular person intelligence, okay? I need a lot more than that if I were to have a successful, campaign run and presidency there. And, at that point, it's like, yeah, good luck. I mean, that's not just like an uphill battle. That's like, climbing fucking Mount Everest with no, food or water or supplies or the ability to take any breaks. It's like, good luck. Good luck with that. It's just not going to happen. Not to mention, even if I got in office, I would just be the president, not, the grand poobah of the United States that makes every decision ever. So, it's not like I could just like create and then pass a piece of legislation that says that all lobbyists are banned. I would have to first get Congress somehow magically to agree to propose that legislation in the first place. Mind you, that same Congress would primarily consist of people that are controlled by lobbyists. So it just wouldn't happen. It's not realistic. Right? That's why certain things will just never happen within our current system. So it's like, it seems kind of hopeless in a way. By informing people, yeah, that only gets you so far. You can inform people all you want. That doesn't mean that you have the biggest reach, because guess what? All these other candidates, they also go out and inform people of their existence. And they do it more. And they do it better because they have money. Right? That doesn't mean that they're advocating for things that are better, or even that they have better rhetoric. But they have the money and power to back it up. And that's the difference. Someone like me or anyone, any normal person is not going to have the power to become the president. Right? That's just not going to happen. Ever. It won't. She's saying this is the worst time in history, but she can come onto the internet and share her thoughts without a punishment. Because the people in power aren't affected by me talking. That's the sad part. They're not affected by it. It doesn't matter. What you're talking about is the illusion of freedom. Yeah, I can vent these thoughts, but it's not me venting these thoughts on a public platform doesn't magically change who's actually in power. It doesn't change anything. They still control the system. Some random fucking YouTuber, calling it out for what it is, it doesn't matter. They're not going to censor me because they don't have to. I'm just saying the time we live in isn't that bad. It's pretty fucking bad. There's been worse times for sure. I don't think it's ever been good, quite frankly. I think that there are other countries that where the quality of life is significantly better, though, that we can, look at as examples of like, okay, they're doing something right, or they're doing something better. Okay? Take the Nordic countries where people are significantly happier. Okay, what kind of economic systems do they have? What is the cost of living like? What is housing like there? What is their justice system like? We can look at these things. What outcomes do these things lead to? Right? And it's overwhelmingly positive compared to us. Why is that? What are the causal factors there? Right.
Have to start pumping them up. You have to start building that power up, you know, because only then, because if you just try to do it right,
There's significantly less people there. Yeah. But less people doesn't equal happier society. Like, that's not how that works. But, like, that's just not what that means. What? By a lot? Yeah, that's not the causal factor. There being less people doesn't magically make them happier. That's not how that works. Look, what are we saying? Yeah, the number of people is not the relevant factor here.
now everything would get broken and everyone would starve. It would not.
Do you think the people in Ukraine are feeling bad for us? Well, yeah, obviously the people in Ukraine are getting fucked over even more than us. Through Russia's invasion. Yeah, no shit. Did you know that things are even worse in other places? Yes, I'm aware. That doesn't mean that everything is all great and dandy here. It doesn't mean that the cost of living is justifiable here. Or that our conditions, our living conditions are good, or any of that. Or that our working conditions are good. Or that the economy is good. It doesn't mean any of that. Yeah, there are places that are worse, of course. No one is saying that America's the worst or even close to being the worst. No one has argued this. Less people to house with more space. Yeah, but it's not that there's not enough housing for people in America. It's that housing is too expensive. Right? It's that housing is way too expensive. People are getting fucking ripped off when they buy houses or when they rent, no matter what. So you're fucked no matter what, in that sense, right? Because of, capitalistic greed. I think that goes without saying. And, it's, there are plenty of houses and apartments that are vacant right now. Why is that? Why are there so many places, so many perfectly livable places that are completely vacant? So many areas that are vacant. Just saying. There's a reason for that. We have plenty of space. There's also plenty of places in America where there's just like a whole lot of nothing. Just like nothing built there. We just have like a bunch of empty shit where there's just like nothing. Places where houses could easily be built. So I don't think it's an issue of space. Or it's not an issue where everyone is crammed in America. There's a lot of open space here. If anything, there might be too much open space. That might be the issue, not the other way around. We have the space. It's not an issue of there not being enough space. It's that the space is being hoarded by landowners who don't give a fuck. There's a vacant home for every homeless American. Yeah. I don't think we should do any more deforestation. There are plenty of places in America that are absent of trees, or there's not really any trees around, or there's very few. There's plenty of room to build houses. Plenty. And we just don't. The issue isn't even that there's like not enough houses or apartments. Like we have more than enough to house so many people. Right? And if we did, that would be the right thing to do. But we don't. So it's not that we can't. It's that the people in power won't allow for it. And those are fundamentally different. It's not like a logistical issue where it's like, oh, well, it's like physically impossible to make this work. No. It can work. It can work. But the people in power would need to want to make it work. Right? Maybe not free, but folks shouldn't be going hungry while we dump tons of food into landfills every year. Yeah. For sure. Anyways. please finally save me with sandwich talk. Maybe we let too many people in the country. That's not the issue. You do realize that the immigrants increase supply and demand. They benefit the economy, right? That's not like an issue. Anyways, they're not like stealing like the few remaining houses. There's plenty of vacant houses, plenty of vacant apartments. So that's not the issue. If housing is affordable, people would still need to find jobs, and the job market is a problem. Yeah, I mean, like there's more than one issue, right? These issues are obviously intertwined, right? And that's again going to be why I'm in favor of better working conditions, better jobs, right? Now, if we were to have a system where corporation or companies that are like of a certain size or larger, but that surpasses whatever arbitrary metric of largeness that economists decide, let's say, they are legally required to be run by worker cooperatives, or they are collectively owned on some level, or let's say it's like 70% worker owned, 30% consumer owned. Doesn't have to be those percentages. That's just like an example. We would notice that it would be a lot more worker friendly and consumer friendly if you account for the consumers in terms of ownership. And what you'll notice, okay, is this also allows for better working conditions and better jobs, better job opportunities for the average person, and B, it may also give small businesses an advantage. Okay, so this system would diversify the job market. Okay, give you more variety. It would mitigate the prominence of monopolies running society. Right, you wouldn't have these big ass fucking monopolies. Okay, you wouldn't have like a bunch of rich people, investors that are completely disconnected from society, that are the shareholders that make the decisions, that decide who the CEO is, who's also going to be entirely greedy and self-centered, right? You don't have to deal with that anymore. Okay, that's a little too far. I don't see how that's too far. It benefits small businesses, it benefits workers, it benefits consumers. Who doesn't benefit from it? Rich people. Who cares? They can cry about it. They can be on the same level as everyone else. And you know what? It shouldn't even suck to be them, because everyone else at that point would have a much better quality of life. So it'd be so good, in fact, that if they're complaining, they're just mad over nothing at that point, because the average living conditions of the average person would just be good. What's wrong with rich people? Oh, what's wrong with the greedy billionaires that exploit us for our labor and hoard all of their wealth while people starve? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because they do the thing that I just described. Are you an economist? No. No, the reason I'm saying that an economist would need to figure out what would we use to determine how large a company is because that's like a more logistical issue that I would not be equipped to figure out. How rich is too rich in your opinion? Look, if somebody has let's say, I'd say like the maximum is like let's say you have enough money to, I don't know, live comfortably for the rest of your life. I would say that's good, right? If you have enough money to, but if you have significantly more than that, and you're not using it for anything good, especially, I take issue with that. Now, I'm not saying that I wouldn't even say that all millionaires are bad. I'd say all billionaires are probably bad. Not all millionaires. There's going to be some good millionaires that are well-intentioned, that are trying to use their money to change the system for the better. But even for them, it's going to be an uphill battle because the discrepancy in power between the average millionaire and the average billionaire is far greater than the discrepancy in power between us and the average millionaire. You have to understand the scale of these numbers and what that actually means. Okay. So, I want to clarify, right? Being a millionaire doesn't necessarily mean that somebody is a bad person, right? But the ones that are good people are usually fighting uphill battles against the system. In an ideal system, this wouldn't need to exist. This wouldn't need to happen. Single and lower double-digit millionaires can be fine. Yeah, I think it depends. Yeah. I think it generally depends, but yeah, you don't see billionaires fighting against the system like this. Like, they're the ones that influence, and I'm not going to say they create the system. They don't literally create it, but they're the ones that have the most influence, and they influence in a way that's negative, that supports their interests pretty much unanimously. Like, where are the billionaires that are fighting against corporate interests? You don't see it happening, ever. There are millionaires that are willing to do that. There are millionaires that are leftists. Occasionally. Most millionaires aren't. Some of them are. It's very rare that they would be. But yeah, I mean, in order to be a billionaire, you necessarily, like, you're basically just necessarily a bad person at that point. I cannot think of a single example of a good billionaire that defies all odds and operates not in accordance with their material conditions, but diametrically opposed to their own self-best interest in a system that promotes greed and hoarding and selfishness. Yeah, billionaires' interests are basically just, your money is mine now, work for me, slave. For example, most celebrities are 1 to 25 mil and can be good people. Yeah, some celebrities are good people, but even for them, it's an uphill battle. They have cultural influence. They have power from money as well. But they don't have, they don't have the capacity to, like, completely change the system. Again, their power is negligible next to the power of billionaires, combined with the power of all the other millionaires that are selfish and do act in accordance with their material conditions that promote greed. So it's like you're fighting against all the other millionaires and all the billionaires. What can you do realistically if you're one of the good ones? I mean, it's better than nothing, of course. Right? That's not to discredit it. That's not to say to give up, but even so, it's like, you know, it's not as simple as, oh, we just need one good rich person. Even if there was, like, a good billionaire, it's like, okay, great. Still an uphill battle because of all the other billionaires that they'd be up against. So it's not as simple as let's make it so that the good people are rich. Because most rich people aren't good. I think that goes without saying. Nor are they incentivized to be, and that's key. The lack of incentive structure to be good, or to do good things, or to benefit society, is why we have most billionaires being these fucking horrible people. My favorite part is billionaire charity fundraisers. As if they don't have the most money, who the hell are they asking? No, literally. It's like, why are you raising money for charity? You should be giving your money to charity. Why do you want me, somebody that you know, well, I actually make less than minimum wage right now. I make fuck all. I'm basically a broke bitch. Why am I being asked to fucking donate to charity? I barely make any money. Oh, but these billionaires are asking me to donate? You want me to donate? when, you know, they make my life savings in a day. Like, but like way more than that. Like they make like, you know, 1,000 times my life savings in a day. Right. Lovely. But you're putting that on me. You want me to be the one that does that. And all the people that are like me. Why are you making less than minimum wage? Because this is my only source of income right now, this whole YouTube thing. I'm moving in with some people soon. And I'm gonna like, probably gonna act as a housewife as well and learn to clean and cook. But they're gonna have to teach me. Right? But yeah.
Be good, you know. That's my okay. There, I see. Like, I apologize if I took a harsh tone. I do have older videos on this stuff. You know, I just don't. Wait, are you a left communist? Yeah, but it feels.
Yeah, your older videos where you actually had like really good arguments and positions, and you actually convinced people of things that are good and against things that are bad. You know,
like I'm a left communist, but my country is currently controlled by pedophiles. It's like I have like a wide range of economic and political opinions that at the moment are being kind of suppressed by the fact that my country.
But they're not being suppressed. If anything, it's more pointing it now than ever to talk about it, especially with the release of the Epstein files. Like this is your chance to talk about how evil billionaire pedophiles are, and how they're the ones that are actually in the real positions of power. Not that the people in political positions of power aren't in real positions of power necessarily, but the people that fund them in the first place. We often gloss over that. We forget that they arguably have even more power than that. Right now, it's not like they're controlling every individual decision that every politician makes, right? Or that politicians are power hungry and that they're exclusively financially motivated, right? We see, you know, we have ICE, which is basically just, you know, the fucking Gestapo 2.0. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be shit like that where it's, you know, purely for power on a politician's end. But to ignore the financial circumstances that led to them getting into power in the first place is ignorance. Yeah, if you don't like the money you're making, you have to do things that you don't like. Yes, just slave away to corporate 9 to 5 that you hate for the rest of your life. That isn't fulfilling, that doesn't benefit society, that benefits your corporate overlords. Why? Why would I want to participate in that system if I have the option not to? Like, why? Who does that benefit? It doesn't benefit me because, you know, it worsens my quality of life and mental health, right? For the sake of money, I guess, so that I can be more of a consumer, which also benefits the people at the top. Or I could just disengage to the best of my ability. Work for pay isn't slaving. You may as well be a slave. It's not like you're choosing to work. You're doing it because you have to, and you have no other choice, and you're miserable the whole time. You'd make minimum wage instead of less. Yeah, well, the only reason I'm able to do it is because I'm gonna move in with a couple people that are okay with it and they don't care. So, yeah. Do you think becoming successful should be easily? Successful enough to live a comfortable life? Yes. Yes, I do. I actually do believe that. No, I don't think that people should be forced to slave away for the rest of their lives at jobs they hate while the people at the top sit there and drink their fucking fancy wine and buy 300 more Lamborghinis. You know, because 200 wasn't enough. Like, okay, sure. It's not that everyone is suffering. It's that most people are suffering while the people on the top aren't suffering at all. In fact, if anything, they have the opposite problem. It's just like they have too much. what the intent of minimum wage was. Yeah, but minimum wage doesn't account for inflation. But so you're like, you do realize that inflation occurs faster than the increase of minimum wage. You know that, right? So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can increase minimum wage all you want. You're not addressing the underlying issue. You can't just live off for free. I didn't even choose to live, though. Off of everyone else's work. Yeah, but it's like if the quality of work is poor and miserable, it's like why should that be forced? Why should you be forced to do something you hate? That's what I don't understand. I'm not saying that people shouldn't work. I'm saying that people should have the option to do things that they actually want. I don't know why that's such a controversial take. Yeah, I think you should be able to do what you want for a living. Whoa, such a brave, controversial stance. Everyone suffers, bro. Some are just good at it. Yes, I agree that everyone suffers except for billionaires, and that's a bad thing. And that there should be less suffering. I'm saying that the system is the cause of the suffering. It's not people's individual failings or wrongdoings that cause their suffering. It is the system itself that promotes suffering. That's why the system needs to change, not people. The people who live for free off of everyone else's work are billionaires. I'm glad we've come full circle. True. Absolutely true. It's not like billionaires are doing something that they love for a living. They're doing nothing. Okay? Like why is everyone getting funneled into the corporate 9-to-5 route or some other or either that or some low-end job that they hate? Like why are those the two routes in life? Why are those like the two options if you even have an option? So why should people be forced to be miserable? Why should people be forced to live lives they hate? When it is technically possible to make a society in which that's not the case. People aren't owed success in anything and have to work hard for years. Yeah, dude. Like when Elon Musk worked really hard to be born into a wealthy family that mined emeralds in an extremely unethical fashion. Yeah, dude, just work hard to, get born into better circumstances. So true. Thank you for sharing. Sometimes that includes doing something that sucks. There's a difference between doing like something that sucks and doing something that is miserable and grueling that doesn't actually serve any real fucking purpose other than enriching the people at the top for the rest of your life every single fucking day while you slave away, have barely any time to see your fucking family, and then you go home, you're fucking exhausted, you hate your life, and then, if you don't kill yourself, maybe you get to retire, if you make it to 65. Why not make robots do horrible menial tasks like emptying grease traps so humans can craft and build skills? Because society has created this idea that less jobs is a bad thing. That's not true. If less jobs need to get done, that's in of itself a good thing. It's only bad in the context of capitalism, where we're not the beneficiaries of the automated processes, rather the people at the top are. But that's just another argument against capitalism. Anyways, we also forget that we can't have good without bad. This is a retarded point, and I've seen it so many times. Okay, and I'll tell you why you're wrong. Okay, there's two reasons for why you're just factually incorrect about this. One, if it's the case that you cannot have good without bad, then you can also not have bad without good. But that's not true. You can have bad without good. There are some people whose lives are just pure suffering. I don't need to know, or I don't need to experience things that are good to know that my life is bad. Right? I can intuit that because my life is worse than a net neutral. My life is worse than nothing at all in terms of my actual experience. So the reference point would be neutrality or nothingness or non-existence itself, right? Non-existence itself would be the reference point. The lack of emotion, the lack of any subjective qualitative, the lack of any qualitative subjective experience. Okay? That would be the reference point. Right? Anything that is preferable to that is good. Anything that is dispreferable to that is bad. It's very simple and easy to understand. I guess I'm retarded. No worries. Look, I've seen a lot of people say that, and they only say that because it's like a fucking cope. It's just like a way of coping. It's like, no, that the suffering you experience is not for a reason. You don't benefit from it. It doesn't help anyone. It just makes things worse for you. And you get nothing out of it. Maybe not walking robots, probably algorithmic machines, but yeah, obviously. Oh my god, frog in my throat, what the fuck? But if you never experienced bad, you wouldn't know the difference, but it's just like not true. That's just not true. You would still at least be able to understand in theory that there could be something worse than a net neutral, if that was the case. The same way that I, in theory, understand that there could be something better than a net neutral, even though my life is a net negative. I experience almost nothing but suffering. The amount of good I experience is minuscule. Right? What you're saying implies that there's an equal amount of suffering and pleasure. That the existence of pleasure is solely contingent upon the existence of suffering and vice versa. That these things are equal to each other, that they're an equal, there's some sort of magical equalizing force, but there's not. If that was the case, then my life would be a net neutral, but it's not. It's a net suffering. I experience more suffering than pleasure, and I have for my entire life. And the way that I'm able to know this is because I have a reference point. If it was flipped, it was the other way around, and my life was almost unanimously good, and almost unanimously a net and it was a complete net pleasure, I would still be able to make this assessment. Right? I would still be able to be like, well, yeah, my life is good because it's way the fuck preferable to a net neutral. Right? That assessment doesn't change. Right? It doesn't suddenly change if you go to the most extreme end on either end of that. Why do you think you've experienced only suffering? No, I've predominantly experienced suffering because the majority of experiences that I have are worse than nothing at all, which is a fact. Okay? And it's also the case that the magnitude of the bad experiences that I face is far greater than the magnitude of the pleasurable experiences that I have. So even the average instance of a case of suffering is generally going to be a far greater magnitude than the magnitude of any pleasurable experience. Okay? Hold your breath. Tell me what you think. Family members having cancer. Cancer is bad. It causes suffering. What do you mean? What am I supposed to say? Like, yeah, that's like a bad thing. Hyper? What? I'm confused. Anyways. Like, automating grease trap and emptying is one thing, but that's one task in one industry. My job is demolition, for example. There's no robot in development that can reason out an installation extraction. Well, yeah, I'm not saying that nobody should ever work ever, right? That's not my position, right? In order for society to function, yeah, people do have to work, right? But I think that people should have a bit more say in what they actually do, And I don't think that's an unreasonable take. Money doesn't change suffering. That's just like not true. Material conditions absolutely influence your well-being. To claim otherwise is stupid. Like to claim that people, what's that? You're fucking broke and you can't afford to put food on the table or to pay rent, and you're financially unstable. Oh, you must be the happiest camper ever because your financial No, I'm not saying that it's the only variable, right? There could be things that could like quote unquote make up for it, right? Even just somebody's brain composition and the way that chemical reactions occur could make them more predisposed to feeling good things than bad things. And that's possible, combined with they have like a really strong support network and like a really good family, right? That's not always going to be the case, right? But if we look at a more broad sense, right? I'm not just looking at the exceptions to the rule, but if we look at a more broad sense, we can see, yes, material conditions do affect people's quality of life. This is just obvious. I don't think I need to explain that. Imagine a billionaire's son got cancer, but his money can't save his son. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they would experience suffering in that case. I'm not saying that billionaires never experience suffering. That's not my position. Now imagine the same scenario, but instead of it being a billionaire's son, it's like it's somebody that doesn't have the best set of circumstances. They can barely afford housing, barely afford to support their family. Oh, and their son is dying of cancer. Whose life do you think is worse? That the billionaires or that the regular person's whose son is dying of cancer? It's probably going to be the regular person's, because there's going to be other variables as well that also worsen their life. Now, granted, having your own son die of cancer is going to be traumatic no matter who you are. I think that goes without saying, unless you're some crazy psychopath. But yeah, the billionaire would also have a better chance at saving the son. So what if it's the case that the cancer is treatable, but they need a treatment, and because healthcare isn't universal or free in this country, if you're poor, the son dies, and if you're rich, they get saved. Well, there's an example of money literally equating to happiness in that case, in the example you brought up. So the example you brought up is actually quite poor for your argument. It actually proves me correct. It's like, let's say the regular guy does, manage to take out a loan to save his son. Well, now this guy is in debt for the rest of his life. So, no matter what, that this guy is going to be materially worse off. Imagine 1 million poor people have kids with cancer and they can't throw money at it, even though there's a cure that costs a lot. That's the reality. The billionaire actually makes money off of that too. True. What level of education do you have, Femyoz? Completing high school and some college. I don't claim to be some genius, academic expert in anything. Generational debt is an evil concept. True. So is generational wealth. Both of these are evil. I've seen commentary YouTubers briefly talking about fucking Ethan Klein lawsuits, and they're like, yeah, this person's gonna be, they're gonna have generational debt as a good thing. And I'm like, but are you gonna you the thing you just said? What? You're gonna question why there's generational debt? You're aware of the fact that generational debt exists. Are you gonna question it at all? No, you're not gonna question that. You don't realize why that's a problem in society. Oh, okay. Yeah, carry on. Anyways, yeah, people just don't think about things enough. We don't understand is that people don't pay up front for cancer treatment and everyone gets the same treatment. Yeah, but it costs money. And no, not everyone does get the same treatment. Because maybe in other countries it's the case, but in America, no. Not everyone gets the same treatment in America. Because healthcare is privatized here. It's privatized and commodified. Right? And that's an issue. Right? It inflates the costs entirely. And it also, well, decreases the quality because, you know, it's like, well, we can just sort of get away with whatever. So I think passing on wealth to children is okay if it's like 500K. I think anything above that should go to charity. Yeah, fair. I don't necessarily disagree with. Look, I understand, you know, like passing on like small amounts where it's like, okay, here's like enough to, you know, get your life started. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with like, I don't know, like if you have the money for it, yeah, like pay for your kids' college. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, that shit I'm fine with. I have a problem with, you know, the people that are in much higher positions in society where it's like, yeah, you enjoy your life of luxury that you don't have to work for the rest of your life. You don't even have to get a job. Enjoy being able to buy whatever the fuck you want. That's what I have an issue with. It's like there are people that are starving, you know. Like why do we allow for this? And I'm not even saying that like, you know, the person that does that, I understand that they love, you know, their kid or whatever. They're not necessarily doing it maliciously in that case. That's just what that's just like what the mechanisms of society allow for and promote. Right? It's like, yeah, you are incentivized to do that because you have an emotional attachment to your son or daughter or whatever the fuck, non-binary child, whatever, you name it. So obviously you're gonna have some sort of emotional attachment. It's like, well, yeah, I want all my money to go to them when I die. It's like, that's like a reasonable instinct, except for the fact that when we're talking about extreme quantities, is a detriment to society at large. Because they're not actually making a rational decision on the basis of what's the most beneficial or utility maximizing in a broad sense, right? They're thinking inwards. If I had 100 million, my kids are getting every cent. Why? Like, what do they do to earn it? What do they need $100 million for? You can live comfortably for the rest of your life with a lot less than that. What do they need that for? 100 million? Let's say you expect them to live past 100. Let's say 100 years. Right? Like realistically. Like what do they need all that money for? Like if you're making 100 million. Okay. What is this for? What is this for? Like they don't need 100 million. If I had $1 trillion, I'd give half of it to charity and the other half would go to my kids. Again, what would half $1 trillion, what would $500 billion, like what would they need the $500 billion for? Like, I don't understand. Like you could set your kids up to live comfortably, to not have to work that much. Or to only have to work part-time with a lot less money. Like what is this for? I don't get it. Like, what do they need the money for? But I earned it fair and square. No, you fucking didn't. You got lucky. They can have it unless they're a piece of shit. But they didn't earn it. People like you are part of the problem. People like you are part of the problem. Why? Like, you don't deserve it. You didn't earn it. You earned it off the backs of people that work harder than you. And you were lucky enough to end up in a position of power. Where did you get the money from? If you're that rich, where do you think that money comes from? And they're the ones that deserve the money because they're the ones doing all of the work, obviously. while you just sit back in your comfy chair. They're my kids. I can give it to them. You can. That doesn't mean that you should give all your money to them if you're fucking rich. Like if you're a billionaire, why would you do that? If you had $1 trillion, why would you do that? Let's not even talk about being in cahoots with governments for resource extraction wars. Yeah. Quite literally. Like what do you think these people do to get that money? You think working hard is the solution? Because there are people that work for fucking nothing, that work grueling hours way harder than any of these people that live these lavish lifestyles will ever have to work or ever have worked. The people that do real work, the people that get exploited for their labor and they get nothing in return. They get less than the bare minimum. But you want to tell me that it's a matter of effort? You think effort is the solution. Just work harder, bro. When these people work their asses off and get nothing. No, you don't deserve more than them. Because you're not working harder than them. I would not use effort as the metric of worth. If you're a billionaire, do not use effort as the metric of worth. That is the worst possible argument. Because by that metric, every billionaire is fucking worthless. And the average McDonald's worker that has a shitty life and shitty working conditions is putting a lot more effort than any of these fucking billionaires that sit around all day and hoard their fucking wealth. To be honest, it makes sense. The person who would become a billionaire would get inheritance like that. Or would give inheritance like that. Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. It makes sense within human psychology and what they would be motivated to do, but that's not a flaw with them as a person. That's a flaw with the system. I mean, yeah, it is a human flaw, but it's a human flaw that, like, I do believe the majority of people would share that. I don't think I'd be immune to that, quite frankly. I don't know. If I was born under different circumstances, let's say I got lucky, right? When people become successful, they don't want to attribute it to luck, right? They're not incentivized to, that's for fucking sure, right? They want to believe that they did something to earn it, that they did something to stand out, that they must have worked harder than everyone else, right? But that just like serves as a confirmation bias, where it's like, oh, well, I'm successful. That must mean I'm doing something better than everyone else, right? They have like the opposite of imposter syndrome. They have poster syndrome. Is that a thing? Poster syndrome? It's like imposter. I don't know, dude. Either way. Look, I'm not saying if circumstances were different, let's say, and granted, this depends on, like, you know, what the circumstances are. Like, let's say I get as far in my life with nothing changing to the point where I'm at now. And then suddenly I become a billionaire overnight. Okay? Let's say that happens. Let's say that I have kids. Let's say, well, no, because obviously I don't have kids. But let's say it happens in the future. Let's say it happens in the future when I'm like, let's say I adopted kids or whatever. Okay. And then I suddenly become a billionaire. Would I make selfish decisions that I believe would benefit them? Probably some, to be honest. I think what I would do is I'd be like, here's enough money to live very comfortably for the rest of your lives, okay? After a certain point, of course, right? I would want to like establish first, like I don't want them to be spoiled, so I would want to establish like, okay, you gotta operate in society as normal. We're not gonna give you all the money right away. I gotta make sure you have like good values first. But eventually, I'd be like, okay, they're ready. They have the same values as me. Here's enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life. You don't have to work a day if you don't want. You can choose not to. If you spend it irresponsibly and fuck up your life, that's on you. You know, I wouldn't recommend that. But you have the option to do what you want with it. You're an adult. You blow it all on shit that doesn't matter and become broke. Don't come to me for help if you do that, because I'm not giving you any more. Right? And then with the rest of the money, right, I would donate it to charity. I would use it for things that, you know, matter on a broader scale. You know, try to, you know, have some influence in politics, right? Become the thing that I swore to destroy. I'd probably become some form of lobbyist to work against other lobbyists, right? Because I would still be anti-lobbyist, of course. That position wouldn't change. I would still understand why lobbying is bad. But lobbying for things that are good in a system that allows lobbying isn't necessarily bad. It's just that the system itself shouldn't allow lobbying, because lobbying generally leads to bad outcomes, if that makes sense. It's not that lobbying is a moral wrongdoing in of itself, if that makes sense. That's how I view it. Look, either way, so just give money to someone you don't, and they may do bad things with the money. Yeah, but like we're talking about like building houses for the homeless, feeding the homeless. Like what are they going to do with the food that they get? Eat it bad? Eat it wrong? What the fuck are we saying? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, what if people are starving and the money goes towards them? Like they don't have the ability to, you know, to do that much. Oh well, what if they take the money and spend it on drugs? Well, I'd be spending it on housing and food for them, and also rehabilitation, right? So I'd make it easier for them to get the help that they need, so that they have no desire to do the drugs in the first place, right? That's part of the issue, is because their mental health isn't taken seriously. Oh, they're just you know, it's because people treat it like a moral failing. Have you ever noticed that when it comes to poor people that are on drugs, people you know, say it in like a demeaning way, like, oh, well, they would probably just spend the money on drugs. First of all, that's not necessarily always or even usually going to be the case. It's usually not going to be the case. It can be the case, but even it's the case, that why do you say it like that? Because when we talk about somebody that's middle class or upper middle class that struggles with addiction, it doesn't get framed in that same way. It doesn't get stigmatized the same way that it does with poor people. Like, oh, you know, they have issues, and, you know, it's like, hopefully those issues can get resolved, and, you know, I'm rooting for them. You know, it's a very different tone. There's a huge tonal shift. And it's almost like a dehumanization of people that are in worse positions in society as a way that people cope. Because as soon as you realize that they're just as human as you are, it fucking hurts. Believe me, it fucking hurts. It hurts to see. Genuinely. It's painful to look at. Now, all it takes for me is to just see homeless people, and then that's enough for me to be like, yeah, this is like completely a fucked situation. For some people, they delude themselves, they lie to themselves, and they're like, well, they deserve it because they just didn't want to work, and, it's because, and I won't give them money because they're going to spend it all on drugs. Right? That's a way that they, that they justify it, that they justify their compliance and their complacency. It's with shit like that. It's very sad, actually. And then you wonder why. Well, why would they, be addicted to drugs? Well, because they have nothing else going for them. Because their lives are shit. The reason that homeless people are more likely to be addicted to drugs is because their lives fucking suck. They have nothing going for them. They have the worst possible material conditions. Of course, a lot of them are going to fucking turn to drugs. How else are they meant to fucking cope with this? Oh, get a job. Do you think that homeless people get hired frequently? Let's take something really low end. That should be like an entry level job that anybody can get. Okay, let's say McDonald's. Okay? Let's say working at McDonald's. Now let's say you're homeless. You live on the streets. You don't have access to food, clean clothing. So first of all, or a shower or any of that. So no matter what, you're gonna go into there. You're gonna look like shit. You're probably gonna smell like shit. Right? You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. There's nothing you can do. Right? You're gonna look like a crazy homeless person because no matter what, there's nothing you can do. It doesn't matter how fucking hyper rational your brain is. You can be the most rational person, but if you look like that and you can't do anything about it, good luck getting hired. They're gonna ignore you. Oh, it's just like a crazy homeless person, because that's the assumption that people make. Right? That's the assumption people make. So, what are you meant to do in that case? Not to mention the fact that it's going to be a lot harder to make rational decisions or do anything rational when you don't have food. So, what are you meant to do? If you don't get hired because you're a homeless person and because you're viewed as lesser than human, what do you do? What do you even have to turn to? You have nothing. These people literally have nothing, and then they get demonized when you turn to drugs because they have nothing else to turn to. And then we act like it's their fault. Like it's their fault, I guess, that they have shitty material conditions and then respond accordingly. It's absurd. And not only is it completely absurd, which I think is fairly obvious, but it's also inhumane. It's also inhumane. Yeah, and in their minds it's a skill issue, but it's not. It is a predictable outcome of really shitty circumstances, a very predictable outcome. And all the people that say skill issue, if they were in that same set of circumstances, they would do exactly the same thing that they demean. They would turn to drugs. They would quickly realize that it's hopeless. No job is going to hire them. No matter what they do, no matter how they try to present themselves in terms of their words, assuming they're even educated, right? Assuming they even had the opportunity to be educated at any point. Right? Yeah, just be born better next time, I guess. But yeah, all these fucking people, that say shit like this would do exactly the same thing in that position. But they don't think about that because they want to be complacent. They're willingly complacent. I don't even know if they realize how complacent they actually are. There are not many first-generation billionaires. Most of them inherited money. Well, yeah, and the people that are first-generation billionaires come from families of 100 millionaires. So it's like, yeah, I mean, sure, you might be the first generation that's a billionaire, but like, what does your lineage look like? Oh, like increase. Because the money was used to create more money. Right? It gets to a point where the whole point of capitalism is literally just use money to create more money. And that's what these people do all day. They just are like, well, I'm going to use this money to get more money. And that's what they do. And they have the ability to do it because they have the financial resources for it. And what does that do? That worsens the generational wealth gap. It's hard to become a billionaire now because there isn't many new things that our society needs, like phones or cars. Yeah, exactly. Do you think drug dealers are evil, immoral people for taking advantage of these disadvantaged souls? Well, I don't believe in the concept of a soul, but I think it depends on the drug dealer. I think from their perspective, because again, you have to factor in, like, why are they dealing drugs? Well, to get money, obviously. Well, what do they need money for? Well, probably to feed themselves and their families. So it's like, you have to keep in mind, it's like, if it's either drug dealing or going homeless, like, they're almost every single fucking person in the world is going to choose drug dealing. So, it's not as simple as drug dealing is bad. You're a bad person no matter what if you do it. It's a lot more nuanced than that. Right? When people drug deal, they're usually not doing it for fun. They're doing it because they're broke. That's the way higher education is now. Lots of college kids do drugs. Yeah, and you'll notice, like, they're less likely to develop addictions. You'll notice that. The college kids that do drugs, they look back and they reflect and they're like, oh, that was a fun time. Don't think much of it. Right? Yeah, I tried some crazy shit. Why is that? Well, it's because taking a drug one time doesn't actually magically make you instantly addicted to it. That's not how that works. Addictions start because people have nothing going for them, because it's the only thing that makes them feel good. And when the only thing that makes you feel good is drugs, that's when it becomes dangerous. But you'll notice a lot of these people don't get addicted because that's not the only thing that makes them feel good. That's not the only thing they have going for them in their life. So they can just, do some crazy fucking whatever the fuck. They could snort a line of coke once, have some crazy high, and move on with their life because they already got a good life. It doesn't matter. Now, it's not all drugs are the same. Some drugs, it's like, yeah, you wouldn't ever want to touch that. But, and yes, drugs do alter your brain chemistry, and sometimes it can be like a permanent alteration, right? But generally speaking, right, even if we're talking about like coke, you're not going to instantly get addicted from one line of coke. That is unless you have nothing else going for you and your life is shit. In which case, you're going to be a lot more prone to it. Once it becomes a necessity for happiness, that's where the addiction starts and kicks in. Because at that point, it feels like you don't have a choice. I can't be happy unless I get blank. So they go back to blank. And it feels really good. So they go back to blank again. But if there are alternative ways of getting happiness, that they don't need to keep going back to blank. They only do it because there's nothing else. And eventually, your system develops a dependency and whatnot. But that doesn't happen from doing it once or twice or even 3 times. You have to do it consistently for your system to develop such a dependency, or if you stop doing it, you go through withdrawal. But what gets you to that point in the first place? What doesn't happen overnight? It's not like a switch is flipped and suddenly, they're like a drug addict. It may seem that way from an external point of view, but if we actually take a look at what the person is going through and what it comes across as internally, what I described is far more accurate. You may just view it as a flipped switch because you didn't know that their life was shit. You didn't know that was the only source of happiness that they even had in the first place, and that was the only way they could be happy. So to you, it's just, oh, they did cocaine once and they got addicted. You didn't question why did they do cocaine the first time and why did they go back to it? It's still exploitation of those addicted and they can see that. Yeah, but they're desperate. I don't know. Look, fact of the matter is, drug dealers are generally not well off either. And it's like, yeah, you could argue it's like a form of exploitation. But it's like, I mean, that's nothing compared to like, you know, what people in actual positions of power do. Like, that sucks. I would argue that, like, you know, selling drugs to people that are, you know, clearly addicted is bad. Obviously, if you lace drugs with anything, that's fucking evil. Right? But I don't know. I don't think selling drugs in of itself is bad. I think it's very contextual. How you're doing it, why you're doing it, what are your circumstances. And obviously, what are the outcomes is going to be important too. But that goes both ways. What are the outcomes on your life, your family's life, and obviously the person you're selling it to's life, right? Now, let's say you sell, I don't know, you sell, you know, whatever drug it is, right? Now, you might have some understanding that if you don't sell it to them, they're going to get it from elsewhere. And elsewhere might lace it so that they specifically get addicted to that person's, you know, that person's shit. So they go back to that person in order to get that specific high. Right? And that's going to be a worse outcome than you just selling it to them. Right? And let's say that they don't have access to any drug dealers and they're sober for a bit. Well, that doesn't address the underlying issue. That doesn't address why they're addicted to drugs in the first place. So you haven't really solved anything. Nothing is meaningfully changed. You know, the amount of homeless people doesn't, you know, suddenly disappear. They don't suddenly, you know, become functional members of society with jobs. No, they still get fucked by society. It doesn't matter. The fact that they get fucked over by society is why they turn to drugs in the first place. And it's like, well, surely if we remove their one and only form of escape from their misery, you know, surely that'll fix the issue. No, it won't. Because they were the first ones to realize what the issue actually was. But it was too late for them to do anything about it. So, they get stuck. Anyways, am I the youngest person here? I'm 2008. You might be. I mean, I was born in 2004, so I'm 21. But yeah, I mean, I guess. So yeah, you'd be like 4 years ago. I didn't have the best understanding of any of this shit either. I get it. I used to support capitalism. You know, it wasn't until like 2022 that I really started to question everything. And that I really, you know, started to question the entire system itself. Where I unbrainwashed myself. I became aware of where the brainwashing was and where it came from, how to mitigate it. Because I, like everyone else, was taught Red Scare propaganda. Communism is bad. It's everything bad. Okay, it's like when the government owns stuff, and taxes. Taxes are bad, right? You don't like taxes, do you? That means that you have to pay more. You know, explicitly ignoring the fact that A, taxes is not socialism, and B, it would be wealthy people and corporations that are taxed more, but that's besides the point. Either way, yeah, I don't know. I guess it took me realizing what socialism and communism actually are to not be so against them. And I'm not a communist by any means. I'm a market socialist, which is the form of socialism that's actually the closest to capitalism. It's barely even socialism. It's basically just better capitalism, really. And once you frame it like that, once you realize there is a better form of capitalism out there and it's just been stigmatized, you quickly realize, oh, I've been brainwashed. Like, you know, I mean, hell, if you look at even what they do in the Nordic countries, right? It's significantly better. Significantly better than what we do here. People are happier, people have a higher quality of life. That's not even close to market socialism. That's mixed economy. It's like a purely mixed economy. Right? I would still categorize it as capitalist. But already that's closer to being, I mean, that's already a better form of capitalism than what we have here. Right? We can go further than that. We can make it even better. We can have an even better form of capitalism. Right? Once you understand that there's like a spectrum to it, and that a lot of the things that are, you know, components of, you know, of socialism are just, you know, things that you would see in an existing society, but better. I mean, you quickly realize that it's not what it was made out to be. And then people oftentimes point to the USSR and China as examples of socialist or communist countries. First of all, they're not. The USSR was state capitalist. China is also state capitalist. Communism and socialism is not when the government owns stuff. Okay? It refers to a form of collective ownership. Okay? Stalin owning everything just means that he was the primary owner of capital and controlled everything. Okay? If anything, it is a form of hyper-capitalism. It's capitalism where Joseph Stalin has a monopoly on wealth and power, and those things are intertwined with each other. Right? Well, notice, there's no collective ownership entailed by the USSR, and therefore cannot be communist or even socialist. Okay? I want to clarify that. Do you make thoughts differently now that you perceive yourself as female? No. No, I have a similar way of processing information that I always have. I've just thought about more stuff. Right? You know, I had already begun changing my positions on things well before that. You know, I've had positions, strong positions even, on a lot of things, you know, since fucking as long as I can remember. And those positions have changed, morphed, and adapted over time as I learn new stuff, as I find problems in my existing worldview to contend with. And as I find problems with my existing worldview to contend with, I adapt, I change it, I improve it. Right? So I always end up being more correct than I was in the past. At least almost always. I'm sure there's been an exception to that, where it's like, no, I was right the first time. But generally, in terms of my analysis of the world, it becomes more refined over time. Socialist governments often own the means of production, but that's not socialist. That's not what that means. Socialism entails collective ownership, right? The government is not a collective. So, therefore, that's not socialist. That's just state capitalism. Do you feel better about yourself since you've transitioned? Yes. I have a dream that everyone in this nation will control their own destiny, a land of the truly free, damn it, a nation of action, not words, ruled by strength, not committee.
Also, thank you, Vessel Bulbs Official or sorry, not Vessel Bulbs Official. Why does that show up as the most recent one? But here, thank you, Vertical Horizon XL for the 150. Very much appreciated. I don't know why it doesn't show up in my mini feed. That's strange. It should show up in my mini feed. Sorry, where was I? Yeah, so I'm in favor of equality of opportunity, but wealth inheritance, like inherited wealth, fundamentally opposes that. You are necessarily creating a society where there's an extreme inequality of opportunity, where you have both, generational wealth and generational debt, especially. That is the opposite of equality of opportunity. To claim that somebody with generational debt has the same opportunities as someone with generational wealth is laughable. It doesn't make any sense. I'm not advocating for equality of outcomes. I understand that different people need different things. I don't think anybody is arguing against that. But people need things. A lot of people aren't getting those things. And most people aren't living fulfilling, satisfying lives. So, what's the solution? Well, to give people more of a say over their own lives, to give people a greater sense of autonomy, greater level of autonomy over what they do. Where the law changes to suit the individual, not the other way around. Now, you have to keep in mind that it is billionaire pedophiles and corporate lobbyists that are the ultimate deciders of who gets in power. And there's incentive structures at play here. Back where it belongs in the hands of the people, every man will be free to think and act for themselves. This doesn't work under capitalism, because you have to realize that under capitalism, everything, every system can be bought out with enough money. That's a lot of people fail to understand. This includes the government, the thing that creates laws and passes them, right? Have you ever noticed that? Well, it is true. We get to, vote for different candidates. Have you ever noticed how? I don't know. All of the candidates that make it past the primaries are completely bought out by lobbyists. How they all defend corporate interests. Hell, how they all defend fucking Israel. Oh, I'm sure it has nothing to do with AIPAC. Fucking funneling money towards them. No, it's a coincidence. No, I think it is obvious. It is obvious who really is in charge here. Again, the reason the DNC is incompetent isn't for no reason. It's not just because people are inherently stupid. No. It's because that's what the incentive structures permit under a system of lobbyists. I do not have a Twitch. Well, I do, but I don't stream there very often. You're right, Hottie. USSR and China were in transition state to the real form of government. No, that wasn't a transition state. They were just state capitalist. That's why you can't give people that amount of power in the first place. So as soon as somebody gets that amount of power, their first instinct is abusing that power, which, of course, eventually they did. Also, thank you, Frozen Bun, for the 2 saying you look cute today. Thank you. So that donation showed up. That was weird. The other one didn't. Capitalism was a revolt against monarchy, but the capitalists have become the aristocracy. Yeah, you have to keep in mind that the people defending capitalism today would have been the people defending, monarchy, a few hundred years ago. It's the same people. It's because, again, the systems are created with, or at least they try to be created with that in mind. Like, with the fact that, people might not agree with the systems, and therefore the people need to be treated like cattle almost. We can't let the sheep stray too far away from the herd.
Right? There's a reason for that. There's a very good reason for that. I haven't seen Senator Armstrong's I Have a Dream speech. I saw Martin Luther King Jr.'s, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. I didn't know there was more than one I Have a Dream speech, to be honest. I can't believe Iranian diaspora, I probably butchered that, went from the smartest to dumbest, and monarchy kiss ass very quickly, less than 7 years. Yeah, again, people are just oftentimes in favor of whatever the current thing is. Right now, the current thing is capitalism. It's been the current thing for a while. A lot of people are just in favor of defending the status quo. It's familiar. You know, the same way that like an abusive partner is familiar. That's why people go back to their abusive partners, by the way. It's because it's familiar, because it feels like home, even though that home is shit. Right? And something new and different is scary. Because you're not used to it. You don't know what it is fully. Or at least it feels that way. Even if you have like a conceptual understanding of it, you don't know what it feels like. I unironically believe that people have Stockholm syndrome for capitalism. Did she read my chat? Yeah, I did. I said thank you after I read it out loud. Did you not hear me? It's in the VOD. But yes, I read the chat. I appreciate that. Even if I don't see it. It's from the hit game Metal Gear Rising. Revengeance? Yeah, I haven't played that. So that's probably why I haven't heard that. Well, when you build the nation on slave labor, then keep people scared of black men, gay men, and transgender women while they hoard wealth is just insane. Yeah. But people just accept it as normal. People move on. People just don't care. The easiest thing you can do about societal injustice is not care and just be desensitized. Look, okay, don't get me wrong. I love the fucking, AI slop, Jeffrey Epstein versus P. Diddy fucking edits, all the shitty AI slop of Epstein on Instagram Reels. Okay, that shit is great. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't have it any other way. But I also think that demonstrates the point that I made a few seconds ago, which I will reiterate now. The easiest thing to do when shown societal injustice is to not care and to be desensitized. Have I illustrated my point yet? Now, granted, I don't think that, Instagram Reels of AI slop of Epstein is going to cause any harm. Because A, it's funny and it makes me laugh, as well as a bunch of other people, and B, it's either that or people just moving on and not even thinking about it. So, no matter what, people are just gonna, avoid. Humanity is very avoidant, just in different ways. I'm an avoidant person in a lot of ways, just in different ways from neurotypical people. Does your bracelet have letters? Yeah. It spells out summer, which is the name of my girlfriend. She's been on stream before. I miss her so much. She's like never online, I swear to God. But she lives, a couple hours away from me, so it's difficult. It's actually really difficult. But hopefully we can move in together. Hoping within the next few months. I feel like the people I'm moving in with are just, they're awesome people, but I feel like they're like procrastinating and like pushing it back, and I don't know, I'm anxious. Yes, Summer is pee-pee girl, yes. Okay. Also, my cat's trying to get in. Give me a sec. Hope that goes well. Me too. I'm nervous about it. You have an understanding of what's really going on in this country? And it's depressing. It doesn't make me feel good. You're definitely not going to get any instant gratification from actually understanding, you know, the truth about this country, right? Because it's depressing and sometimes actually quite mundane. You know, it's not some like elaborate scheme necessarily, right? A lot of people cope with it by creating some elaborate scheme in their head. Oh, it's all a part of an elaborate Jewish conspiracy. They're wrong. No. It's quite literally just people act in accordance with their material conditions, whatever those may be. And oftentimes, you'll see that the system rewards certain bad and maladaptive behaviors that harm society at large. Because society doesn't reward people based on how much they benefit society, right? Hot outfit, thank you. It's more than desensitization at this point. It's obfuscation by humorous exhaustion. It's desensitization plus. No, I don't view this as any different. Look, I don't think there's anything wrong with making fucking Epstein jokes or shit posts. I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong with it. Because at the end of the day, most people don't want to think like, oh, you know, like they don't want to be thinking about like how basically our society is controlled by politicians that are almost unanimously bought out by lobbyists, which comprise of, you know, corporate donors that are going to operate in the best interest of corporations, not us, and greedy billionaire pedophiles like Jeffrey Epstein, which there are a lot of. Right? That's not like a fun thought to think. That's not like a fun thing to think about, because you feel powerless. You know, it's not easier to, you know, take it out on some other group. Oh, it's the Jews. Oh, it's transgenders. It's whatever group is easy to target, to blame. Because it sucks realizing, oh, the group that's at fault, the one that's actually in power, yeah, we can't really do anything to stop them. Not in this current system. People don't want to think about that. People don't want to think about how the people that actually influence politics, the people that are actually having a real say over how society operates, well, they're the ones that are ultimately destroying society from the inside and out. So yeah, it's because of, you know, degeneracy and transgenderism and immigrants. It's a lot easier to target immigrants, that's for sure. Oh, just deport them. Problem solved. Easy, right? If only it was that simple. If only it was that simple. And of course, they don't care about the fact that immigrants actually benefit the economy and have, then that there's no evidence of them causing any, you know, material harm on any real scale. You know, if we're talking broadly, seems to be the case they're not positive. But of course, they're not going to acknowledge that, because it's a lot easier to just say, this group of people is bad and we can do something to stop them. But what happens when it becomes something that isn't, this group of people is bad, we can do something to stop them? You know, if we just vote for the right person. And this group of people is bad, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. All we can do is mitigate harm to a small degree at most. That becomes a lot more depressing. It's demoralizing. It doesn't matter who you vote for. These are the people in power. You know, vote not based on, you know, who you like, because you don't like anyone, because they're all bought out. Vote for whoever causes the least harm. Then you realize, oh, yeah, this isn't fun and games anymore. This isn't as simple as, oh, the big strong man will fix everything and my life will be good. But I think a lot of people, it gives them a sense of hope and righteous anger. And I think that's why people gravitate towards it. And while I might be able to appeal to the righteous anger element when it comes to, you know, the people in power, because you rightfully should be angry at them, you also feel depressed and powerless after thinking about it. As do I. Because you realize there's nothing you can do. The system not only protects these people, it's run by these people. So, what can be done? It's either the case you're not one of those people, in which case you don't have any power, you have no political sway, or you are, and you're incentivized to continue this cycle. So what does that cause? Well, it causes people to shift the blame into groups of people that are a lot easier to target. Yeah, surely if we make trans people's lives tangibly worse, surely that'll make our lives better. It's absurd, of course, but a lot easier to think about that than to have no power at all. Because on some level, they would know that, like, okay, like, trans people aren't these all fucking powerful, like, you know, entities that, you know, control everything. There's some understanding of that. Right? If it's the case that trans people is the root of all society's issues, then we can fix society just by getting rid of them or whatever. Right? Again, it's a very silly worldview to have, but it's one that makes sense in the context of what people are actually incentivized to believe in terms of, you know, the conditions at play here. Now look at the gap between the levers of power and the average man. Yeah, it is astronomical. At one point, a man could walk into the White House and make an appointment with the President of the United States because the President was a servant of the people. Yeah. Well, I don't think that that would be reasonable today, because it's like, okay, like, you know, that's like millions of people. You can't have all, you can't be like up 24/7 dealing with all, you know, millions of people constantly. But yes, I like the gap has increased. The power gap between the powerful, which essentially in this society equates to the wealthy, and the powerless, and that gap is astronomical. Look, I'm not saying this to make people depressed or whatever. I'm not saying this because I have any genius solutions. Oh, yeah, like, yeah, we could, what if we had socialism? Yeah, what if we did have the better system? Well, we don't. How would we get there? A revolution? Very skeptical of the idea that a revolution could work in this country, in this day and age. Right? Additionally, let's say we have a revolution, okay? Now we have a socialist utopia, right? It just magically pans out that way. Hooray. Our country is great now, right? Except not for long, okay? Why? Because, any other superpower decides to invade us, which they would be incentivized to. Also, thank you, Frozen Bun, for the 5, saying, do you ever do any makeup tutorials? I mean, the only makeup I do is lip gloss and mascara right now, so, and I don't know anything about makeup, so no, but thank you. Sorry, where was I in my rant? Oh, what was I saying? Oh, it was, I'm sure it was something very important. Just kidding. Well, it was something useful. What was I saying? Oh, right. Okay, yeah, let's say we've got, you know, we've arrived at this, you know, awesome socialist utopia. Hooray. Things are great, but not for long, okay? If any foreign power decides to invade us, we're fucked. So let's say China. China would be like a pretty likely example, right? Because you have to keep in mind that after a revolution, a country is going to be extremely unstable. In fact, they probably wouldn't even wait for us to get to socialism. It's after we win the revolution, other countries are immediately incentivized to intervene. Okay? Additionally, the EU wouldn't be able to do anything to stop it, right? The NATO wouldn't be able to do anything to stop it. No one would be willing to stop it because, you know, you know, they're not incentivized to in the first place. And B, whatever new government is in place would be seen as illegitimate. Okay? So the USA that would have, you know, become a part of NATO would be considered a fundamentally different entity from whatever is created after the revolution. So we have to bear that in mind. Any protection that we would otherwise have is gone. It's stripped away. Because we would be just recovering. We wouldn't be able to protect them ourselves. Other countries would protect us. They'd have no reason to, or no obligation to either. So, what does that leave us with? Well, weirdly enough, us getting imperialized. So, I don't think that instability to the point of a revolution is necessarily the solution here. Just because of the other powers that exist that would want to take advantage. So that's not going to help. Okay? Talk to you later. I hope you have a good rest of your day. You too. Socialist revolution. But this just like wouldn't work within the context of the rest of the world. That's the issue. If we were magically isolated from the rest of the world and the rest of the world had no incentive to intervene at all, then yes, it would work. It just wouldn't work because the instability would allow for, you know, whatever foreign countries to invade us and suffer no consequences because we wouldn't be very strong. We would have to rebuild, most likely. Right? And again, any countries we're allies with aren't going to protect us because the U.S. that we would be creating would be considered a fundamentally different entity from the one that they agreed to ally with. Right? So none of it would count. Right? The new government would be seen as illegitimate. Right? That would be the excuse. That would be the excuse. So it's not as simple as just do a socialist revolution, which I mean the realistically, what are the logistics of a socialist revolution? What does that even look like? What the fuck are we meant to do there? So like A, what are the logistics of that? And B, even if we make it happen, like how does this like how would other nations react? And it would not be positively at all. So I'd be careful with that. That's not to say that it's bad to have like a revolutionary style of thinking, but a traditional style of revolution isn't going to cut it in this day and age. We need something different. I don't know what that would be. If you was president, what would you do? I would try to get us closer to market socialism, but I mean, there's only so much you can do as the president, right? It's like, I mean, ultimately, you know, if I can, you know, ban lobbying, that would solve a lot of issues with political corruption. Just get rid of that entirely. No more lobbying. Fuck that shit. The yeah, something like that. That'd be a big one. No, if you're a billionaire or a corporation, no, you can't just become this massive oiler or whatever. You know, there has to be like a maximum amount of money that you can give to any given politician. And it has to be reasonable. Right? Where it's like any normal person who cares about politics would be, not only can, but like would within reason be willing to give that amount of money if they really care about that cause. Okay, that should be the maximum. And obviously, you know, like adjust it for inflation every few years or whatever. Fine, whatever. But again, there has to be a maximum. Obviously, I would increase minimum wage. I think that goes without saying. It would be national. Big one would be I would try my best to do everything in my power to nationalize healthcare. Right? I want universal healthcare. So I would do whatever I can to create something like that. So our healthcare is fucking horrendous. It's fucking horrible. I would sign a bill that protects the right to an abortion. So in all 50 states, again, you'd be able to get an abortion. Doesn't matter what state you're in. I'd protect gender-affirming care. Obviously, all 50 states, you should be able to get gender-affirming care, including gender-affirming care for minors. You know, if you get diagnosed with gender dysphoria, it's like, yeah, why should you be forced to go through your natal puberty and be more dysphoric? That doesn't make sense. It's just completely illogical. Yeah. Obviously, I'd try to make the immigration process easier, right? So that there's less wait time. I mean, these are all things that would make the, I mean, these are all simple things. I mean, most of these are just like regular normie liberal positions. Like most of this shit is not like anything like insane. Because this would be like the easier stuff to do where it's like realistically I could do something like this. Also, thank you, Ibrahim Robinson, for the 10, saying to think that the few people who tried to assassinate Trump might be seen as heroes is scary. Think about the few Nazis who tried to kill Hitler. How are we living in this world? I feel insane. Yeah. Well, this world is insane. I think that comment exemplifies that. So thank you. It's like, yeah, the fact that like people were like rallying behind Trump because someone tried to assassinate him. It's like, yeah, well, that doesn't make him any good. But Charlie Kirk's not a good person now that he's been assassinated. Right? He was always a shitty person. Nothing changed. Unfortunately, the ratchet effect has made those points debatable, quote unquote, now. What's the ratchet effect? I'm actually not familiar. Let me look it up. Because I've never heard of that before. I've never heard that term. Okay, we're going to go all ratchet effect. Describes a phenomenon where, similar to a mechanical ratchet, a process or metric moves easily in one direction but is difficult to reverse, resulting in an irreversible upward shift in standards, power, or costs. It appears in economics, labor, and politics, where improvements like high productivity or increased government spending become the new baseline, preventing a return to previous lower levels. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. I just didn't know the term for it. I didn't even know there was a term for that. Interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Inadvertently. Just by talking, I guess. But he didn't deserve to be killed, of course. Charlie had bad takes, but no one deserves something like that. What does it mean to deserve something? I'm going to ask you that. What does it mean to deserve? I'm not saying he did or he didn't. I just want you to question that. Just a little bit. What do you have to do to deserve death? Like if you're like a pedophile and you rape 5 kids, like Is it fair to say that you would deserve death in that case? I would wager yes, in a sense. But what does it mean to deserve? I kind of have a love-hate relationship with the term deserve because it's very non-specific. Like how do you measure deservedness? What do you use? What do you use to measure deservedness? What does it mean for somebody to deserve something? How do you make that determination? Yeah, death penalty. Fair. So to my position is that certain types of people can't be rehabilitated. I think most people can be. I'm in favor of a rehabilitative justice system. If you're, I don't know, like a child rapist, I don't think you can be rehabilitated. I'm sorry. You're just not welcome back in society. And I think that goes without saying. So, obviously, I'm going to be of the position of don't let them back into society. But for somebody that cannot be in society for the rest of their life, I'm in favor of granting an option, okay? Granting an option, because ultimately, I don't really care about what they deserve. I care about what's useful. I think that everyone with a life sentence or a long prison sentence should have the decision to choose whether or not they want to serve whatever that sentence is, or to be ethically euthanized. Again, I don't believe that the goal of a prison system in the first place should be to punish people, even if they're fucking terrible people, which most people in prison aren't terrible people. It's like, oh, you fucking drove recklessly, or oh, you fucking did drugs. It's like, okay, or you stole some shit. It's like, okay. Doesn't mean that they're bad people, necessarily. Some of them might be. Commit morally reprehensible acts while being completely aware and lucid in your actions. A, how do we determine this? And B, wouldn't it be the case that people's actions are determined by what they have an innate desire to do in many cases? For instance, let's take a serial killer. Why do serial killers exist? Well, there's going to be a few reasons. A, there are no mechanisms in their brain that allow them to experience empathy. Okay, so they don't feel empathy or remorse, right? So there's no variables that stop them from doing that in that sense, right? They also have, I think it would be the prefrontal cortex, right? They'd be lacking in that area as well. Or the part of their brain that says, "Hey, stop! You're making a bad decision here," right? And then inevitably, they commit a bunch of premeditated murders and become a serial killer. Okay, now you might say, okay, that's sufficient to say what they deserve. What if you take the same person, but you just change their brain chemistry a little bit, you enlarge their prefrontal cortex, you give them the ability to experience empathy and remorse, and suddenly they're a completely different person. But what does it mean to be a person in the first place? Now, let's say it's the same person, which granted, this gets into a whole philosophical discussion about what it even means to be a person, and the whole, any identity claim about what it means to be the same person over a period of time. Like, what does it mean fundamentally to be somebody specific? Right? How do you determine that I was the same person that I was yesterday? What factors would you use to make that determination? Right? Anyways, if they can't be helped, then I'm not sure. But that's not a matter of deservedness. See, that's the thing. we're not factoring what do they deserve. We're factoring what is best for society at large. I'd be careful with this line of reasoning. Karma, you know, like you do bad stuff comes back to you or something. Yeah, but how do you determine what bad stuff is deserved? Because again, if you take the same person who ended up being a serial killer, you enlarge their prefrontal cortex, you give them the ability to experience empathy and remorse, and again, just change those circumstances, and suddenly they're a complete different person that has no desire to kill people. And then they don't do the reprehensible thing that would cause them to deserve the bad things in the first place, or supposedly deserve. So, if people are a byproduct of their brain chemistry and environment, then what does it mean for them to deserve something? Because that's what everyone is. Everyone is a byproduct of their brain chemistry and environments, are they not? This is what I mean when I say I don't actually believe in the concept of free will. Right? You change certain aspects of the brain, and you're a fundamentally different person. Just change brain structure and brain chemistry a little bit. Different person. Depending on how you categorize person, or it would come across as a different person. Completely different mentality. Different worldview. Different desires. Different motivations. Now, if you take the nicest person in the world, yo, thank you, Ibrahim Robinson, for the 5, saying, if a person is born like that, it doesn't mean... doesn't that mean that being a serial killer is a disability? Not exactly. I wouldn't categorize it as a disability, because I think that misses the broader point. It's not that they're disabled. They technically have the ability to not kill. They just have no motivation not to, and a great amount of motivation to do so. And they don't have any barriers in their brain that would stop them, right? You have to keep in mind that this applies to everyone, not just serial killers. It just happens to be the case that serial killers are an extreme example, and that's why I'm using them, because it becomes a little bit more obvious in the case of serial killers. But this applies to everyone's brain chemistry. It's just that serial killers are some of the most notable, because obviously they're a very extreme example. Okay? Now let's say you take somebody that's the nicest person in the world, the sweetest, most wholesome, giving person ever. You change their brain chemistry, you change their brain structure, you shrink their prefrontal cortex, you remove their ability to experience empathy. That person may very well end up being a serial killer. All you need to do to determine what somebody would be like in theory is change their environment / circumstances, which is going to be a very important factor, and to change their brain chemistry. Okay? You change those 2 variables, you change everything. You change who they are fundamentally as a person. So, in theory, literally anyone, any stream of consciousness, if you will, could be either the best or worst person, depending on those variables. That doesn't mean that the stream of consciousness isn't there. It is. But what it also means is that the way it engages with the world is merely a byproduct of a bunch of other variables. It's not really a decision now, is it? The way you make decisions isn't a decision. Your decision right now to do something slightly differently than you otherwise would have, that's less intuitive, is also a decision, because you're trying to beat the system and prove that you have free will. Yes, I've thought about this before, where it's like, oh, well, I'm gonna do this differently to prove that I have free will, and it's like, well, that's part of the existing process of your brain, though. Your brain is just interacting with that specific concept in a certain way that causes you to think you have more free will than you actually do. Because your brain wants to have free will. You want to have free will on some level, but that doesn't mean that you do, because it's an illusion. That doesn't mean that
roll over and do nothing. Do what you would normally perceive to be something, but do it with the understanding that ultimately your brain chemistry and material circumstances and overall environment are what caused this in the first place. And once you do that, once you start to view other people in that way, you become a little bit more understanding. You understand that the goal shouldn't be to punish people or get revenge. Because ultimately, they didn't choose to have that brain chemistry. They made decisions, and categorizing them as such and creating incentive structures is part of the process of mitigating harm, of course. Remove the incentive structure that prevents bad and promotes good in certain areas, of course. Obviously, it's very flawed, what we have in society, but remove the incentive structure entirely, and people are going to be less incentivized to, do whatever it is that society incentivizes. Whatever behaviors are incentivized, inadvertently or not. Now, what does this mean? Well, what this means is, obviously, if we have some system where it's like, but granted, there's a reason punitive justice specifically doesn't work, right? But obviously, we can't allow for certain things. Okay, if you do X, Y, and Z that harm society, you can't be in society, right? There's just too much of a detriment. Okay, too much of a detriment to society. We've determined this. On some level, you can't participate, right? This will cause harm to everyone else, right? That in of itself is something that in part influences how people behave. But don't conflate that with free will. That's just somebody's brain and the chemical reactions interfacing with what they're presented with, including what I'm saying right now. What I'm saying right now is an example of this. Your brain is interfacing with the information that I'm providing right now and processing it in such a way that gives you the illusion of autonomy, doesn't it? Do you hear, by the way? Thank you. If used, where do you find the slop? Oh, you must be behind the stream. You must be from multiple hours ago. Look up affluenza. They tried making it a quote-unquote disability, but it's because I'm rich and nothing excites me anymore and I never get consequences. Yeah. To classify that as a disability equates to not being able to do anything in society. But a disability would imply that you're not able to do something no matter the incentive structures. Right? It doesn't matter what the incentive structure for walking is, for instance. Somebody that's wheelchair bound cannot reasonably walk. They are disabled. They have an incentive structure to walk. There's no incentive structure for them to be wheelchair bound. It's not a choice. Right? I think that choice is an illusion, but again, even with the incentive structure, they still cannot do it. Same thing with, I would argue that executive functioning would be closer to a disability, executive functioning issues. In fact, I would classify that as a form of disability over affluenza. It's not necessarily an excuse. It's not to be taken lightly. But we'll notice with people that have executive functioning issues is, they're incentivized to do something and they just don't do it. I mean, that's really what executive functioning is, isn't it? You're incentivized to do something. You, on some level, want to do it because of whatever incentive structure it is. Even if you don't enjoy that activity, you are incentivized to do it, and you don't do it. No matter how much you try to convince yourself to do it. Now, that's a form of disability, I would wager. Autism, I would say, in a lot of cases is. Having to mask is exhausting. I don't think that's something that people should have to do. But
you know, if you're autistic, you oftentimes are incentivized to do it. But you're also in a weird position if you're autistic and have the ability to mask. And the reason for that is because the incentive structure in society, which is built with only neurotypical people in mind, is actually diametrically opposed, in many cases, to the internal incentive structure of an autistic person. And what I mean by that is you have an incentive structure in your own brain as well. Your brain operates in a certain way. Okay? So you're incentivized by your brain chemistry to not mask because it's easier, it requires less effort, it's not exhausting, and you get to be yourself. Right? And you might be able to get away with it in some circumstances. Maybe in a lot of circumstances. Depends on what you're like and who you surround yourself with and the situation. You're also incentivized by society to act quote unquote normal. And that goes without saying. So there's almost like a tug of war between different incentives in that case. And that's when it gets really interesting. Because you don't see that as much. Usually it's a little bit more straightforward. You know, person A is incentivized to do X, Y, and Z, and therefore they do it. Because they have a desire to, their brain chemistry lines up with it, and society allows for it to some capacity. Right? That's what you'll see with people that don't deviate from the norm. Right? I have not listened to the newest Fentanyl album. My apologies. People are a product of their environment. That's why brainwashing works. Yeah, because it's the path of least resistance. People are incentivized to walk the path of least resistance. In many cases. Right? There is an incentive structure for that. It's the path of least resistance. You won't face resistance because that's what's incentivized. Now, some people go against that. A lot of people do, and people go against it in their own ways. And that's because people have a tendency to want to feel special. People want to be different. What do? Oh, I be contrarian, but I be contrarian in a way that's socially acceptable, okay? So I find some more niche, smaller group of people to associate with that believes different things or does different things, and then I associate with that crowd. Right? So you're incentivized to find some more niche category of people that will accept and validate you. Right? I think I should leave and hit the hay. Good night, everyone. Good night. Did Nux get a hit on the head or Weezy who's like this? What? Are you saying that I'm Nux? Fuck no. Nux is retarded. Anyways. Heartbroken, How Will I Survive Knowing You Haven't Listened to the Man Bites Dog Fentanyl album? Yeah. Very sad stuff. Anyways. Sorry. I'm spacing out. I don't even know where I'm going with this. But yeah. No, I think it is fascinating how incentive structures play a huge role in how people behave. Right? A lot of it has to do with incentive structures. And that's why when I was growing up, I was so difficult to deal with because people on some level know that people respond to incentive structures. And the fact that I didn't, whether it be a positive consequence or a negative consequence, that was something that people didn't really know how to deal with. People didn't know how to incentivize me. Because at the end of the day, for me, it had more to do with, well, my brain. Not my incentive structure that I've been provided with. And this is something you'll notice with a lot of people that are neurodivergent. Is they're less influenced by the overall incentive structures by society, and that's why we deviate more. Because we see what the incentive structures are. We know that they're there. We acknowledge them, but we just don't care as much. Right? Because our internalized sense of incentive structure is far stronger. Right? In a way,
you know, I guess, you know, I was not incentivized to try to become a YouTuber, okay? I still really wouldn't consider myself to be. It's better now than it used to be, but you know, the incentive structure was literally diametrically opposed to me becoming any form of entertainer. Right? The trajectory of my life was not meant to be this or whatever. Right? It was set up to be in a way that is very, very, very different, in a way that I would not enjoy at all, in a way that would not work for me or who I am as a person. Fundamentally. But I don't do this because of incentive structures, do I? Well, on some level, I'm influenced by incentive structures, sure, but this would be an example of me doing something that, and granted, maybe I prefer some incentive structures over others, right? So I get incentivized with attention, right? You know, I'm sure if I got 0 viewers and never made a single cent, that I would eventually give up. I'm sure, but it's not like I'm immune to incentive structures, of course. Nor would that be a good thing, necessarily. But what it does mean, on some level, is that the incentive structures I prioritize aren't necessarily in line with the rest of society. Okay? She's super pretty and seems pretty smart. Well, thank you. I'll be honest, I started watching because I love anyone femme, and that I was impressed by the intelligent topics, yeah, which we usually talk about when the viewer count is lower. Because ultimately, these are the things that I actually really enjoy talking about. You know, all of the stuff within the first hour or two of stream, I mean, that's like a side of me, and that's like the side of me that loves entertainment and loves being funny. And this is like the real me. Not that that's like the fake me, it's a part of me. It's just as much so me as this side of me. But this side of me is more present. You know, the other stuff is kind of, it's not just for show, it's fun. I have fun doing it too, but, you know, I guess it's the part of me that likes to put on a show. But I can only put on a show for so long. I can't put on a show for 8 hours. But I can have discussions like this for 8 hours, so why not do some of each? I had to apologize to one of my big brothers because I went on a rant about the video that made the Obamas into monkeys that Trump posted up his app Truth Social. Yeah. Now, the fact that there were like people defending that, being like, oh, it's not racist. Like, what? Yes, it is, objectively. What's funny is that like a lot of people were like so quick to defend Trump before they even heard his response. His response was actually like weirdly reasonable, all things considered, you know, considering the fact that like, you know, he's him. You know, it's like, okay, yeah, it's actually kind of plausible. Like, oh, you know, this was like the end of a video. You know, he saw a video, he didn't see it all the way through or whatever, and he fucking, you know, retweeted it or retruthed it or whatever the fuck and didn't think anything of it. Yeah, that's actually quite plausible. Right? And I think, and the reason I'm inclined to actually not completely dismiss that is just because if he did do that intentionally, he would double down on it. He would be like, yeah, I did retweet this. Is that a, or sorry, retruthed this. Is that a problem? Mind you, he is dishonest, but he's also severely narcissistic. So, you know, I don't know. It is possible that he is just lying and that he did intentionally retweet it, because he is very fucking stupid. But yeah, I don't know. It could go either way. But the fact that people were like immediately like, oh, it's actually not racist. It's actually an obscure reference to this other thing, and well, what about the other characters that were animals and you know, that's not racist, and also you know, just like coming up with like a bunch of excuses for why the blatantly racist video isn't racist. It's like, okay, this is the point we've gotten to. This is the point we've gotten to.
Conservatives literally circle jerked about the Matrix quote unquote pills, and now they all turned into Agent Smith. Yeah. It's like, by supporting capitalism, wouldn't you be a part of the Matrix? Now, I think the whole Matrix terminology is fucking cringe. But I think that whole analogy is more applicable to somebody like me than any of these people. Right? The thing I described earlier of like, okay, these are like uncomfortable truths about the world. And like, yeah, we are like kind of powerless, but you know, at least we know the truth, right? At least we know the truth. At least we have a correct understanding of the world and, you know, have been, I guess, woken up to it. You know, hence the term woke. To be fair, that was more specific to racial injustice, but, you know, it's a similar concept. Before it got butchered and watered down and made into nothing. But, you know. Either way, yeah, I guess the other thing I wanted to talk about when I was talking about the concept of free will versus determinism and taking the side of determinism is, I briefly mentioned, like, it's like your whole another person. What does that mean? What does it mean to be a new person? What determines who a person is? How do we identify that? How do we make that determination? It seems to be the case that it's a social fiction. It can't be like a purely on a biological basis, right? Because if let's say you and your next door neighbor swapped bodies. Let's say your brains got swapped. There's like a magical surgery that could swap brains from one body to another, right? You would still classify yourself as you. Like, how would you categorize two people that swap their brains, right? You would talk to them based on what their brains are, not their bodies, right? You would categorize them as the person that their brain is, not based on their physical body. It's not a biological process. What about their brain? What about their brain? Okay, what if somebody gets like a brain tumor where somebody gets half of their brain removed, right? This is a thing that like people have had surgeries to get half of their fucking brain removed. This is a real thing. And they're still able to live, I think that was a thing, right? Or it was like a big portion. Can a human live with only half of their brain? Yes. Yes, it is possible to live, function, and even thrive with half of a brain. So, let's say you lose half your brain. Are you the same person? Is somebody that loses half their brain the same person? Are they half of who they used to be? Are they like a half person? Surely it can't exclusively be determined. Surely they can't be determined by their brain, because either they'd be a different person or half of the person. You know, because if you change the brain, then, you know, wouldn't you be fundamentally a different person? In a way? But you'd still categorize them as the same person. Right? So that can't be it. Now maybe you take a more spiritual view. You view it as like a stream of consciousness itself. It's about the consciousness that's derived from the brain, independent of the brain itself. And to that I would just say, you're begging the question because we don't even know what consciousness is. So that wouldn't work either. Right? We don't even know what consciousness fucking is. And, or how that would be categorized, or what consciousness is made out of, or what makes a person's consciousness, well, them. You know? Not to mention the fact that as people get older, they might experience consciousness differently. Right? Like, what ties current me today, to me from yesterday? Other than other than very strong circumstantial evidence. What makes me the same person? Right? And again, if you change the brain, you alter the consciousness itself, the way consciousness is experienced. We know this because even antidepressants can fundamentally alter the way that somebody experiences the world. So do they become a different person? Right? So it just like begs the question, runs into the same issue that we already had with categorizing it based on the brain. Right? Now, I'm of the belief that there is no such thing as any characteristic or anything that makes someone the same person. There is no core aspect to who somebody fundamentally is that causes us to categorize them that way. It's literally just a social fiction that we find utility in. Because it allows us to make predictions and assessments about people and the world and society at large. But it does not allow us to have a deeper understanding of what it even means to be an individual person or the same person over a period of time. She cooking? Yeah. Oh, solipsism? Well, I mean, look, my view is basically just I reject the notion of personal identity in that regard. Like beyond just like a made up social category, I don't believe in the notion of personhood outside of that. I think it's purely stance dependent. Right? Because we're talking about the way we categorize people. That's based on our view of what it means to be somebody. Meaning that that's our stance. Meaning our stance is what determines that. Right? But it isn't any of these variables independent of our understanding of what it means to be any given person that determines who somebody is. Because we've already went through those variables and, you know, none of them make sense. The only way you could get around this maybe is if you believe in the concept of like a soul that can exist independent of the brain. But I guess my question then is like, okay, so how does the soul interface with the brain? How much influence does the brain chemistry have then? Because again, it seems to be like the brain does stuff on the basis of things beyond just, you know, what you decide or what you seem to decide. Right? Like how would a soul interface with the brain? What does that mean? What is the soul like independent of the brain? What about the soul of like a psychopath that doesn't experience empathy? Can the soul experience empathy? Or is empathy only something that can exist from a brain? Like if the soul went into another body, then where the brain had the capacity to experience empathy, then the soul would be able to experience empathy. But what can the soul experience independent of that? What is the soul without the brain? How through what mechanisms would it be able to perceive things independent of the brain itself? Right? Because we have instances where people can't experience or perceive certain things. We already have that. So if everyone has a soul, and the brain ultimately determines what things people can and can't experience, then what is a soul with no brain? Yeah, I am cooking. I think there's a point where they might lose who they are, like if their personality changes significantly or their memory is gone. Yeah. And societally, they might be viewed as the same person, though. See, there'd be disagreement upon that. Look, my interpretation of it would be that they're a different person. But even that's not like through any objective metric. I'm not measuring that objectively. It's just like a purely subjective interpretation of how much somebody needs to change mentally before they become fundamentally different. Right? I wouldn't even say that losing all your memory of who you were is necessary for that either. And the reason for that is because let's say that somebody could telepathically communicate. Let's say there was an entity that could telepathically communicate memories. Okay, there's a person that can telepathically communicate memories. Okay, and they do that to you. Now you have some of their memories of who they were and who they are, or whatever. Doesn't mean that you're that person now. Even if they telepathically gave you all of their memories, you wouldn't necessarily be that person. Right? At least I don't think you would be. You might be a different person. Because it'd be a combination of their memories and yours. But what if you swapped memories? Not brains, but just memories. Like, let's say two people swapped memories. How would that work? How would you categorize them? How would we go about that? I assume we'd base it on the memories, but the brains themselves would function differently. So that, each person with each set of memories would most likely radically shift the direction of the life of the person that's the memories are of. If that makes sense. It's like, well, these are my memories, but I'm going to do something completely different now. Now that my brain works different and I don't have the desires to do these things that created these memories, I have the desires to do completely different things. Or is it the memories that shape who somebody is? But I don't really like that as a concept because, well, I don't know. It doesn't seem like... It doesn't seem... I mean, I do think that they can influence, but I don't think that they're the only thing that shapes. Because yes, we're comprised of memories, but we're also people that experience things through certain mechanisms in our brain in the current moment as well. And the way in which we experience those things ultimately has some value in determining whether or not we do certain things or have the desire to do certain things or enjoy certain things or like or dislike certain things. And how we react to certain stimuli even. Even if we take it to the most basic level. The person is the memories and the personality. Yes, but how much of an influence does the memories have on the personality? Because if you have the other person's memories and not your own, obviously you're going to be prone to making mistakes that you made in the past, but you're not going to be as prone to making mistakes that they made in the past. Obviously. So you're not going to operate exactly the same as you would have just with different memories. It's more complex than that. It would fundamentally alter you as a person. Right? If you had a completely different set of memories, you would operate differently. But it wouldn't be the same as the person whose memories that's from, if that makes sense. If you're assuming everything else about your brain stays exactly the same, of course. That is to say, how much of your personality is determined by your memories? How much do your memories shape that? Right? Hi, you're my fave femboy. I have bad news for you. I transitioned. I'm just like a woman now. I know. Devastating. Anyways, I'm going to bed. Seth Goblin out. Alright, I hope you've enjoyed your stay. We view everything through lenses. Your memories influence your personality and vice versa, creating an infinite loop. Yeah, exactly. So if you swap one set of memories out for another, you create like a different loop. It would be fundamentally different from the loop that you had originally and the loop of the other person that the memories came from. In fact, I don't even know what personality you would be more aligned with. I don't, like, who would you be closer to? Probably the memories, actually. You'd probably be closer to the memories, even though the rest of the brain structure is the same, just because they would influence your decision-making process and the things that you've learned, right? Again, it's going to be an example of that's actually difficult to say, because, like, how much fluid intelligence versus crystallized intelligence do you have? I think that the older you get, that the more of an influence the memories would have. So like if you swap out the memories of like, so like if you have like, I don't know, 2 5-year-olds, let's say, and you swap their memories, it's gonna have a less of an impact on them and like how they operate than if you do it with like 2 20-year-olds. And that's gonna have less of an impact than like, I don't know, 2 50-year-olds. Does that make sense? Right? Because as you age, you swap out a lot of fluid intelligence for crystallized intelligence, unfortunately. And that's why boomers are oftentimes like very closed-minded, because they don't have that fluid intelligence anymore. They don't exercise that part of their brain. It gets lost to time. And that's why they're stupid and stubborn and low IQ. I'd say your memories are a huge part of you. Like, you look at dementia patients towards the end, they are not the same person. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, for sure. Like, they are fundamentally different. So, yeah, it is a core part of who you are, even if the memories are bad. So, though at that point, it's like, you don't, if you're a dementia patient, like, there is, you can't, like, you don't have the, like, there is no information to go back on and process. And you can't develop an ability, you can't develop anything new, right? I do think it's a little bit different. It's a good example. It's the closest example we have in real life, but it is impossible at that point to develop a new set of memories that allow you to analyze the world in a more rational sense if you have dementia. Like, if you have dementia, you're not going to be able to, you know, start recognizing patterns again and, you know, seeing like, okay, like this is how things operate. And okay, I remember, you know, this from yesterday. It's not like a gap in memories or whatever, or memories before this date get erased. It's like all of the new memories also get erased. And that's also going to, so that would be the number one confounding variable there, because there are no new memories to compensate for the lack of old ones. So ultimately, good example, but it has a confounding variable, unfortunately. Because how you make new memories also determines the way in which you process information in the future and who you are as a person, right? So it's not just the memories themselves, it's also the way that you make memories. It's the way that you remember things. That's a limit of materialism. I don't know the technical terms for it. I haven't, you know, properly studied philosophy. I know like a little bit of basic stuff. The most I've ever looked into is like surface level ethics, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, maybe I could be like a philosopher if I put in the effort. Who knows? But like, I don't know. I don't think that there's anything that I could come up with that hasn't already been said. Look, here's the thing, okay? I don't think that anything I've said here is particularly, even though like these are ideas that a lot of the time I'm coming up with them in my brain, and I'm processing the information. I highly doubt that I'm the first person. There's other people that have thought these exact same thoughts, had very similar thought patterns, came to similar conclusions, and wrote it down. Haven't they like transplanted material in folks? Do we know how their memories worked after? I actually have no idea. I would love to know. But yeah, I think that like the closest thing that we have in determining like what makes somebody them, and again, this is purely just like in a social context. This isn't like an objective metric, right? It's going to be on the basis of their memories and on the basis of their brain chemistry, right? Because when we define who somebody is, like we have like an expectation of what kind of memories they have based on what we know about them, and
some sort of expectation / prediction of how they will behave, right? With some level of deviation from the norm being, normalized, right? Like, okay, that this is how they normally act. This is an amount where they could deviate that would make sense within their character. Okay? Even when somebody isn't acting like themselves, it's not like, oh my god, this is like fundamentally a different person that has like a different essence / being, right? Like you're just saying it in like this is like, a deviation from the norm. So that's obviously insufficient. It's more than just a deviation from the norm. You should look up versus Ramachandran. He has done research on split brain patients that shows they can possibly have separate consciousness in one brain. Oh. Interesting. Fascinating. Well, I view the brain as something that generates consciousness. But I don't know, because I feel like that whatever half of the brain that you have left would probably just like be working harder. I'm assuming, and I could be wrong on this, that there'd be significantly more neural activity on, that hemisphere of the brain than there normally would be if both hemispheres were present, working in tandem. I would presume that's the case. I could be wrong about that. Right? Because otherwise, wouldn't they be like half as conscious? I actually want to research this. Haven't they like... oh wait, I already read that. Chat's just moving slow right now. That's life though, and it's fun to ponder stuff like this amongst folks. Yeah, for sure. Look, I'm not, a philosophy... I'm not even a philosophy nerd channel. I don't know that much about philosophy. I would never make a channel, specifically dedicated to philosophy. So I'm no President Sunday, okay? I could not talk about... Well, I mean, I could talk about philosophy 24/7, but it's not like it wouldn't be like a selling point for me, because it's not like I'm like super good at it. Like I'm probably, like, I would say I'm definitely above average. Because I would say the majority of people just don't think about a lot of this stuff in general. But, for like a philosophy person, like my analysis would be like extremely surface level and boring and uninteresting. Because it's like, yeah, like, oh shit, this is stuff that I read about on day one. Or not day one, but like, yeah, this reminds me of the thing that I read about a while ago. It's not like something that like makes something, because they already thought about it. I don't know. I wouldn't be someone that whatever. I wouldn't be good at explaining philosophy, because I don't know. I wouldn't want to be the type of person that butchers it. I don't know. Most of the things I believe, I don't like to label with philosophical terms. Like someone was saying, what was it? A limit of materialism. I don't know. Let me look it up. Because I don't want to. Because the thing is like I might believe things about it that are like I might believe some of the shit that. So, okay. So, according to the AI slop, a limit of materialism is a radical theory in the philosophy of mind, holding that common sense, quote-unquote, folk psychology, concepts like beliefs, desires, and pain does not accurately describe the mind and will eventually be replaced by mature neuroscience. It argues that these mental states are illusions or faulty concepts, not real physical entities. I wouldn't say that they're not real. I wouldn't go that far. I would say some of it is illusory. Some aspects are going to be illusions. I wouldn't say it's faulty concepts necessarily. I wouldn't say that the idea of a belief is necessarily
a faulty one given the information that we have, at least. But I am sympathetic to this view. The view that some or all common sense mental states, propositional attitudes, do not exist. I guess my question would be, exist in in what sense? Because I would say that you know, those attitudes could exist conceptually in your mind, right? You can have some sort of conception of that in your mind, even if it's like a somewhat arbitrary conception. You can still conceive of the idea, right? And even if it's the case that you don't have like necessarily free will, and that it's sort of determined by your brain chemistry plus environment plus incentive structure, you still have attitudes towards it. Those aren't mutually exclusive. It just depends on what you define as that. So apparently, and I'm just like reading this, so that this might not be like the most accurate. So this would probably be like a normie understanding, I'm guessing. Proponents argue that our everyday intuitive understanding of mind, folk psychology, is deeply flawed and fails to accurately describe the mind, much like phlogiston was an outdated theory of fire. Phlogiston. Let's look that up. It could be that it's not a matter of whether or not it's inaccurate. It could just be that it's not descript. Like, a belief is something that I believe to describe something that arises from certain chemical reactions that occur with the brain. But I don't believe that beliefs don't exist. I think it's just a shorthand, all-encompassing description of something caused by neurochemical reactions, of course. But that doesn't mean that it's a useless categorization. It's very useful to describe what a belief is. It's a useful word. Substance supposed by 18th century chemists to exist in all combustible bodies and to be released in combustion. What does that mean? What is that substance? Yeah, I don't know. A superseded scientific theory postulated the existence of a fire-like element dubbed phlogiston, contained within combustion bodies. Okay. I'm not sure it's the best comparison, but fine. I mean, you're just describing something that's outdated and saying, well, this thing could also be outdated. And it's like, yes, it is. We most likely have some wrong views on how the brain works. Right? Because, neuroscience has a long way to go. As far as it's come, it has a long way to go. Instead of mental states, the theory suggests focusing on brain activity, biological processes, and neuroscientific data to explain human behavior. But you can do both. A mental state would just be a nondescript version of all of the things that you described. A mental state would be something that's caused by these things, what we describe as a mental state. Doesn't mean that mental states don't exist. A mental state would just be an accumulation of these things in certain patterns and in certain ways through certain mechanisms. So I would actually disagree with this theory on some level, simply because, and again, I could be butchering this, so don't take my word for it. This is just based on what I'm reading, because I don't know anything about this theory other than what I'm reading from fucking AI slop. So this could be a completely butchered version of the theory. Okay, so don't take my word for it. If you're like genuinely interested in like learning a shit ton about philosophy, don't cite this, okay? It's just like a shorthand, lazy way of going over different concepts. Beliefs and desires viewed as, I think I did learn about this concept at one point. I just kind of forgot about it. Beliefs and desires viewed as non-existent linguiformal concepts. Well, I think that they would be concepts that describe things that describe, I guess, I mean, in a way, we're very nondescriptly describing certain chemical reactions within the brain as being beliefs and desires. Like, it's just like a nondescript way of describing certain mental phenomena, right? Because obviously we don't have access to, you know, the amount of information that would be required to make determinations about what somebody is thinking, you know, from an outside perspective. We don't have the technology for that. Not even fucking close. We've barely even scratched the surface. The only thing we can do is we can view like brain activity in like in terms of like, you know, on like a surface level. Like what part of the brain lights up? You know, where is the heat distributed? You know, shit like that. But that's not the same as being able to, you know, read thoughts. Right? So, in order to conceptualize these things, and I don't think this would necessarily go away. I think that we would still have reason to conceptualize things as beliefs, because even if we had access to all this technology or whatever, and we had a better understanding of what causes different people to believe certain things and act in certain ways and have certain predispositions, it wouldn't necessarily be useful to, you know, in detail, every time you want to describe a belief somebody has, describe it as this series of neurochemical reactions that occurs in such a way that causes you to have the predisposition towards this thing. Like, no, we just use the word belief to describe that. Right? Now, you could say that the meaning of the word belief might change. We might change our understanding of what it means to believe something. Hell, the word could change. We might end up having a different word to refer to this concept. But I don't think that the idea that we have beliefs is a false belief. Right? I don't think that that's like necessarily a false belief. I don't think beliefs are non-existent. I think that they exist within the brain. It's just a very nondescript way of describing certain patterns. So a belief is just a series of chemical signals in the brain? Yes. Kind of, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about like what something literally is, yes, but the issue with this theory is it's not useful in that way. This isn't useful. Right? Outside of the, you know, the context of like philosophy and neuroscience, this isn't useful. It's like, yeah, I understand that like it is, in fact, you know, anytime I think about stuff, you know, there's going to be a very, very complex series of neurochemical reactions occurring within my brain in a certain way because of my brain structure and the way that the neurons fire. I understand that, but that's not as useful as thinking like, yeah, I just believe this thing. Right? One of those things serves a lot more utility in describing. Because sometimes it's going to be a lot more useful to describe something shorthand. But like a belief isn't necessarily some nebulous you know, physical entity that exists outside of the brain or some process that exists independent of it. It's something that most likely, if my understanding of the world is correct at least, is just a description of certain aspects of the brain. Gotta be within the brain. But to find every single tiny, minute detail of the brain that would cause a belief to happen, for someone to have a belief, I mean, that's gonna be, that's that, to describe that, not only is it not particularly useful, but it's nearly fucking impossible. Now, granted, maybe in the future we could get there. Not in our lifetimes. Not in the next 1,000 years. Probably not in the next 10,000 years. Maybe 10,000. I don't know, dude. 10,000's a long time. But definitely not the next 1,000 years. That's all right. It's interesting to hear your view in general. Yeah, I guess I would just be skeptical of this, just because the word belief isn't necessarily not, like, it's not non-existent. Beliefs aren't non-existent. They just might not exist in the way that people intuitively think they do. Right? What we describe as a belief, is something that exists. Even if our conception of it is wrong on average, let's say. Like, whatever it is that we're describing exists. So, and that's what the term belief is describing. So I don't think that the word belief, or that the concept of a belief, will stop existing. We'll just refine our understanding of it. Same thing with desires. And what does a desire refer to? Well, something that you have some sort of predisposition towards. Now, a lot of these things also describe things that are more considered more. I would say it's like because you have to keep in mind, there are going to be things that are behavioral, there are going to be things that are mental, and then there are going to be things that are neurochemical. Okay? But these views, these descriptions, these frameworks are not mutually exclusive. They actually work in tandem with each other. And I don't view this as any different. Right? You can view things through the lens of behavior. Sure, and that's not an incorrect view. What are those behaviors caused by? Oh, well, they're caused by mental shit. Well, what's the mental shit caused by? Oh, okay, chemical reactions that occur within the brain in this sort of way, and the way that these regions of the brain interact with each other, blah, 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 blah. You get the point. Right? You're just breaking things down to be more specific, more atomized. You're just looking at the scale of things, right? It's like saying that the concept of a human will become obsolete once we discover cells. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, you'll be able to break it down further, but that doesn't mean that the composition, that the whole of what that thing, like what it's comprised of, ceases to exist, or that it's a false conception. Does that make sense? I don't know. I hope the argument I'm making makes sense here. Pain/subjective experience. Some versions eliminate subjective phenomenal states. Yeah, that's fucking stupid. It sounds like something that an AI might believe. No, but in all seriousness, I don't know. That seems like clanker propaganda, dude. Nobody experiences subjective phenomenal states. I don't know, dude. Free will, regarded as a concept unsupported by scientific evidence. Yeah, and that's the part that I'm going to agree with. I don't believe in the concept of free will. Self-refutation. Critics argue that in order to argue for the theory, one must believe in the theory, which contradicts the claim that beliefs do not exist. I think this is like a poor argument. Right? It wouldn't necessarily be that the person were, because according to the person who believes that theory or whatever, according to their view, it wouldn't necessarily be
a belief. It would just be a fact of the matter that they seemingly view in such a way that would be categorized as a belief. So that would not be a good argument against it. I think that the things that I laid out are a much better refutation. Introspective evidence, it ignores the direct, immediate experience of mental states, e.g. feeling pain. Yeah, to be like a denialist of subjective phenomenal states is strange. Like, you have counter evidence right now. Like, you are experiencing counter evidence as we speak. Explanatory gap, it fails to explain how physical, objective brain states produce the subjective qualitative experience of consciousness. I don't think it has to, necessarily. But if it outright denies the subjective qualitative experience of consciousness, then that would be an issue. Right? It is important to distinguish this from reductionism, which holds that mental states are simply reduced to brain states. Elimination claims that they don't exist at all. Yeah, I would be closer to a reductionist. Yeah, I think reductionism would describe me better. Yeah, and in terms of the theory of mind that would be closest to what I believe, probably reductionism is going to be the most accurate. Yeah, definitely reductionism. It's not something like I'm like a, like hard set on. It just seems to be the most logical. Come to believe that consciousness is some sort of emergent thing that comes from neural activity. Yeah, that's sort of my belief. I don't really know if that's true, but it may explain why larger animals tend to use logic. Yeah, and obviously it's not just like the size of the brain, it's also the amount of neural activity, and that's what we notice, right? There's a reason that, octopuses are extremely intelligent, right? Right, and I would argue that they're probably more sentient than most other animals, right? Due to that neural activity, right? They have more neural activity, and therefore they're most likely able to have more qualitative subjective experience, right? Yes, I do very much like the way you think. I'm glad. Even though it doesn't really get very many views, I like to talk about these things. Like dolphins, yeah. Yeah, that'd be another example. Fairly intelligent species. But yeah, no. I guess, yeah. A limit of materialism seems to have its problems. Anyways, I think it's just like a theory that's like trying to be ahead of its time, but I don't think that it's succeeding. I don't think it's going to succeed at that. I think it's bold, obviously, but I don't think it's actually, I don't think it's actually going to do what it's set out to. I think that this theory will eventually be outdated. That's my take. I think once neuroscience reaches a certain point, people will disregard this theory. It's like, no, like, it's still useful to describe beliefs. Like if what we describe as a belief, like, if beliefs don't exist, then how do we describe what we are trying to get at when we say belief? Like, what do we... Because, like, there's obviously some form of also, linguiformal concept. What does it mean what is a linguiformal concept? I want to look that up. Linguiformal. Never heard that before. Linguiformal concept meaning. Okay, there we go. Based on the search results, linguiformal is a specialized, often philosophical concept describing a conception of thought, cognition, or scientific theory that is structured like language. Not to be confused with linguiform, tongue-shaped, or linguistic form, a morpheme/word.
Key aspects of the lingua formal concept. Cognitive structure refers to the view that inner mental states and cognitive processes are structured similarly to spoken or written language, often involving propositional attitudes. Okay. Representation. In philosophy and cognitive science, a lingua formal account suggests that mental representations have structural properties analogous to sentences. I don't disagree necessarily, but I think that it's the best thing we have. I don't think it's necessarily a one-to-one. It's just the closest thing we have. We create language and sentences on the basis of how we already think, or that's what we did at first, right? In order to represent what we think, right? It's going to be just like the closest approximation we have, but they're not necessarily going to be the same thing. But yeah, I guess we would. It's not necessarily that language itself is necessarily, it's not even deliberately structured in a way. Well, not deliberately structured. It's not even necessarily about it being, explicitly structured to reflect our inner mental states and cognitive processes. It's just that we have inner mental states and cognitive processes that we use language to describe, or that influence the way that we talk, right? And our conception of language allows us to have some understanding or an approximate understanding of what other people think when they talk. Obviously, they're not going to be one and the same, though I don't think anybody is arguing that they are. Rejection in neurophilosophy. Some scholars like Patricia Churchland. Yes, this is the person that I would have known about. So that's where I would have briefly heard about the limit of materialism, I think. Is Churchland. As discussed in the text, reject a lingua formal view of scientific theories, preferring a view of science as a cognitive capacity for discrimination rather than formal language-like or propositional edifice. Language of thought. The term sometimes associated with the idea that the brain operates using a language of thought. For example, Jerry Fodor's work, where thinking is modeled on the syntax and semantics of language. No, I think that they work in tandem with each other. I think that the way we use language is more so, like the way we've constructed and used language is more so influenced by the way that we think, rather than the way language is used. Because the way that we think came first, right? It's not like a chicken and egg situation. Like we thought first and then we created language around it. Because language is built off of thought processes. The thought processes exist first. The thought processes caused the existence of language, and therefore language is modeled on the thought processes. That's how semantics and syntax, etc., were created in the first place. Now, granted, people often think in a certain way based on what other people believe and the ideas and thoughts of other people. So, but that's not on the basis of the syntax and semantics of language itself. That's based on the things that are being expressed through language as a mechanism. But I don't think that but the only difference is, if, say, for instance, people could communicate telepathically without the use of language, I do believe that it would just be it would be the same but more efficient, right? I don't think that the thought processes would necessarily change, aside from instances in which the barriers of language prevent you from being able to understand fully the information trying to be communicated by whoever it is that's communicating. But that's a language barrier, not you being influenced by the language model itself. That's just some ideas being difficult to articulate, Though for me, this is me personally, I've intertwined, my thought processes with the English language because it makes it easier to articulate things. I've learned that if I can't articulate something, if I can't articulate a thought, then the thought may as well be useless because no one will care. And I learned that very quickly. It doesn't matter how great my thought process is, or how factually correct it is, because you can't communicate telepathically. So, yeah, that was one of the first lessons I learned. Obviously I knew you couldn't communicate telepathically, but that I guess that not everyone would have an intuitive thought process the same as mine, right? And that if I wanted to convince people to think the same way as me, that obviously just being like, well, it's obvious is not going to be sufficient. It's not going to be satisfactory. So I have to actually articulate to the best of my ability what I'm thinking. And now they've become so intertwined that it can be difficult to distinguish sometimes, but it is ultimately the thought processes that came first. The language is the medium through which it is. It's not my thought processes being modeled based on the syntax and semantics of language. It's me manipulating the usage of language in such a way that allows me to express certain thoughts that I would have independent of that. It's merely just a medium. Either way, that the thinking is not, it's not modeled based on the syntax and semantics of language. It's the other way around. I manipulate the usage of language for my own ends. It doesn't manipulate me. Anyways, hey, I'm falling asleep. It was nice hanging out with you. How often do you stream? I try to stream every night. You're right, it'll only be useful in like thousands of years when computers can successfully record, translate, and assess a brain. Yeah, but if we want to talk to each other, it would still be useful to use the term belief to describe something specific. You're not going to describe every single fucking, molecule in your brain, right? That would be absurd. You're not going to be like, the molecules in my brain are aligned in such a way that would lead me to the conclusion that, and then whatever the belief is. No one's ever going to talk like that. Like it's fucking retarded. While I incorrectly tried to identify her philosophical view, I don't agree with eliminative materialism, but that's the fun of philosophy. You get lost trying to wrap your head around the theory. I wonder what the first thing to think was. I don't know, probably something like, probably something that would be very, very instinctual, like, I'm hungry. Or I need food. It depends on what you conceptualize as a thought. Because because there's going to be a distinction between, like, when did the first conscious entity come into existence? When did consciousness first emerge? Like the lowest form of consciousness emerge for the first time? Or, when was the first thought? But like a computer can, depending on what you think of as think, like what does it mean to think something? Actually, a computer may or may not be able to think depending on your definition. Depending on what you believe is a necessary and sufficient condition for a single thought to occur. Because something as simple as I am hungry, I am going to go hunt for food, could be a thought process. That's a thought process of a lot of animals as well. They may not put it into words, but they're thinking it. It's instinctual, but where do the instincts come from? It comes from their brain. Their brain is thinking things. Right? The brain is thinking things on some level, even if it's considered a lower level. Okay. Language of thought. The term sometimes associated with the idea that the brain, using language... Oh, I already read that. Prelinguistic thought. A linguiformal perspective implies that even without natural language, cognition might be language-like or linguiformal. That's possible. The way we structure language is going to be the way we structure a lot of things. So it is going to be structured around our brain structures. right? And the way language is used is based on the way in which we think. So the way in which we think influences language even more, you know, when a language is actually being practiced. So ultimately, it is our thought processes that influence the way in which language is used and perceived, and the way it changes over time slowly. So I will say that you know, I think there might be like a, because I mean the thing is like I would just view it as like your cognitive activity or whatever, or things that you don't articulate. I mean that might be something that you process in some form of internal language, but you don't necessarily process it in English or some language that can be communicated, right? But that's also something you need to be careful with, because sometimes people might conflate that with like a feeling or an intuition. It's not necessarily the same. You can have logical thought processes without explicitly having them in English. But the last time I had one of those, you know, I would have been like fucking, I don't know, dude. I would have been like a child, probably older than 5. I don't know, dude. Eventually, I learned to intertwine these things just because of, you know, practical / useful purposes. But so now my conception of my thought is explicitly in English because I went out of my way to make it that way so that all of my ideas can be communicated with everybody else, so that people can actually understand me. Because the first thing I wanted to do was be understood. That was my first goal in life. I just want people to understand me. I want to stop being treated like I'm fucking subhuman. So, was it a success? Yeah, probably. I think I did a pretty good job. I'm pretty articulate now. Sorry to hijack the stream. No worries. This is if this is a hijack, this is the best hijacking ever. So, let's see. Let's read the Wikipedia article so that it's a bit longer and we have more to go over. Okay. Let's see. Eliminative materialism, also called eliminativism, is a materialist position in the philosophy of mind that expresses the idea that the majority of mental states in folk psychology do not exist. Some supporters of eliminativism argue that no coherent neural basis can be found for many everyday psychological concepts, such as belief or desire. Yeah, because neuroscience has a long way to go, since they are poorly defined. I mean, sure, you could say that like it's very generalized, but like what does it mean to believe something? I mean, what does that mean? Well, I mean, you're talking about some sort of perspective you have, some sort of position you hold, some how do I define belief without the term belief, without like, you know, using words that are basically the same as belief? I mean, that's very difficult. It's like, yeah, it's a position you hold. It's something that is potentially some defining characteristic of your worldview, big or small, right? Something to do with your perspective, your conception of the world, right? You conceptualize the world in a certain way, and thus you have certain beliefs about it, right? Like a belief would just be like a way of saying that there's like a form in which you or a way in which you might conceptualize certain things in a specific way, to the point where you might have some sort of position on it, right? You know, it could be true or false, or it could be purely subjective. The argument is that psychological concepts of behavior and experience should be judged by how well they will reduce to a biological level. You know, that's just like not how language works. Not everything needs to describe biology. They're just like not particularly logical. Judged by how well they reduce to the bio, but like, why is that useful? You're making when you say should, you're making an ought statement. The argument is that psychological concepts of behavior and experiences should be judged by how well they reduce to the biological level. Why? My question to that would be why? Why should that be the case? Why is that a useful way to use language? What do we get out of that? Other versions entail the non-existence of conscious mental states such as pain and visual perceptions. Yeah, I mean, that's just like an absurd claim. I'd love to hear the arguments in favor of that. What does it mean that they don't exist? Like, what is it describing then if it doesn't exist? Like, if it's the case that the people are describing some form of subjective qualitative experience as pain, they're obviously describing something. Like, what does it mean for it to not exist? Right? It's just describing a certain. You could take the reductionist view. That would make sense, and say, well, okay, you know, that they exist in the brain, right? You know, the view that actually makes logical sense. You know, the view that doesn't fall apart instantly if under any amount of scrutiny. But I digress. Like, it's going to be the case that like, obviously people are trying to describe something when they describe pain. It's not nothing, right? Even if that thing is caused by certain regions of the brain acting in a certain way, certain complex series of things happening neurologically. It could be that that's specifically what you're describing in a way that has a certain perceived effect. Right? Eliminativism is about a class of entities. Eliminativism about a class of entities is the view that a class of entities does not exist. For instance, materialism tends to be eliminativist about the soul. Yeah, fair. I guess you could say that I'm somewhat eliminativist about the soul. And that's just going to be because, like, it comes across as, and again, I reject the notion of personal identity for other reasons. But when we describe who somebody fundamentally is as a person, whatever that means, we are describing, we are, sorry, I just spaced out. Oh, right. Like, when we describe a soul, what is that trying to get at? Like, what is a soul capable of experiencing without the brain? Again, there are going to be some brains that just don't experience empathy. It just like lacks the capacity to. Right? If you remove the brain from a person, that they don't experience anything, nothing is experienced. So, like, where does the soul fit into this? Like, how can the soul have experiences without a brain to interface with? Whatever this nebulous soul idea is, right? If a soul exists, it would make sense that it would be entirely contingent upon the existence and functionality of the brain, right? Or generated by the brain. The idea that like a soul could exist independent of the brain, that just seems incorrect based on the existing evidence of how people are fundamentally different as people when we just change even tiny things about the brain, even the most minuscule things, even just slightly alter certain chemical reactions, and voila, you got a different person that behaves differently, that feels different, that their perception of the world itself is different on some level. Nothing about the soul changed. But if it was purely determined by the soul, if the soul was something that existed, wouldn't it be the case that the brain activity is influenced by the soul and, you know, not medication? Like, couldn't you just use your soul to make your brain magically become better? Well, obviously not. You know, if you could do that, mentally ill people wouldn't exist. Nobody wants to be mentally ill. Okay, let's continue. I think you can remove a brain from a person without killing the brain. Brain in a vat scenario. Yeah. Then again, what would the brain be interfacing with? Now that I think of it. If the brain doesn't have anything to interface with, does it still... Could the brain still think in that state? Because you're saying... Because if it's the case that it's possible to remove the brain from the body, but can that brain still be in a conscious state while removed? I mean, even if you're able to like incite that in some way, I mean, that would be kind of fucking crazy, right? What would it experience? Probably just thoughts, right? It would probably just be like, you know, be like, oh my God. I'm guessing it would be, in terms of what it would feel like having no senses. Like no sensory input. You can't hear anything, you can't see anything, you can't feel anything, you can't do anything, you can't move. It sounds kind of terrifying, really. Assuming that the brain is you know, active or whatever. Though to be fair, wouldn't there need to be like other, actually, you could keep the eyes so that as visual stimuli. No, dude, now that you're adding stuff that becomes like a terrifying science experiment. You could also keep the nervous system attached so that it has senses. That's the worst possible combination. No, fuck that. That's evil. That's actually fucking evil, dude. But yeah, no, I just yeah, what would a brain experience like? Well, cause like, how do the actually, I'm gonna look this up. Can a brain be conscious while, yeah, without a body? Other people look this up, apparently. It is theoretically possible to keep a brain alive and potentially conscious without a body for a short amount of time using artificial life systems. For example, blood substitutes, oxygenation. However, this isolated brain with lack sensory input, likely resulting in a trapped, dreamlike, or severely limited state of consciousness, as the brain requires bodily interaction for normal self-aware function. Yeah, okay. I kind of figured it'd be something like that. Interesting. Yeah, so it'd be restricted to like the only sensations you could possibly have are internal and like imaginary sensations and thoughts. That's all you would have. You wouldn't have anything else. Which is what I figured would be the case. So yeah. Anyways, let's read more about eliminativism and talk about why most of it is wrong. Modern chemists are eliminative about phlogiston. Interesting. Modern biologists are eliminativist about Elan Vital. I don't know. Okay. And modern physicists are eliminativists about luminiferous ether. Okay then. Eliminative materialism is relatively new. It's from the 60s or 70s. The idea that certain classes of mental entities that common sense takes for granted, such as beliefs, desires, and the subjective sensation of pain, do not exist. This is the most common versions of eliminativism are about propositional attitudes, as expressed by Paul and Patricia Churchland. And eliminativism about qualia, subjective interpretations about particular instances of subjective experience, is expressed by Daniel Dennett, Georges Ray, and J.C. Reese Anthus. Yeah, I've talked to somebody that is an eliminativist about qualia. It was a strange conversation. There was no way for me to get to a point where, like, I don't know how I can get somebody to conceptualize qualia if they don't get the concept. That's, like, very difficult. Like, if you just, like, reject the notion that qualia exists, like, what do you do? What do you do if somebody rejects that? You could say it's taken for granted, but like, it seems to be the case that it's just being used as, like, a way of describing some form of mental state. And a mental state is going to be defined by some form of perception, right? That's how we make determination about that. That doesn't mean that the perception would necessarily be wrong. You can have you would have a correct perception. Also, wait, that person's a direct realist. Wait. No, that wouldn't contradict that. Never mind. Sorry, I just thought that they. No, technically, there's not a contradiction there. Never mind. I thought I had found a contradiction briefly in one of the aspects of something that they had argued. This is like a long time. I don't even know why I remember certain shit. Sorry. Where was I? The context of materialist understandings of psychology, eliminativism is the opposite of reductive materialism. Okay? Arguing that mental states are, as conventionally gets understood, do exist. Yeah, I would be I would be more of a reductionist and directly correspond to the physical state of the nervous system. Yeah, that's my view. In intermediate position, revisionary materialism often argues the mental state in question will prove to be somewhat reducible to physical phenomena, with some changes needed to the common sense concept. That's possible. That's also possible. Right? I think that it's either going to be the intermediate position revisionary materialism, or reductive materialism is going to be correct, most likely. I'd be open to revisionary materialism. I don't read that and I'm like immediately like, yeah, that's just like wrong. That's actually worth considering, because it could be the case that like because obviously when we describe these concepts in common sense terms, we're not going to be the most articulate. We're just trying to, describe like a general tendency. Like what that actual tendency is comprised of or where it comes from is going to be complex. I think that as technology advances, the more reducible it will be to physical phenomena. So I think that like, I think that the revisionary materialist position would make yeah, no, that would make sense for like, if you're like if say there's a limit to technology and like, okay, like we can't reduce this completely because like there's a limit to what neuroscience can do. We've hit the ceiling, let's say. Then that might be like, okay, we can't explain this with like with physical phenomena, right? right? So I'm of the position that if we knew everything about the physical phenomena that occurs with the brain, knew everything, every fucking little detail about it, if we magically knew that, right, I believe that we would come to a reductive materialist position. That's my view on it. Right, this seems like the logical conclusion, just like from pattern recognition alone, that the eliminative materialist position seems like the opposite of what you would expect, right? Because it seems to be the case that as neuroscience advances, our understanding of how mental states operate being more of like a thing that's defined physically, I mean, that increases, or like when we see, or if we see smaller regions of the brain lead to, like, are very heavily correlated with certain types of behavior, right? It's like, okay, these things can be explained from neurological and physical phenomena as well, right? That these would be like the causal factors. And the logical conclusion to that is eventually we arrive at reductive materialism, where every mental state can be described by and corresponds with some form of physical state of the brain and nervous system. Right? So, eliminativism would not be the logical conclusion to this. So I don't know how you would go from where we're at now to eliminativism. So basically, so eliminative materialism. Okay, since eliminativism, oh my god, I can't even read. Since eliminative materialism arguably claims that future research will fail to find a neuronal basis for various mental phenomena, I would argue the opposite. And also, it's not going to be the case that if you can't find a neuronal basis for various mental phenomena, that doesn't mean that the phenomena doesn't exist. That's not the conclusion. That'd actually be evidence in favor of something that exists independent, right? That'd be like, okay, like consciousnness is something that might be generated by the brain, but it exists independent, right? That would be a more reasonable conclusion, right? Because it just presupposes physicalism, right? It presupposes that everything must be like physical, and it's like, I mean, that's generally going to be the case, but like it's not necessarily. But you wouldn't say that the mental phenomena isn't real, right? That's not the conclusion you would draw from that. Like, what does it mean for the mental phenomena to be real, to not be real, that we're not really experiencing it? Like, what does that mean? Like, what is the mental phenomenon if not the thing that we experience? Do we just not have experiences at all? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Of course people have experiences. Okay, let's see. Since eliminative materialism arguably claims that future research will fail to find a neuronal basis for various mental phenomena, it may need to wait for science to progress further. I fundamentally disagree. I don't think that we need science to advance any further to figure this one out. Okay? It could be the case that we don't find, or we're not able to find a neuronal basis for certain mental phenomena. Doesn't mean that the mental phenomena doesn't exist. Just because we can't equate it to neurons. Right? We're obviously describing something there. Right? But it's most likely going to be the case that whatever mental phenomena is, it's going to be very heavily correlated with certain brain activity. Right? There's going to be certain patterns you're going to notice. Okay, that's the most likely case scenario. I mean, that's what we've already discovered, right? So, based on what we've already discovered, it seems like the pattern is, like, the more we discover about the brain, the more we're able to predict certain things with
at least in a correlative sense, you know, what somebody's behaviors are more likely to be on the basis of certain aspects of their brain or their brain activity. And I don't see why that would change in the future. And let's say that research isn't able to find anything, right? Let's say that science, hits a ceiling or whatever. That doesn't mean that mental phenomena doesn't exist. That's not the conclusion you would come to. It just means that, you weren't able to describe it with neurons. Right? But it's like, that would be like saying, like, oh, well, it's like, yeah, there are a lot of things that you, I don't know. It's like, just because you can't explain something with, like, your existing understanding of the world doesn't mean that that thing isn't real, right? Like, there's a lot of things where it's like, yeah, like, I don't know. You wouldn't say that the quantum physics aren't real because, certain aspects, haven't been, like, explained yet because, it's still, being heavily researched. You wouldn't say it's not real. It doesn't make any sense. And let's say that there's let's say it's the case that, like, like certain aspects of quantum physics never get explained. Okay, we do all the research in the world and we just, like, never figure something out. Or some aspect out. That doesn't mean that aspect doesn't exist. Right? That's not a reason, that's not rational. I think that's the point that I'm trying to make. Anyways, probably experience that in memory without an external interface like a computer. Yeah. If you were to do the inverse, implanted identical artificially intelligent computer inside of a brain to operate the body, I wonder if it would also believe itself to have a soul. That's actually a really good question. I find it crazy that our entire perception of reality is just from memories that get formed, then mostly forgotten. Correct. Been here all night? Hell yeah. Metadata lol. What? If I get to the end and I get all answers in some soul pour into a universe consciousness or whatever, I'm going to shit myself. Yeah. No, I don't believe that there's any reason to believe that, though. No, I don't believe that there's some universal consciousness, right? There could be. I can't disprove that, but, like, we don't know what consciousness is. Right. I think that that one of the issues with this theory is it makes too many, claims about what consciousness is with zero evidence because we don't even know what consciousness is. Okay. And B, it doesn't have a logical justification for it either. So that's where this falls flat. There's no justification for this. One might question the position on these grounds? No. And that's not why the position is wrong. That's not why the position is wrong. The position is wrong for other reasons. Right. What would the mental phenomena that we're trying to describe be if there is no neuronal basis for it? It's not that it doesn't exist. We're describing something. It isn't that we made it up. We categorized it. We came up with a term for it. But the thing itself exists without the term. Our conception of it exists without the term. You could have called it anything else and it would still be there on some level. Right? You would still have some form of experience there regardless of what you call it. Alright, so you're obviously describing something. Okay? The philosophers like Churchill argue that eliminativism is often necessary in order to open up the minds of thinkers to new evidence and better explanations. I think that's fair, but I think that eliminative materialism doesn't explain things better. Views closely related to eliminativism include illusionism and quietism. We could look at that bit in a bit. We have way more to read. We're never gonna get through this, are we? Yeah, happy Valentine's Day. Stop being cute. I'm not cute. Shush.
Various arguments have been made for and against a limited materialism over the last 50 years. The view's history can be traced back to David Hume, who rejected the idea of the self on the grounds that it was not based on any impression. Okay, well, that's actually a view. Like, I do reject the notion of the self beyond just like a social fiction. Right? Like, what does it mean to be a person? So I do reject the notion of personal identity in like a philosophical sense. Again, all of that's going to be a social fiction. Obviously, in a social sense or in any other sense that's not philosophical, right? Because it's socially useful to recognize. Of course I do. Because that maximizes utility. Most arguments for the view are based on the assumption that people's common sense of view of the mind is actually an implicit theory. Interesting. It is to be compared and contrasted with other scientific theories in its explanatory success, accuracy, and ability to predict the future. Yeah, I think that might be its weakness, though. That might be its weakness. It relies on other things that happen to be correct. There might be things that are incorrect that you might use similar logic. We don't know. It depends on the context. I'm not sure. Implicit theory. Well, I want to be clear. On what an implicit theory is. Just so. Implicit theory of mind. The automatic, unconscious, and rapid ability to attribute mental states, beliefs, desires, intentions to oneself and others, emerging in infancy well before explicit verbal reasoning develops. Because this would have been my first theory of mind. This is what I. So these would be my first thoughts. Were on the basis of an implicit theory of mind. This is kind of what I was describing earlier. When I was like a little kid. It was often measured through nonverbal, anticipatory looking eye tracking rather than verbal conscious takes. Well, they're definitely conscious takes, they're just not verbalized. I would know. So I've been there. And it was lonely and isolating because nobody understood me. Because I had nothing but an explicit theory of mind without even realizing it when I was a little kid. Even if it was like as simple as, what if nobody around me is real? Even shit as simple as that. It's like, I came to the conclusion that I can't know if anyone around me is real or if anything is real. And for all I know, everything could be created by my imagination, and I would have no idea. Right? I came to that conclusion as like a little kid. It wasn't verbalized. It was just like something I intuitively thought about. And I realize my memory of certain stuff is very different from what people explain. Like, for instance, like what my mom would explain from like an external standpoint, where she wouldn't have access to my mind. Like, no, I had very logical reasons to have this position. You just didn't know what they were. Right? It's like, no, there are things that I explicitly remember thinking. And now, if I think it again, I translate it into English. So. And that's just like intuitive for me now. Well, that's the only difference, though. Granted, memory isn't going to be perfect, but there are certain things that I specifically remember. Because it was important for me to. For whatever reason. Sometimes I just like remember something for no reason. Just because I'm like, I want to remember this. Yeah. I don't know why. Or it would just be like a core memory. Most arguments for the view are based on the assumption that people's common sense view is actually an implicit theory. Yeah, why would that make it wrong? Does something being an implicit theory necessarily make it wrong? That's why I was looking that up in the first place. right? If we have like an automatic, unconscious, and rapid ability to attribute mental states, beliefs, desires, and intention to oneself and others, right? That doesn't mean that it's wrong. Like an implicit theory of mind doesn't make it wrong. Like the only difference is whether or not you're able to articulate it, right? Like this is, I feel like that goes without saying, no? I don't know, maybe it'll get more into that. Maybe they'll try to explain why something that was derived from an implicit theory of mind must necessarily be wrong. Or must necessarily not exist. Right? Like how would you go about making that argument? I don't even know how you would make that argument in either direction, really. Like how would you make an argument for or against an implicit theory of mind being correct? Or whether or not an implicit theory of mind is necessarily incorrect. How would you make any of these arguments? I actually don't know. It is compared and contrasted with other scientific theory, blah, blah, blah. We already read that. Yep. An ability to predict the future. Eliminativists argue that common sense folk psychology has failed and eventually will need to be replaced by explanations derived from neuroscience. Well, yeah, obviously, psychology and neuroscience are going to be going hand in hand with each other. I mean, that goes without saying. But that's just because the field of psychology just will advance over time as we learn more about how the brain functions. But this doesn't mean that psychology will cease to exist, right? It would just have a more neuroscientific basis behind it, right? Even if we call it something else, like that the concept of psychology would still exist. We would just view it through a different lens as we have more information. It doesn't mean that, you know, the concept of psychology is wrong or that it's even failed. Like what is common sense folk psychology? What does that mean? Like what did the explanations fail to describe? I guess they're saying common sense folk psychology. I guess they're not referring to psychology. I guess they're referring to, you know, things like beliefs and desires. Like what would the neuroscience describe? What would the neuroscientific words be, and how would they be different? Why can't you just attribute some of the more neuroscientific elements towards what we've already categorized as certain types of thought intuitively? Why must we remove that? I just don't see why that would be useful. Anyways, let's see here. I have to rest my neuronal pathways. You have a new follower. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. And have a great discussion. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Philosophers who argue against eliminativism may take several approaches. Simulation theorists like Robert Gordon and Alvin Goldman argue that folk psychology is not a theory but depends on internal simulation of others, and is therefore not subject to the falsification the same way that that theories are. Wait, hold on. Folk psychology is not a theory but depends on the internal simulation of others. Is therefore not subject to falsification. Yeah, I was just gonna say, how would you falsify the existence of a belief? How do you falsify that? How would you falsify any implicit theory of mind? That's kind of what I was saying earlier, just in different words, in like a different way. But yeah, that's a better way of putting it. Like, how would you determine if whether or not like an implicit theory of mind is necessarily correct or incorrect? What does that mean? Like, I guess like the only way is like you'd have to prove that the brain somehow magically contradicts, but like that doesn't make any sense. If anything, you like the whatever the implicit theory of mind is going to be reflected by the neurochemistry, would it not? Since all of it's taking place in the brain. You know, it's not like it wouldn't make sense for any implicit theory of mind. I mean, I guess the implicit theory of mind could be fundamentally different from the mind itself, technically, but like, in what way would it be different? I guess my question to that is like, okay, like, in what way would the implicit theory of mind be wrong that neuroscience would be able to account for? Right. So if this is an implicit theory of mind, okay, which okay, I'll grant that, at least for now. You can make it explicit. I think if you want, I think if you try hard enough, you can make it explicit, even if it's derived from something implicit. But I mean, it's just like a categorization of certain mental states, and I don't see why that wouldn't be reflected in neuroscience in the future, right? I don't think it's inaccurate. I don't think I'm wrong about my mental state when I describe it. Like if I have a negative experience, let's say, and I say like, and then I have a positive experience, and then I say, I desire the positive experience. I desire to avoid the negative experience. I believe that the positive experience is preferable to the negative experience. I don't think that would be like I don't think that's exclusively an implicit theory, right? Because I just articulated it, right? So therefore, it's an explicit theory. I'm quite literally using language to describe something. It's not something completely internal, right? Because if we actually look at what an implicit theory of mind is, right? I mean, it's just talking about like an automatic and unconscious ability to, attribute mental states to something. But again, that doesn't mean that mental states don't exist. Now, you could even make the argument that the mental states we attribute can be like flawed or wrong, and that would be like a little bit more reasonable. But the idea that they don't exist at all doesn't really make any sense. Like we're categorizing something that already exists in some capacity. That's all we're doing. So, like, you're just categorizing forms of qualitative subjective experience, right? I mean, that's what that boils down to. Yeah, I don't know. Hello, young blood. Hope you're doing well. It's therefore not subject to falsification. Jerry Footer, among others, argues that folk psychology is in fact a successful, even indispensable theory. Interesting. Another view is that eliminativism assumes the existence of the beliefs and other entities it seeks to eliminate and is thus self-refuted. Wait. The existence of the beliefs and other entities. No. I don't think so. That seems like a wrong criticism. I think the issue is that it's self-refuting. I don't think that's the problem with it. Assumes the existence of beliefs. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. You could just be like, oh, well, we attribute the word belief to some sort of implicit theory of mind that we intuitively have. But it doesn't mean that that theory is correct. Right? So, it doesn't necessarily assume it. It's quite literally doing the opposite. It doesn't assume the existence of beliefs. It assumes that what we call beliefs is something else entirely. Or that I don't know. Yeah, the last one would not be the strongest argument, I don't think. The last one just feels like an attempt at a gotcha. I think that like the more in-depth analysis that I gave a little bit ago was better. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, it's not the worst argument. I think this is better than the you know, the botched ChatGPT version of this. Let's see. Limitivism maintains that the common sense understanding of the mind is mistaken, and that neuroscience will one day reveal that mental states talked about in everyday discourse, using words such as intend, believe, desire, and love, do not refer to anything real. What does it mean for something to be real? What are we using? Right? It depends on your definition of real. Like, is money real? Okay, again, that's going to depend on what it means for something to be real. So, I don't like this. No, I don't like this just because, you know, if we're talking about philosophy, we don't even know what this word means. Unless they explain what their view of what it means for something to be real is. Because of the inadequacy of natural languages, people mistakenly think that they have such beliefs and desires. Okay? Some limitativists, such as Frank Jackson, claim that consciousness does not exist except as an epiphenomenon of brain functions. Okay? I don't necessarily disagree with that. There's such as I do believe that it could be the case that consciousness is contingent upon brain function and exclusively derived from it. Definitely don't disagree with that. Others, such as Georges Ray, claim that the concept will eventually be eliminated as neuroscience progresses. I just don't see that happening. I just don't see that happening because we're describing. As if we're describing a mental, like, we're not going to. Neuroscience isn't going to advance. Let's say that we do have a Let's say that this is all implicit. Let's say that we all have some sort of implicit theory of mind that this is derived from. Okay, and we have certain implicit theories of minds, and these are the words that most accurately reflect said implicit theories of mind. Okay, those implicit theories of mind aren't going to go away, right? And we're going to want words to describe that, right? We're still going to use words in society to describe whatever that phenomena is, regardless of what causes it, regardless of the brain functions and mechanisms behind it. It's still going to be useful to describe those things, right? Because from what I understand, you can have an implicit theory of mind, like well before you develop any verbal reasoning skills. So, I mean, we're talking because so if people are developing these implicit theories of mind before they even develop the ability to articulate it through language, which they do well before they articulate it through language, then I just don't see that going away when these words describe that exact implicit theory of mind that you would have, but that you're kind of born with, right? That that doesn't go away. It doesn't magically disappear, right? Like even if the implicit theory of mind is wrong somehow, again, if you're like, I don't know, let's say you're a toddler and you don't really know how to talk very well, but you have some form of implicit theory of mind, right? Like me when I was that age, right? You're not going to suddenly think, well, you see, my implicit theory of mind is actually factually incorrect because of the neuroscientific fact that, and then like a bunch of neuroscience, right? Nobody is going to think that. That's not going to happen. Realistically. Doesn't matter how good the science is. If we're describing things in layman's terms, especially an implicit theory of mind, I don't think that's going to change. I don't think we're going to stop describing whatever that is. Right? I don't think it's something we can just ignore. So it's also just like a strange prediction to make. So I'm also criticizing this as like a prediction. I don't see that happening. It seems like a wrong prediction. Because it also assumes that
like in terms of being a prediction, it assumes that everyone would be like, let's say that let's say it's the case that our implicit theory of mind is incorrect. Okay. Let's just like grant that for a second. It presupposes that everyone is going to suddenly become hyper rational and understand this fact and use this fact to deliberately change their everyday language as soon as neuroscience progresses to a certain point. It's not the case. Like people on some level, like there gonna be a lot of people that understand on some level that their feelings and emotions are determined by chemical reactions within their brain. But even people that like strongly believe that don't negate the existence of feelings. They don't replace it with chemical reactions that occur within my brain. So it's obviously the case that the people aren't saying these words to be as scientifically accurate as possible. It also misinterprets the motives of why people use certain words. I think that's a fundamental flaw in terms of being a prediction. Hey Queen, seen you around, been stuff for a while, and I thought I'd send love. Have a great night, everyone. You too. Chat is slow as fuck. Nobody cares about this philosophy nerd shit, but I don't care. We're gonna keep trudging along. The one person that cares, I guess. You know, you know, why not? Because I care. I care. I think it's interesting. Okay. Let's see. Consciousness and folk psychology are separate issues. Why? In what way? It is possible to take an eliminative stance on one but not the other. Is it? I'm curious about that. The roots of eliminativism go back to the writings of Wilfrid Sellers, blah, 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 a bunch of people that I'm never going to remember the names of. The term eliminative materialism was first introduced by James Cornman while describing a version of physicalism endorsed by Rorty. The later Ludwig Wittgenstein is also an important inspiration for eliminativism, particularly with his attack on private objects as grammatical fictions. I don't know, whatever that means. Huh? I don't know that much about philosophy. Or bear with me. Yeah, if you're expecting me to explain some of this stuff, I don't know what private objects and being grammatical fiction, I don't know what that means. So, I don't know either. Early eliminativists often confused two different notions of the sort of elimination that the term eliminative materialism entailed. On one hand, they claimed the cognitive sciences will ultimately give people a correct account of the mind's workings, not employ terms that refer to common sense mental states like beliefs and desires. These states will not be a part of ontology as a mature cognitive science, but critics immediately countered that this view is indistinguishable from the identity theory of mind. Quine himself wondered what exactly was so eliminative about eliminative materialism. On the other hand, the same philosophers claimed that common sense mental states simply do not exist. But that doesn't... How do they not exist? Do they have... what's their reason for that? What does it mean for them to not exist? Right? Because my view would just be simply that these mental states exist, and we just sort of found a way to categorize them. And you could say, oh, well, the categorization is arbitrary, but that's just how language works. All words are made up and arbitrary to some extent. But that doesn't mean that the concept being described by the words doesn't exist. But that's more of a linguistic claim, not a theory of mind claim. So, yeah, I wouldn't use that. It's like, but yeah, but that applies to everything, right? You wouldn't say that space doesn't exist because we made up the term space, right? That doesn't make any sense. Right? It's like we made up a term for something that we perceive. Right?
Like we perceive some sort of phenomena, some sort of qualitative subjective experience. There's something that we're perceiving, right? And that's what's being described. It's either the case that we're describing what we're perceiving, or if nothing else, we're describing the perception itself, or what we perceive to be the case. In either way, there's something. There is something, even if it's just a perception, being described. And to claim that perception doesn't exist, I think that'd be a bit silly, would it not? Like how can you claim that perception doesn't exist? What does it mean for perception to not exist? Right? It gets to the point of absurdity. I think it's one of the issues with this view. I think it might fundamentally misunderstand how language works and why we use it in a certain way. But critics pointed out that eliminativists could not have both ways. Either mental states exist and will ultimately be explained in terms of lower-level neurophysiological processes, or they do not. Modern eliminativists have a much more clearly expressed view that mental phenomena simply do not exist and will eventually be eliminated from people's thinking about the brain, the same way that demons have been eliminated from people's thinking about mental illness and psychopathy. So, yeah, so there's a fundamental distinction here. There's a fundamental distinction here. In terms of demons being used to describe mental illness and psychopathy, you're attributing something external to these things. You're attributing these behaviors to something external. Okay? And you're saying that exists internally within them. Okay? You have no reason to believe that. I mean, you're talking about you're talking about a religious view about demons and them being the cause of mental illness and psychopathy. But that's like an explicit claim about something external from the brain itself, right? But the claim that a reductionist would make is that, well, no, that there isn't going to be something external to the brain itself that causes the brain to operate in a certain way, or that causes somebody to act a certain way. It is quite literally the brain itself that makes these determinations, right? That's what a reductionist would say. Now, I don't see why an eliminativist would therefore use this as an example to argue against, I don't know, say for instance, a reductionist, right? Because a reductionist would be able to account for this. It's like, well, no, this is like a false equivalency. So in one case, you're attributing something external that you have no reason to attribute to somebody's behavior, and what you as an external party believe to be their mental state, right? Versus, I guess an implicit theory of mind about mental states. I mean, that these are not the same thing. Right? Like that there's a reason that like somebody that doesn't even know how to verbalize any of this shit with language can still have like some sort of implicit mental state. They wouldn't attribute it to demons. Right? They wouldn't believe that something is possessing them. Right? This is like a concept that was like made up and promoted in society. That's like the difference though. And yeah, sure, everything that we conceptualize is going to be, subject to, the English language if we conceptualize it in English, right? But yeah, I just I don't know. Just don't see why this would be like a reasonable comparison. Because again, you're attributing something external to something internal. But the same cannot be said for a reductionist view. While it was a minority view in the 1960s, limited materialism gained prominence and acceptance during the 1980s. Proponents of this view, such as B.F. Skinner, often made parallels to previous superseded scientific theories, such as that of the four humors, the I can't pronounce that, of combustion, and the vital force theory of life. So there's like a flaw with this. Okay? You can make all the parallels you want to previous superseded scientific theories. You can do that all you want. Right? You don't prove a scientific theory wrong by saying that other scientific theories have been proven wrong. And therefore, it's likely that this one will be proven wrong. Therefore, this theory must be correct. All right? You see why the reasoning doesn't add up? That's why this doesn't work. Okay. That's going to be one of the main issues I have with this. Like you're pointing to things that have been proven wrong. Sure. Doesn't mean that this is going to be proven wrong. And if it is, why would your theory be the correct one? This doesn't make sense. Right? They've all been successfully eliminated in an attempt to establish their thesis about the nature of the mental. In these cases, science has not produced more detailed versions or reductions of these theories, but rejected them altogether as obsolete. Right? In these cases specifically, but that doesn't mean that that's going to be in all cases. I think that goes without saying. You can't just be like, well, sometimes things become obsolete. Okay. Yeah, but sometimes things can be reduced. Right? So, for example, the term human didn't become obsolete as soon as we discovered that humans were comprised of cells. Right? There are going to be things like that that are reductive. Like we are just like a collection of cells that move around and shit. So it depends on what we're talking about. So I wouldn't cite that. So this is like a huge red flag. Like if you see anything like this, well, there are theories that were proven wrong in the past and successfully eliminated in attempting to establish their thesis. Right? They got rejected as obsolete. It's like, yeah, and then there have been things that haven't been rejected as obsolete in terms of the way in which we use language. Right? We just have like a more accurate understanding of them scientifically now. We have more in depth. The concept of a human didn't stop existing. We just have a better understanding of it. Now we have a better understanding of what humans are made out of. Right? That the stuff that humans are comprised of. But the term human didn't cease to exist just because it was too general. So, yeah. An argument like this is definitely a red flag. Radical behaviorists, such as Skinner, argue that folk psychology is already obsolete. In what way is it obsolete? It should be replaced by descriptions of histories of reinforcement and punishment. When you say folk psychology, what do you mean by that? I want to make sure I'm folk psychology definition. Okay. Yeah, so this would be like a form of an implicit. Yeah, so this would be like what we described earlier with the implicit theory of mind. Okay? Something that's completely automatic, where you attribute certain things. Right? Now, when we attribute those things to ourselves, it's generally going to be pretty fucking accurate. When we attribute it to others, not necessarily. Okay? But that's because you wouldn't have access to their mental state. Okay? But apparently it's already obsolete and should be replaced by descriptions of histories of reinforcement and punishment. Why? Why? how would you describe a belief in terms of reinforcement and punishment? Like, let's say I believe Hitler is bad, but like, why would I need to describe that in terms of histories of reinforcement and punishment? Why is that necessary? What additional information does that convey that's so important that I can't just, already convey by saying I believe Hitler is bad? What's missing? What's wrong? What's wrong with the sentence I believe Hitler is bad? This doesn't work. Such views were eventually abandoned. Patrician Paul Churchland argued folk psychology will gradually be replaced as neuroscience matures. I don't believe that. Well, I guess because, like, keep in mind, like, if we're talking about, like, intuitive understandings of how people operate, like, this is always going to be something that exists. Okay? So even if we're applying folk psychology to other people, where we rationalize their behaviors, their mental states, not as psychologists, we do this all the time. You do it, I do it, we're all guilty of this. Okay? So even if we're not just describing our own internal state of mind, which is generally going to be pretty fucking accurate, right? That's about as accurate as you can get when describing a state of mind, is describing your own state of mind. Okay? So we already do this. We're not psychologists. We don't know anything about neuroscience. We're not neuroscientists. Nothing about this has been replaced. Nothing. Nothing about that has been replaced. We haven't replaced it with more sciencey terms. Some people use sciencey terms to, like, give off the aesthetic of knowing what they're talking about, but in reality, fundamentally, people are going to use folk psychology. It's not going away. Right? And again, it doesn't seem to make an argument against folk psychology. At least not what I'm seeing here. I'm trying to... It hasn't said what their argument against it is. So again, like, I'm not saying that folk psychology is necessarily correct. Right? I believe that obviously if you're applying it to other people, you're gonna be you're probably gonna be wrong a lot of the time. Right? If you're trying to denote intent with insufficient information, you're probably going to come to wrong conclusions, right? But again, it's not making an argument about that, though. Remember when Olive made fun of a girl with leukemia? Yeah, that was interesting. I remember that arc. That arc was funny. But I'm reading philosophy and arguing about it in my own head because I'm bored. And I'm doing it out loud so that you guys can watch the ramblings of an insane person. But I don't think that folk psychology, in a societal sense, will be replaced by neuroscientific explanations, necessarily. I think maybe some aspects of it. But if we're talking about, like, if we're talking about like an implicit, like a completely implicit theory of mind, and that theory of mind, I think that neuroscience is going to change. I don't think it's going to change that too much. I think it might, like, increase the amount of people that are, like, determinists or whatever, or might have increase. I think it'll increase the number of people that have views similar to mine, but I don't think it's going to fundamentally alter the way in which we describe these things. Now, granted, I think that the way we describe things might change over time regardless, just because, those things can change. Play Helldivers, we need men and women on the front against Cyberstan. Yeah, but I want to talk about a limit of materialism. That's way more interesting. Okay, this is the stuff that I care about. Okay, eliminativism is not only motivated by philosophical considerations, but is also a prediction about what future scientific theories will take. And again, the prediction is I would argue its weakest point. I would argue that the prediction part is the weakest point. All right, and I went into this like the first time that was mentioned. So, eliminativist philosophers therefore tend to be concerned with data from the relevant brain and cognitive sciences. Yeah, but like you would, okay, in order to have this theory make sense, you would have to argue that you like not only would you have to not be able to find within the cognitive sciences anything that would be able to predict these mental states, but like you'd also have to be able to, wouldn't you have to demonstrate like the contrary if you want to make it like an explicit claim? If you're trying to make an explicit claim about this, right? Because again, when people are describing their own mental states, right? That's what these words are for, right? They're describing their the qualia that they experience. That they're not making a claim about the neurochemical reactions in their brain, at least not directly, right? They're not making a claim about that necessarily, nor are they making a claim that would contradict it. So it doesn't make sense that neuroscience would change that. In addition, because limitivism is essentially predictive in nature, different theorists can and often do predict which aspects of folk psychology will be eliminated from folk psychological vocabulary. Anyways, it's mostly associated with the churchlings who deny the existence of propositional attitudes, subclass of intentional states, and with Daniel Dennett, who is generally considered a limitativist about qualia and phenomenal aspects of consciousness. I think this is probably the most incorrect position. Denying the existence of qualia. But I don't even know how I would argue with somebody that denies the existence of qualia. Like, I've tried, it just like doesn't work. I don't know, dude. It's like, okay, so the thing that I'm experiencing right now isn't real. What is it then? What is it that I am experiencing? And it's like, well, maybe you find another word for it, but it's like, well, that's what the word qualia is for. That's what it describes. So like, you're just saying, what if we replace one word that is used to refer to one thing with another word that means exactly the same thing? But like, trust me, it's different, bro. One way to summarize the difference between the Churchland's view and Dennett's is that the Churchlands are limitativists about propositional attitudes, but reductionists about qualia. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I didn't know that. Well, Dennett is an anti-reductionist about propositional attitudes and a limitativist about qualia. Oh, these are weird positions. Okay. These are weird positions. Reductionists about qualia and a limitativist about propositional attitudes. I mean, that's strange. Why? Why are they limitivists about propositional attitudes in particular? I'm actually curious about that. Okay. More recently, Brian Tomasic and J.C. Rees-Anthus made various arguments for limitivism. Elizabeth Irvine has argued that both science and folk psychology do not treat mental states as having phenomenal properties, so the hard problem may not be a genuine problem for non-philosophers, despite the overwhelming obviousness to philosophers. And questions about consciousness may well shatter into more specific questions about particular capacities. In 2022, Anthus published Consciousness Semanticism, Precise Eliminativist Theory of Consciousness, which asserts that formal argumentation from precise semantics solves the hard problem because of the contradiction between precision implied in philosophical theory and the vagueness of its definition, which implies there is no fact of the matter for phenomenological consciousness. Interesting. Okay, Chad, I'm tired. We've been doing this for like 7 hours. I need to like actually like shut the fuck up and like go to bed or something like a normal person. Why am I doing this? I should, dude. I'm gonna like spend all day reading this fucking Wikipedia article because it's interesting. It's in Quinn Qualia Dennett's book. Yeah, I mean, look, dude, this shit's too much, dude. Is this what the fucking, dude? I don't know, dude. And this is too much reading for me. I'm too zoomer brained for this. I don't have the attention span for all this. Actually, I do. But I'm too zoomer brained to read, and you know, for like longer than 5 minutes. Like, what do you expect me to do? I'm an entertainer. Why am I even doing this? Why am I doing something that's like explicitly not entertaining? Why am I so autistic that I just spent like an hour just like talking about a bunch of shit? Well, because somebody said that I was a limited materialist, which I'm not. So I decided to learn about the ideas behind it. But yeah, no, a reductionist view just seems to make way more sense when describing these things. It's not like these things don't exist. It's just like they're not descriptive enough. Like they describe something that exists. It's just not very descript. It's sort of like a vague notion. But having like a vague notion or vague understanding of something doesn't mean that that thing doesn't exist or can't exist. Again, like, you know, the idea that a belief doesn't exist. I mean, and also having believing that being a reductionist with qualia, but when it comes to like beliefs, being a limitativist, that's strange. I guess it's like not a direct contradiction, maybe? Technically it's not a contradiction, but it seems arbitrary. Does it not? Does that not seem arbitrary? I don't know, maybe they have an argument for it. I'm sure they have an argument for it, but like, I don't know. Just like from an outside perspective looking in, you're somebody that doesn't really know anything about philosophy. I mean, that just seems like a strange distinction to make. But again, I'm just like a regular, you know, layman person. I don't know anything about philosophy, so you know, just don't take anything I say too seriously in that regard. Anyways, I've been using my brain too much. I need to like chill out and rest or whatever. Because like, too much brain power. No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually quite dumb. If that's me at my full brain power, then dear Lord, it's not good. I'm quite stupid. Oh well. Anyways, dude, me at my full brain power, reading a Wikipedia article about a philosophical view and disagreeing with everything that I can. I must also rest my neuronal pathways. Good night, everyone. I'm going to try to sleep if I can. We'll see about that. I don't think I can. I'm going to be so fucking for real, dude. I can't. I can never sleep. We're going to try. And fail, probably. Oh well. We'll see how I feel after I end stream and lay in bed for a few minutes. And if I can't sleep, I might start up another stream and just do like a stream marathon type thing. It's not gonna be like philosophy nerd shit, because like I don't even know why I started. Dude, how did I like, bro, it's I need to be an entertainer. Man, this sucks. This is what I hate about being me, okay? But before I end stream, I want to explain something, okay? Being me sucks, okay? It's like, I want to be everything, okay? It's like, if I'm an entertainer, it's like, Yeah, but like, what about philosophy nerd shit that nobody cares about? You know, it's like, or, you know, if I were to like, you know, if I was to become a philosopher, I'd be like, man, I want to entertain people. This shit boring. This shit sucks. I want to do something fun. You know, like, why do I have to be so serious all the time? I just want to shitpost and not take anything seriously. You know, it's like, no matter what, it's like, I'm going to be dissatisfied to some extent. And it's like, you know, I think EP thoughts, these are my EP thoughts. This is what I think every night before I go to bed, is stuff like this. I'm going to call you in like a minute before you sleep. I want to talk. All right, bet. We could do that. But yeah, I don't know. What will I do? I don't know. No, I think it's very funny how, you know, if you juxtapose the beginning of the stream to like the end of the stream, like there's like a very different energy. It's because I can't maintain one energy. It's like I feel like I'm too well-rounded for this society. Look, this society is entirely artificial. It expects you to be good at one thing and only one good thing, but and only one thing, but you must be really good at that thing. And it's like, well, most people are going to be a little bit more well-rounded than that. Most people are going to be good at like multiple things, multiple areas of thought. I mean, realistically, who wants to only exercise one area of thought for the rest of their life and only do that one thing forever and ever and ever, no matter what? That's why I want to be a YouTuber, so I can do multiple things. But even that, it's like, you know, can I really? You know, because like the one thing I'm actually meant to do is entertain. And, you know, I can veer off course drastically and do shit like this, but like, you know, it harms me in the long run. But I do it anyway because I don't care. Look, fact of the matter is, you know, gives me the freedom to do things that are bad for the business, and the only consequences I get is I guess I get less money over time. But like, who cares, right? Except for me, but I don't care. I don't care. I mean, I care a little bit, but it's like not enough to change the behavior. It's like, no. If I want to cover some philosophy shit, I'm going to do that. If I want to talk about politics, I'm going to do that. If I want to talk about drama, I'm going to do that. Maybe that's like a character flaw. You are an oasis in the desert of disgusting troglodytes that is the YouTube Shorts lives. Yeah. I mean, how many YouTube Short streamers, you know, get sidetracked and then talk about philosophy for an hour and then read a Wikipedia article about eliminative materialism and critique that for an hour. And how many people do that? Probably not very many. While simultaneously also being a drama slop YouTuber and, you know, being like a schizo poster. It's like, you know, it's like this like weird duality of things that are not contradictory necessarily, but they're two opposite extremes. And it's like, you know, the way that I engage in both, I mean, you know, it's not necessarily, I wouldn't say it's impressive by any means. It's like, well, you know, what's the phrase? Like the jack of all trades is like good at none or some shit like that. I don't fucking remember. Yeah, it's something like that. I mean, that's pretty applicable to me. It's like, well, I'm like, you know, decent at a lot of areas of thought, kind of, but like, you know, being above average, like being slightly above average at like a bunch of things. I mean, that's not necessarily the most useful thing ever. Yeah, master of none. Yeah, jack of all trades, master of none. Yeah, that's me. That's how I feel. I'm actually not the jack of all trades, though, to be fair. Like I'm the jack of like some trades and like the master of none. Because it's like, okay, like what am I the jack of trades of? Well, that would be being a YouTuber and entertaining people, surface level philosophy shit, politics, drama slop, comedy-based shit / satire. It's like, these are things I'm definitely above average at. Right? Like, I'm definitely, like, above average. Like, the average person doesn't know anything about the most surface-level philosophy shit. The average person is not very entertaining. The average person is, you know, like, but, like, it's not going to be good enough. At least I feel like it's not good enough. They're all a part of you. The authenticity is what matters. As long as you stay with that, you'll always be golden. Yeah, this is easier said than done, because like, if we're talking about like, okay, what will cause me to be successful on YouTube? I have to focus on some characteristics and attributes that I have and downplay others, right? This is one of the ones that I might be more inclined to downplay, right? This is how I think, right? This is my level of analysis, and I have to like, not dumb it down for the audience. Some that my audience is dumb. Right? I don't view it as people being dumb. I view it as people not caring. And it's like, why would they? I haven't given the average person any motivation to care about philosophy. I haven't given them a logical reason to care, so they don't. And I think that's fair. I think that's fair. But that means that people are disengaged with some of these topics. That doesn't mean that they're dumb. It doesn't mean that they lack fluid intelligence. Right? And that's sort of how I view it. I find the people that view it as, oh, they're just dumb, to be quite strange and disgusting. I don't like people like that. No, it's not that people are dumb, it's that they're disinterested. There's a clear distinction there. It's like, you know, I'm not dumb necessarily for specifically not learning about computer science. I just don't care about that topic. I just don't care about the subject matter. I'm not interested in it. That doesn't make me dumb. I'm dumb for other reasons, but that's not one of them. I could never be entertaining like you TBH, yeah. But it's not like I'm like it's not like I'm like the greatest entertainer of all time. Like there are people that are probably more entertaining than me to most people. Now granted, there are gonna be some people that find me more entertaining than anyone else. There are people that have said I'm their favorite streamer. So obviously, there's going to be exceptions, but the general rule is most people don't want to hear me yap about philosophy shit for multiple hours on end. Most people don't care that much about YouTube drama. It's like the people that do care about, you know, any of these things individually, whether it be politics, YouTube drama, you know, philosophy, the people that care about these things independently aren't going to be looking for them all together. Right? These are going to be different groups of people. The people that care about philosophy might not care about, you know, drama slop. They might not enjoy watching comedy-oriented stuff or enjoy my sense of humor, and vice versa. You know, the people that enjoy the comedy-oriented stuff might not like the more serious stuff. And, you know, to find an audience of people that enjoys both, I mean, that's rare. You know, I mean, there's a reason that, like, you know, even if there's like a YouTuber that I really like, you know, which there really isn't any. I don't really like any YouTubers. There are YouTubers I like or have positive opinions of. There's nobody I'm like, oh yeah, dude, I gotta watch every single one of their videos. The people like that don't exist anymore for me. Part of it's because I've changed. Part of it's just because the YouTube landscape has changed and the types of videos that people make has also changed. So it's gonna be a combination of all these variables. It's different now. But fuck, where was I going with this? But like if somebody that I like for their whatever, their drama slop content or their politics content, if they do a gaming stream, I don't watch that. I don't care. I don't care to see them play video games. Right? Even if I really like their personality, it's like, well, I'd rather just like watch their other content where they have the personality that I like while talking about the things that I care about, right? Now, granted, maybe if I tune in briefly, right, if I give it a chance, I'm like, you know what, fuck it, this person's streaming and I really like this person, right? And they're like really entertaining while gaming, then I might watch that. But that's usually if they're not even talking about the game. They're like gaming in the background while they talk about other shit. You know, shit that's like way more interesting. I'm not interested in hearing about the game mechanics. I don't care. You know, I'm not very interested in that. If it's like something that, you know, I haven't played. The key is to find people who like you, and therefore they'll be inclined to support whatever ventures you do. Again, easier said than done, but that's my take. Yes, it's definitely easier said than done, for sure. Believe me. Yeah, to find people. Look, thing is, YouTube only recommends me to, you know, it's like a limited, you know, finite number of people, right? The number of people that are going to like any aspect of me is going to be, you small compared to like the total number of people that stumble across me. Okay. Doesn't mean that the most people dislike me. It just means that most people don't care. They're indifferent. Okay. Most people are going to be indifferent. They don't have a reason to care. Nothing about me gives them a reason to care. Okay. And that's just the way it is. For the people that do care for any reason provided, whether it be my philosophical analysis, which nobody's going to care about from watching shorts. Let's be so fucking for real, right? If I were to scroll through shorts and then a short stream of somebody reading a Wikipedia article about about some sort of philosophical framework, let's say a limit of materialism, for instance, right? Especially if I don't know what that is, I'm not going to stick around because I don't care. I don't know what they're reading and I don't care. Or because I don't have the context of how it started. I don't have the context of the rest of the conversation. Right, so I would just see that and I'm like, oh, okay, this is some boring shit. I don't care. And I don't look into it because why would I? Like, what's so special about this person that I should give them the time of day? I don't know anything about them. They're just reading a fucking Wikipedia article. Boring. Lame. What are they doing? Nothing entertaining. Right? I would scroll past that. So I think that's worth noting. And I think that's interesting. Because when you're not given the context of why this is something interesting or something to care about, you don't care. You don't make yourself care. People don't make themselves care. Because why would they? They don't have a motive to. You can't make yourself care about something you don't give a shit about. You need to be given motive to. And that's important. People need to understand that. Anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to go for, oh my god, we're almost at the 8-hour mark. Anyways, this was like a full day of work for me, I guess. Good to get into the habit, even if it's just me yapping about shit that doesn't get views. Just because I need to build up my streamer endurance, maybe. I guess that is the silver lining. Hopefully it doesn't kill my channel. You know, that'd be bad. That wouldn't be good. Anyways, I will see you all in the next one. Love y'all. Bye.